has 7 unclaimed creeps here, I think, if not more. As we already covered, Mirana got first blood, so she's very happy. Yeah, this is the makings of a very different game than game number 1. Unless it's the same game, but with the sides flipped, which could also very well happen. Because this time around, Boom doesn't have the same kind of everything goes skirmishy lineup, right? Death Prophet doesn't offer the same as they got last game out of the Grimstroke
Hey, did we mention that, did Boom have last pick both games? Isn't that right? Bloodseeker was last pick, and this time it was Tusk, right?
I think you're right.
Which is strange, as we have the initiation onto Seneko. Inkswell is going to be used to stun out the CK.
Oh, he's so strong.
Not enough damage for Takakh to actually find the kill on the Grimstroke, but he gets the courier instead. But yeah, the CK is basically unkillable right now, and he should be able to free farm pretty easily. And the question is, can he force FBZ out of lane?
That's the sentry from Seneko. This is going to hurt.
Another blast. As the damage from Takakh again. Burrow keeps FBZ safe, but he has taken heavy damage.
I really like FBZ going Tranquil Boots here, actually. I think it's a pretty uncommon thing lately for Sand Kings to do. A lot of the time they will go either Vanguard or Travels with Brown Boots, Dagger first. But this game, he just feels like he has to have that regen to lane. So yeah, FBZ opting for that. He's in trouble again, though. Has to burrow again. Well,
Neopaj at least gets a bounty rune, and Seneko will be the consolation kill potentially. Is the TP faster than the Inkswell? Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, you see that Skem is being taken out. Tried to get that. Actually, I think he did get the rune. So the death was basically to prevent Laurel from getting the haste. I think it was a haste at least.
Yeah, he denied a haste. I honestly I feel like that's kind of worth it, to be honest, to lose your 5 with 700 net worth for that. Skem has literally nothing.
Wow.
The Hawk is going to solo BZ.
Yep, that's a tough one. Tips come out. Not toxic tips, of course. That is their own team.
Cheering for themselves. I like it.
Yeah.
Raise morale. You had a hard game 1. Reset it right back.
That's another thing that, I mean, we talk about stuff like this from time to time, but this is where traditional sports kind of do a better job than esports right now of talking about like the mental advantage from game to game and how, like, we don't give teams enough credit for bouncing back from like just, I mean, not saying that game 1 was a devastating loss by any means, but just being able to bounce back from something that maybe you weren't expecting or from a tough loss.
Yeah.
But so far, so good for BetBoom.
It's
and again,
an important
this is a team
quality.
we have very little information on other than Seneko.
It's a mandatory quality if you want to win tournaments. It's very rare that you have tournament runs where you don't get some sort of, you know, hit some sort of, what's it called, bump in the road along the way. Like your strategy might get figured out. Maybe the enemy team has some sort of pocket strat that you're not prepared for.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to keep cool and reset after losses. And in these 2-game series as well, a 1-1 result against Boom for BetBoom, I think they take that. Like, this is one of their strongest opponents on paper in this group. So if they can get ahead in this game and build that into a victory and take a draw, I think that's I would say on paper just satisfying.
Indeed.
So looking very good right now. Obviously, we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. It's a 3K lead minute 8.
Game's not over, Cinder. For God's sake, why did you say it was over? Jesus. One thing we didn't really talk about is the matchup of Lesh versus TB. I assume this is very Lesh favored towards like the mid game.
It has phases. So Lesh is very strong until Terrorblade gets specific big items. When TB gets too many stats, it can get overwhelming. When he has like Scotty and he's playing in meta form and he's hitting, Lesh has to yield in fights generally and get out because he can't withstand the damage. But early on, when you have Pulse Nova running and you cast a Lightning Storm and an Edict, you just kill all Terrorblade's solutions and he has to give up to you. So
right.
Uh-oh, Seneko, he's probably dead here.
Looks to be dead, although Laurel's coming in. Has that Pulse Nova going. They're going to lose their support. But if they get Yopaj in turn, this is a big, big trade that BetBoom will take every single time.
And they even force the Glyph here with the Edict as well. Nice from Laurel to immediately connect that on the tier 1.
So looking at the build from Notice, he's going for essentially the same thing, right? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
I thought he was going Armlet. Maybe not. But
no, never mind.
I think this game would have been better to go Armlet because you're ahead, right? That feels like a win more item versus like the Blink Dagger, which
Lesh just
might not pay off
loves
initially.
playing with Blink Initiators, right? It's
That's
just
true.
so damn good if somebody else can set you up. So, I mean, I personally think this game is as good as the last one, but like you said, for different reason, right? In the last game, it felt like it was out of necessity. In this game, it just empowers their lineup so much to have a Blink Initiator go first. So,
Now
Damn.
FBZ on the other side is quite far away from getting his blink there, but there's a nice ancient camp here for him.
Yeah, and farm that with Epicenter. Throwing all his
gold he
mana
gets
here.
from this. He had like 600.
It's like a 700 pick-me-up-ish here.
Right, not bad, not bad. So
It's good.
looking
It'll
at the
help.
net worth, he is still quite far behind Noticed. Which, I mean, we could just look at the net worth and clearly see that BetBoom won every single lane.
Yeah. Just hands down. And no lane was close either. That's the thing. Like, it was just... Okay, maybe top wasn't a total stomp, but definitely very favored for them. And I also think on paper this time around, they managed to draft themselves better lanes, right? They get this Leshrac matchup against Tusk, which is great. The CK Pugna lane is very strong early on. And Mars Mirana no different, right? So they put their focus slightly differently in the draft here, and it's really paid off so far compared to Game No More.
And Seneko sacrificing himself again, although Mars is coming. Snowball is there, but Seneko keeping himself alive thanks to the Decrepify. Finally goes down. But again, if they get this straight onto Yopaj, they will take this. This is amazing for BetBoom. They keep losing their position 5, but keep killing the position 2.
Yeah, maybe a slight over-rotation here, bringing this many heroes, but I think it's understandable.
Oh, I missed one kill, Cinderin.
Oh, Takakh solo killing Tims.
That's my first kill that I've lost. Rip. Rip my streak.
I'm proud of you. It was a good run.
Thank you.
It lasted 1 game.
Hey, that's pretty good for a play-by-play cast.
Not wrong.
FBZ. He's actually pretty close to his blink
I
dagger
thought it was
now.
going to be a replay that showed the killing miss. I was like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
No.
that would have been perfect. As we can see the replay here.
Yeah. So again, and you see the Mirana rotation might not be necessary for this, so perhaps could have been a little bit more efficient, but like you say, the big thing, killing off Yopaj again and taking no unnecessary damage on that bottom tier 1. Just keep that control. Just like Boom did against you in game number 1. You don't want to give them space. You don't need to. You're the stronger lineup right now for protecting, so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And BetBoom now have control of Boom's jungle. They de-ward the cliff there. Blink Dagger, though, online for FBZ, so he's not going to want to show this and expect a smoke to come shortly after.
Maybe Skem's mouse has some sort of double-click issue, because last game he had 2 wind laces, and this game he has 2 fluffy hats. I'll say the wind laces was not on purpose, because that doesn't work. But this one, I don't know if he meant to buy 2 hats before he gets boots. Maybe it is on purpose. Like, you are still, you know, pretty fast with Exorcism, but...
It is quite the fashion statement,
It
I
is.
agree.
Yeah, well, if any hero wears 2 hats, it would be the crazy ghost lady, wouldn't it?
Well, technically, every hero has many hats if you consider hats cosmetics. Get wrecked.
Except one hero that doesn't have cosmetics, Primal Beast.
That's true. He doesn't need them. He's just too good.
He's not in captain's mode, and he got nerfed to the ground, so probably not going to sell very many hats, is he now?
That's true. I mean, that's the best time to sell hats is when they're really broken at the start. What is Valve thinking? Why don't they sell them?
Oh, we're going to try to brute force this bottom tower for Boom, but I love that they want to defend
jumps
this.
in. This will be a big kill onto Jackie if they can find it, but there's a snowball to keep him alive a little bit longer. FBZ with the nice epicenter to follow. Do you have the Sunder? No. That is a dead Terrorblade. Yopaj gets stunned from afar, sets up the split earth, and yet another death for him. Tims does get out, but these are just the supports we're talking about, because the position 1 and 2 for Boom are donezo.
I'd love a replay of this one because there's a couple of things that go really... First of all, I love BetBoom's choice of defending this. I think a lot of the time teams give up this tower too easily, but in this game they have the composition and they have the power level right now to hold this. And if Death Prophet and Terrorblade don't get to take this bottom tower, they lose a big portion of their purpose in the game. So very good. You're going to see on the replay here. So actually, what Boom do really well here, they get this... They get the Terrorblade out of trouble. They get a good Sandstorm. That, or Burrow Strike rather, that arrow changes everything. He was walking in for a full HP Sunder on Jack and gets that arrow straight to the face from Force Major, and that's the end of the fight. If the Sunder comes out, this could be a totally different story, but Clutch with that TP in from Mirana really seals the deal there and holds that tower.
Tims
and
is
Tim's dead again. Did you catch that one?
I did, of course. I was following it the whole time, just listening to you drone on about nothing while I was getting the important stuff on camera, Cinderin.
Uh-oh, FBZ's dead.
Dusted and dead. Scam looks to be next. He gets off the Spirit Siphon. Split Earth will miss, but they have everybody here, essentially. Actually going to focus on Yopaj instead. This will be a much bigger kill. Gets off the snowball to buy him a little bit of space, but there's the Crep combo with the Split Earth and a Pulse Nova. So another huge kill for BetBoom as they are starting to snowball their way to game number 2 advantage.
Yeah,
no pun intended, because they don't have Snowball on their team. So.
Oh. Nice play call there to just let DP be. Like, get the bigger kill, right?
That's what I'm surprised by, that DP actually ran towards Tusk instead of just kind of sacking her life.
In hindsight, they could have just sacrificed the DP for sure, but yeah, they're going to lose the tower as well. 8,000 lead minute 15. You thought game 1 was one-sided? Look at this one.
Last game was I would say it was just a normal shellacking. This one is in the Gaben tier, I think.
It is a big-ass beatdown, and I think if you're Boom now, you have to somehow try to find a fight where you get maximum value out of Exorcism. But your DP is level 6, 15 minutes in with no items, no boots even. Terrorblade cannot realistically fight very well.
All right,
okay.
Nice dodge on the spear. Had his arena up, but not going for it there.
It's tough because I think from Boom's lineup's perspective, playing defense is very difficult. FBZ could find something.
Inks well, okay. Looks like they'll find a kill on Force Major.
That'll do. But they used Exo. If they don't get anything with this, there's like a 2-minute downtime that BetBoom just dwarf them. They're gonna smoke. That was under a ward though. It was spotted.
Unfortunate for them. Scan is, I think that was a scan from, actually I'm not sure. I think that was a Boom scan.
Despite that smoke, he's still stuck around the Ancients for a little bit. And he actually feels confident to just stay there. FBZ gets out.
And so catching up on some item progressions, Laurel on the Goat, aka Leshrak, has the Sange going for Kaya Sange and has the Hood as well. As they are smoked up, looking for a value kill. Get a sentry there and a ward on the cliff. So this is going to set up the Roche. So at least they have vision if Boom try to contest in any way.
Yeah, love the play call. They know there's no Exo. So just go for it. Terrorblade is also showing bottom with these illusions. He can't have summoned these from that far away. And now the real hero's there too. So this is just a freebie. There is no way Boom can test this.
And one of the best Aegis carriers in the game. I think maybe number 2 after Storm, I want to say, is Lesh.
He's very high up there.
Should make a tier list on that someday, as Laurel will grab it. And you can see Notice trying to find somebody. FBZ.
He might find the Grim.
FBZ.
Arrow!
Looks like they're both fine. No need to get excited, Cinderin.
No, take it easy.
Stop screaming.
Relax.
Please keep your voice down. And Tier 1 tower still standing in the bot lane, and we can see that BetBoom will likely just give this up, but we have the vision and Boom don't really.
Yeah, they're going to instead set up for a top tier 2 push here with their Aegis on Lesh. I think it's solid, and they might even find a flank here. Oh, actually, Laurel.
Inkswell. Oh, they're actually playing it very passive.
Yeah, they're scared of this fight. I mean, if you commit on the Lesh there, you just lose this fight horribly, right? He has Aegis. You can't go for that kill and not get traded off.
Indeed, Aegis advantage, pretty big deal. Yopaj takes care of the wave in the mid.
Closing in on BKB.
Yeah, I was going to mention. So first item BKB feels like one of those necessities, as we brought up before. The question is, what will he go for after that, if they even get the chance, because this lead is just growing now.
And I think ideally you want to go Ags, right? You just can't in this game. I think you have to be able to stand and deliver in fights and be on the front line with tag team for your Terrorblade to find kills. So I think it's the right itemization for this game. It's just a bit worrisome that when you look at what the Radiant team has against that playstyle on Tusk with both Decrep as well as Mars' Arena to zone off heroes, it's difficult. They're going to press the issue. I like it. Like, why not? You're in such a commanding lead.
And you have Diabolic Edict. You have Nether Blast from Seneko. Takakh doesn't even have to bother really hitting the tower himself.
And there comes the Nether Ward. So Sandking has to be very careful. He can't epi here. He's even in this position with the nerfed Nether Ward by 200 range, he's still too close. they're just losing a Rax.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't think they can defend this. I think they have to give this up and maybe try to wait out the Aegis. But I mean, having said that, it's still 2.5 minutes to go.
they're gonna go for late mid.
Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna stop. I mean, there is a tier 2 tower, so it's gonna be delayed a bit. I think it's the right call to give this Rax up. The question is, what are you waiting for? Like, is there a specific item that now that the BKB's on for Yopaj, that's obviously nice. But is there another item, like especially for the TB? He has Dragonlance Yasha.
Yeah,
right
they're maybe trying to stall out for Jack.
Yep,
to also
Scam
get,
is dead. They're just gonna leave him.
I don't know if they're trying to stall out for the next line of BKBs as well. Like Sand King and Terrorblade both have it queued up, but I don't know if you can buy this much time.
Look at
Terrorblade changed his mind. He's going Scott. Oh, he has it. Oh, he
must
has
have
his.
it coming.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Sand King is 2K away.
I don't think you can wait for that one.
Probably not. But yeah, the Terrorblade one is big. This definitely gives them a better opportunity. But the fact of the matter is still, if Jack gets caught by literally anything, he's just dead unless he gets snowball saved. Like, he has 1,200 health.
Yeah, but they're delaying this. I mean, they continue to kill these waves. You can see the backdoor protections there.
Yeah.
And, I mean, if you just wait out this minute and a half, with the BKB not being shown yet, as I say that he is now showing it for the Terrorblade.
I'm surprised BetBoom don't commit with this siege creep, actually. They still had a minute and a half on Aegis. So this would have been a moment to fight, I think.
Laurel showing himself. Yeah. Phantasm's popped. Yeah, it looks like they might just... This feels like delay tactics right now for Boom, which is exactly what they need to do. Just taking out the waves, just being an annoying presence.
But playing Lesh with Pugna is so good. You just keep getting mana funneled into you for free.
Yeah, that is nice.
Incredible.
But still, just a minute to go. So, I mean, they've waited this long and they only lost that one Rax.
Did you notice Laurel's skill build, by the way? I don't know how common this is for Leshes to do, but he's prioritizing attribute bonus over Lightning Storm.
Yeah, Lightning Storm's worthless, let's be real.
It scales pretty well. Also against Terrorblade.
Because you have to cast it.
He's opting to go the tanky route.
It's very clunky.
Yopaj is in trouble again.
Yep. Yopaj has BKB, but the split earth to start it out. Arrow, not even needed. Down goes the Tusk. I mean, I've seen this. I'm actually surprised he even took one in this, if you're going to go for this build. Is this like a Blink Dagger cancel, maybe?
I think he used it in lane as well, right?
Okay. Oh, boy. All right,
you generally get 1 point in Lightning Storm in lane so that you have that slow to set up your split earth. But I would say most of the time, Leshrax do level it over stats, but I think he just wants to be so beefy that he can stand up to the Terrorblade. Yeah, but Lightning Storm doesn't skill that poorly. Like it's still a good spell when it's maxed out. 4-second cooldown. You get a lot more slow and a lot more bounces against Terrorblade illusions.
Well, what I'm saying, other than the stat thing, which I guess I understand to a degree, it is 2 stats, it's not that much, but the fact that I think he values the movement, being able to not have to cast anything other than split earth.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
it's definitely
it takes forever to cast anything on this hero other than Diabolic and his ult.
You do have some pretty good setups, right? So it's not like you have to be on your feet all the time.
Stop questioning it, please.
It is the perfect build.
That's right.
I wasn't criticizing it, to be fair, though. I think it's just different. Like I think it's a good idea, this game. So I definitely don't mind it at all.
Stop hating on everybody.
I hate only you.
That's true, actually.
If you would have gone for this build, I would have berated you. But it's Laurel, so he knows what he's doing.
Well, I think I'm safe for being from your flame, I
English,
should say.
please.
Let me rephrase this. Let me just start. Let's rewind a bit. I'm safe from your flame because you didn't even flame Slacks for getting 5 boots in a game when we played with him.
That's because I fear for my life. That's something else.
That's true.
Have you seen that guy?
He is demonic. As we have a smoked out from Boom, knowing that this Aegis is gone, this could be.
I think I was very passive-aggressive about it, actually, when I was talking to him. Like, oh, you have 5 boots? That's very good.
That doesn't even sound passive-aggressive.
Oh.
That sounds very positive, actually.
Well, okay.
All right, Hood popped prematurely from Laurel. He feels this coming. Epicenter is coming as well. Pops the BKB.
Oh.
Inside the Mars Arena. Huge rebuke. 2 dead right off the bat for Boom. Jackie attempting to get out. Not going to happen. Triple kill for Takakh.
See ya later. That was so premeditated from BetBoom. They knew exactly what they were trying to do there. They pre-hood, like you said. The moment they connect on Varl, Soneko is in range for the Decrepify. They can't get the burst off. He BKB's 4-man arena fight over. Like, they just lost that moment instantly. And this is going to transition into a tier 2 tower. Wonder if they think about high ground. Like, Phantasm has expired and the heroes are respawning, but
They push fast.
They're not really scared here with these two heroes on the sidelines. Just Sand King being dead is enough that Laurel is safe. And this will, the bare minimum, be the tower.
Right, they know that meta is down as
Glyph's
well.
enough.
That's a pretty big spell to be down.
That is fair.
I don't see them stopping here. Especially when there's not like some crazy Ags on Tusk where he's kicking you in the fountain.
Takakh has his ult again in 15 seconds. The
Playing it
spell
safe.
has much lower cooldown than it used to. CK, probably the biggest part of his comeback as a meta hero is the lower cooldown on Phantasm. Because it was always a hero with such a major trade-off, right? You would use Phantasm, and it would be down for over 2 minutes back in the day, and you were just exploitable for so much longer.
Yeah.
Now you just feel like you're ready to go again. Like, they just fought, and he has his best spell ready, and it's time to rock and roll mid. 20k lead.
Whew. Shellacking.
Yep. Oh,
Scam is dead.
Okay.
Goodbye. Yopaj can't do anything but watch his DP die. When an undead creature dies again, I don't know what that means. Are they undeaded? Cinderin? Do you have a term for this? Is there lore?
Ask Slax, he knows this stuff.
Okay. So a mid-rax in favor of Bet Boom again.
I think I know the answer. You're undead squared.
Undead squared.
All right, this tower's gone as well. Bottom tier 2 is claimed, and Jack actually almost gets spotted there by Force. If he could have stopped a Terrorblade TP with an arrow, that would just be game over, right? Like that 4v4 in the Dire base is never being won by Boom. But he will not be found by Mirana and will get back as a result. It is still, according to Gabe, 99% Radiant victory currently. So needs an absolutely heroic combat that we will sing songs about for years to come.
The day that Terrorblade won, not Arteezy's Terrorblade, of course, but anyone else's Terrorblade. 22k lead for Bet Boom, and yeah, they're just gonna wait for the next Roche, which is now up. Shard is online, and I would expect the Lesh to take this because CK and Mars already have theirs. I would love to see some Pugna Shard action. You know me.
You love that because you love bad things in Dota. Like,
no, that's a bad way to put it. I like underused things because occasionally they end up being good and nobody knew about them. That's not one of them though. It's terrible.
it's definitely not high up on my list of shards. Let's put it that way.
Conceptually, it's one of the cooler shards, which is why I like it.
The cast range on Netherward is kind of cool, but yeah, the draining your own ward is it has situational uses. I guess in this game he could do that to kill Terrorblade Illus, right?
Yeah.
Does it work on illusions? If it does, this is one of the better cases for it, and because of that, they still put it on Lesh. So, you know, maybe not.
It says all enemy heroes.
Yeah, I think
so
it also
not...
I think it also targets illusions.
Okay.
If it does, that's kind of nifty against Terrorblade in particular.
Quite nifty, huh? Mm-hmm. Neat. All right, we see the split Earth shard come out to basically be used as protection. Yeah, they get a little bit of vision here. There's the Walrus Punch onto Laurel, but you can see the heals. He still has his BKB. He still has his Aegis. Notice comes in with the BKB and the Mars Arena as well. They do get the Aegis at the very least, and it's a trade for the DP, but the double kill for Takakh already starts us out in favor of Bet Boom. And this is likely to be the GG push for them in game number 2, which, like you said, they should be happy with this result going into this because Boom, one of the favorite teams at this major as a whole.
Yep, I would definitely say so.
Laurel has to be a little bit careful now. Still has BKB, but no Aegis to work with. Jackie gets brought back in. Nice. Split Earth. Miss. Sorry, I meant to say nice snowball save. It doesn't matter. The GGs are called, for God's sake. This game was over for quite a while. This was a Gaben, I believe, a mustache shellacking.
That was a pretty hard-ass beatdown. They beat them by over 1,000 gold per minute. Yeah. So Bet Boom this time around, a totally different story. And yeah, because I was gonna say smiles on their faces. It's not like a huge smile, but definitely looking pumped with that victory. So yeah, nicely done. They moved a couple of pieces around a little bit in the draft, and it paid out big dividends. They had good level 1 fight as well, got 3 kills.
I mean, that feels like that was the beginning of the end, or at the beginning of the game. They just...
It was the beginning of the game. That is true.
It was the beginning of the end, which was the beginning of the game. It just happened to coincide. But what was it, like 4 kills right off the bat in trade for 1 or something like that?
They got 3, but they also got them on really good heroes, right? So they got first blood on Mirana, and then they got a kill and an assist on their Lesh, who then goes on to win mid in a favorable matchup.
They killed Terrorblade right off the bat as well.
And then bottom, they killed... So they get to the lane with CK together with Pugna, and they kill the Grimstroke, and then CK gets a free level 2 before Sanking is even in the lane. So like the advantage they had bottom was ridiculous. Like they're very, very far ahead in the beginning of this game, and
so
yeah, they rolled with it. Nicely done.
Is 1-1, but the series will be 2 games. They are best of 2s, as we like to call them here. So Bet Boom will tie it up with Boom, not to be confused with Bet Boom Esports and Boom Esports Incorporated, and all these booms. There's a lot to work with. But we'll be casting
boomers.
The next series that we'll be casting, which will be up next, is Beast Coast versus Bet Boom. So we get to see them again. And again, the team that I'm actually more interested in watching for Bet Boom, because we don't have that much info in general. So cool to see them bounce back in game 2. But we'll take a quick break, and we'll see the next series soon.
Rise and shine a brand new day. Daily I can choose to be. Become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool. 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 Write a sign, it makes my day. Day by day I choose to see. Sea of scum or sea of glee. Gleeful is the better way. Wait no more and be on time. Time for killing off your fear. Fear not, don't you feel astray. Straight ahead, don't be a fool. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Ooh. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Take your time, hey, don't be a fool. Stay alive and keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool.
And welcome back. Thank you to our beautiful casters, Cinderin and Sunsfan, for doing such a wonderful job. Now we are on the panel. My name is Sunsfan. This is Cinderin. Let's break down the last match between Boom and Bet Boom because it went 1-1. Both were shellacking. The second one was a bigger shellacking for sure, but it wasn't a 2-0, which is kind of what we were expecting for Boom because we have a lot more information on them and they've just dominated the SEA region minus the weird forfeit loss that they had and then the tiebreaker loss in the end.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about, first of all, bouncing back from a loss like they did, but also kind of sticking to your guns to an extent, right? Same first phase bans, same overall first pick with the Mars, and they just build up their lineup slightly differently. And I don't know in this game what it was for Boom that made it this difficult, aside from the start like we talked about, because they put this mid Tusk, who I think this is the lowest impact I've seen Yopash in a game. Maybe ever. I don't know. Like it was, he didn't have very many options. He didn't have very many chances to, you know, find opportunities for his team with the way that things panned out. And they can't be too surprised about what they faced, right? There was the Mars again. It was the CK again, so some of the key components. And then they moved around some pieces. Also, Death Prophet 5 in that game. Very silent. Scam was barely in the game, it felt like. So some things definitely got very shut down.
The hero is quite different when you can't solo a tower as a level 6 Death Prophet 15 minutes in the game.
Yeah, he also didn't get 6 until 15 minutes in. Like,
Exactly.
usually your Death
That's
Prophet
true.
5 wants to get that minute 10, right?
But it's not as important
so
because the exorcism isn't broken anymore.
that is true. What we can also look at, by the way, guys, is if we can bring up the standings, we can show how things are looking right now. Because obviously there's a lot that is yet to be played out today. But with this 1-1, which I'm sure will potentially be on. Okay, so first of all, we'll look at what's coming up. So we have Bet Boom versus Beast Coast. Beast Coast are currently finishing up a game against OG that you can go and watch on ESL Dota 2B. OG was up 1-0 from the first game. The second game is currently looking in Beast Coast's favor, so could see another draw there. And in the EG versus Tundra game, Tundra taking game number 1. Second game is looking pretty close currently. So a lot of things can still happen here. But without bringing up the scoreboard, just looking at the potential in this group with what is coming up in Group A, obviously only focus on the top half here. Bet Boom, if they do manage, if let's say Beast Coast get this draw against OG and Bet Boom come in guns blazing and get a victory there, they're almost already secured out of the bottom, right? If they go after this day with a 3-1 score, one of the wins is against Boom, and they were to get a 2-0, they would be looking really hot. Obviously, getting ahead of ourselves here, this is shaping up to be a tournament that could see a lot of draws, potentially. The teams that we've seen in action so far today, there hasn't been any like total wipeouts, right? OG versus Beast Coast is close currently. EG versus Tundra is close, and this looked like it was going to be a stomp, but then totally flipped on its head with Bet Boom in the second game. So, very exciting Group A. A lot of people have talked about perhaps Group A on paper, the more stacked group if you had to choose one. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know about that. I think they're pretty close. If you had to pick, if I put you on the spot, do you think Group B or Group A has the stronger teams?
I need to bring it up again.
Well, I'm sure we can bring them up again.
Okay, maybe we can bring it up again and we can discuss.
Show it again for the man.
I mean, Gaming Gladiators, I rate them very, very highly. And if they're in the same group as the likes of Liquid, Spirit, TI winners, and I know a lot of people meme on TSM, but minus the one game against EG that we saw that was just terrible, they dominated the DPC as well. I would say the lower portions of that may be weaker than Group A. Like Group A is more consistent, maybe. Does that make sense? Like more middle ground.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But I think top heavy. I would actually still go with Group B personally.
I guess people also have, when it comes to international events, have a bit of question marks about a team like Thunder Awaken, who, you know, they had that absolute. It's a totally different roster. So let's be fair than the one that was at TI. But when it comes to international performance in general, out of the South American region, it's generally Beast Coast you can count on, and the other teams tend to fall flat on inexperience. On lack of adaptability. So maybe on a lot of people's radars, Thunder Awaken, even though they won the SA region without losing a series, I think, might still be rated lower than Beast Coast just for historical reasons. Then you've got a team like Mind Games, which is a bit of a wild card, I think, on people's minds too. But when you look at Group A, I think the only real question mark people would have had, as now it's updated here, very nice with the draw, was probably Bet Boom. And I have less questions now already. Even after
one game?
Even after seeing one series, just because it shows some of the things that these teams can struggle with. It shows their ability to recover from a loss. It shows their ability to have confidence in the elements of their strategy that matter, and it showed adaptability, right? Just in that one series. If this was a third game, I have no idea who would have won. Like, that could have totally gone either way for me. So
That's fair.
So yeah, good showing.
Either
overall.
way, Group A and Group B are not that different. It's not like miles ahead. We've seen like
it's not like
we've seen death
totally
groups where it just
Yeah.
doesn't like. What were you thinking putting these teams together? But yeah, overall, relatively even, I think.
It's also, I guess, over time with Dota, it's harder to make death groups even if you wanted to, right? Because the teams are closer and just are very good.
Plus we have a lot less information because we haven't had LAN.
Yeah.
Not a lot of cross-regional play.
That is also true.
We've had an absolute... Sorry, what was that? We got monster moments. Can't wait to see what is going to be on the screen very soon. But I'm assuming this is for the series that we cast. Otherwise, it would be a little awkward.
We have some random moments. Who knows what's it going to be? No.
Synderen was, you know, he went out to eat last night. Maybe that's
that's a monster
some
moment.
content.
That's a big burger.
Delicious burger.
Yeah. All right. We'll throw some highlights from the series we just watched, and then you guys can expect the next series to start in about half an hour. We do have a set start time with these best of 2 series, so even if Beast Coast are about to be done against OG, they will get a little bit of rest before they come back at 14:30. So make sure if you take a break that you're back for the start of our next game, and we'll also do a little bit of pre-game before that. So stay tuned.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'll come over, let me drink for free. Call me gorgeous, see what's underneath in my head now. Planning silently how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Gotta check behind me when I walk down the street. Don't know who is watching me. Sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl. With the big men in the fancy suits, talking business in the conference room. Big promotion, what do I have to do to get that many zeros in my checks like you? This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Everybody knows 82 cents ain't a dollar. The same job, white collar, so pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. If I was a man, I'd go on late walks at night. Never ever be polite. You work twice as hard to run the world is what it takes to be a la 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 la. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. Always sleeps through the day. These vices keep me awake. I'm coming up with reasons for running with my demons. Yeah, they tell me that I need them. Every other weekend I'm in West LA to flash my sweat in a mass display. Babe goes on until I say so. So I'm paid for to entertain. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? So down for me, goddamn, so down for me. These kids just want our sanity. Watch me fall down, go down. Trending with the cool kids. I wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Designer brand exclusive. I wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and then out of frame. No one really seems to care though. Got an ego, can't explain. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? So down for me, goddamn, so down for me. Icy boy. Frozen soul, gorgeous soul. Frozen soul.
This is going to take you and your aircraft to the breaking point.
Those are your pilots. If anything happens to them, you will never forgive yourself.
Top Gun Maverick.
Ладно, тут, конечно, сложно. Теперь уже и модераторы друг с другом не делят. Скиф, могу тебе сказать, что...
Здесь, да, напали на Артура, пропрыгнули, правда, там успел он БКБ нажать по итогу, навешивает рапчер на ДК. ДК не сильно боится этих рапчеров, он просто подлетает по чуть-чуть и просто убивает Артизи 80 секунд без сикера. Я не понял, почему он БКБ не стал кровот.
Help?
I think he's for help there.
Storm is good. 8 people talking to their teammates. Very cool. Oh, they're winning. They're what?
There's no BKB left on RTZ though.
Hey, RTZ's leaving?
Yeah, I mean, here's no BKB. They have no Rupture or BKB. Ooh, good pass by crit though.
Oh no.
No. Can't get healed.
Yeah, we need designated shot callers for the next fight.
Me. Bell, you're banned from talking during team fights with your microphone.
Okay.
During team fights, you're banned, Bell.
Okay.
Yan. Sorry. Yan, nakakita na ako, EG versus Tundra. Request nyo lang tol kung anong gusto nyo panoorin. Sorry. Ang tagal ko. Yan lang nakita ko eh. Sabihin nyo lang kung anong gusto nyo panoorin. Di pa tayo.
Around my neck, Major. Red. Over here now. Over here.
Someone better help Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long. Dire's middle tower just went down.
Pre. Dami ko ang caster dito, wait lang. Subukan natin kumuha ng caster English.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yan. Let's go.
Get them. Second tier 2 taken at 22 minutes in.
It really limits the map a lot. RTZ, we see he purchased the shard. He's got that basher queued up next.
Ibigay niyo yung gusto ng mga addict. Binibigay ito ng mga addict.
So level 1 blood right. Bit interesting when he's playing versus like Pango. I guess he just wants to be tankier and stuff like that, but
Dire's
yeah,
bottom
cool.
tower has fallen.
The silence is very valuable versus like a hero like the Pango, but he just wants to be doing all that right-click damage and just be heroes, especially like the Void. We saw one point in time dilation for a long time and them doing stats and stuff like that.
No, interesting because I guess with the damage you always pretty much take
Gandang laban to.
Because I would have wondered if he was going for the
Talo
stats, you would want the
ng
attack
EG dito kanina, no?
nice on his other cores and
oh, he did take the spell lamp.
He took the spell lamp, right? And he went for the stats, so
yeah, that's actually. I mean, he can just throw it on the storm.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking,
so,
right? He's going to make Arbed super strong.
Yeah.
With that plus 8%, and so it's a lot of boost.
And we're about to have the timing. 1 minute. Those nulls, they all kick in.
Maganda panoorin. EG Tundra.
So,
Mamaya rin maganda. Boom Esports versus OG. Yun maganda panoorin talaga.
Arcane. Oh, there we go.
It's like the holy trinity right now of timings. 25 minutes about to kick in. DD Arcane plus Blood Rage amplification. Let's see.
All right. So what did that sort of bring up the total spell amp to when you take that into account? That's what a
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
That's quite some spell amp there. You can't buy that.
A definite one-shot territories with zips.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And as you did see, most of the time it is the attack we take it. So it's just specifically for this scenario, switching it up a little bit.
And Arbed will get himself out next, another null, and then look towards that Aghanims. And then in itself, the sort of the amount of AoE control is going to be insane. These vortexes into the Blood Rights, the Ravages, team fight from EG, very, very strong.
Still 2K lead
Dire's
though.
bottom tower is being
They've
chipped
done
away.
their damage, but okay, 25 minutes, boom, nulls are on, and he's got that Arcane as we mentioned, so.
And see if they, EG can get this fight going around nightfall. They've got to be there by his side. Make sure they can live long enough to get the Ravage out.
About to have his Ags too, so that's gonna help our TZ continue to go off in the fights too. So let's just get a gush on a couple of these heroes. Tundra, they'll continue to play as a unit for the most part. Sticking together. You see that Line, of course, going for Lincoln's next. Wanted to protect himself versus that Rupture. And multiple forms of initiation, of course, for Tundra too.
Dire's bottom tower is under
advantages I would
attack.
say they have in some of these fights is with the vision and with the multiple forms of initiation and BKB disables. EG a little lacking on that. They do have the
Dire's bottom tower
tiny
needs some
gradation,
help.
but not a BKB piercing disable.
Dire's
side,
bottom
just a
tower
Rupture.
always did get short shrift. Radiant's top tower is under
incredible
attack.
push from Tundra, meaning that they take down these objectives very easily. All tier 2s
Radiant's
off the
top
map now for
tower
EG,
has
while
looked better.
they themselves yet to be able to take any tier 2 down on Tundra's side.
They do see Skeeter now, so I do expect the Tundra might be split up a little bit because of that TP. And they catch anything with it, though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Does look like it was successful.
And Nightfall's looking to step in on this.
Dire's courier has been killed. They always go after the courier. Being
Was able to get the items first, though.
The Dragon's just gotta keep cutting this wave.
Yeah, who's sort of heading back to deal with the Dragon? Because indeed, with this sort of micro, he'll easily be able to make sure that they may take a team fight.
Tundra's ready for it, though. Tundra's very prepared for this one. Looking to get a catch first. Can't quite. The ward is placed.
I mean, who are you looking at to initiate here? It kind of has to be what sort of Storm zipping in, unless Nightfall's just simply able to walk up.
They can still do some rupture tossback plays and stuff too, but not the easiest. They're playing versus the Beastmaster, so overall EG will not have
someone bleed out in
will not have that vision to get the jumps first.
Let's get started.
As Tundra started to pull a bit
Dire's
ahead
bottom
here
tower
on the
needs
goal.
some help.
4K lead.
It's just they haven't got any creep waves to play with, so they're sort of hovering around to look for this play.
And now,
but even if they
base
get
pressure,
even if they sort of
Dire's
get that play,
bottom tower is
unlikely
under
they're able to push
attack.
anything off the back of it straight away.
I'm not opposed to it.
He's just got to do something. Yeah, he's just got to do something. They've been waiting a long time around the mid to
Dire's
make a
bottom
move.
tower needs some
It
help.
never fell into their hands here. Tundra avoiding it.
the tower's gonna die pretty soon. Abed will deal with it. But now they know Abed's in base, so now they're looking a little bit perhaps on Tundra.
And now,
Dire's
can
bottom
EG take a
tower is
fight 4
being
versus
chipped
5? That might be
away.
difficult.
Radiant's top
Zip
tower
pretty far.
deserves just as much help as Spark.
So now Jaron has one of his positions.
They'll get the kill. There's the Ravage, but already the BKB in the
Radiant's top tower is under
in the river. Artesia is dead. He's out for 70 seconds. And with their Bloodseeker gone, EG, they don't have a fight to take anymore.
Mega kill. Double kill.
Over here.
I mean, and now straight into road. EG, I think
Regeneration.
in their own heads, right? We're seeing sort of Tundra outmaneuver them, and EG, they get split up. They're not quite prepared there for Tundra to take that fight to them. And once more, the Ravages are coming out, but Tundra, they're too quick with the reactions. See them, Abed, and Nightfall still trying to mess with them around the pit. Tundra, another zip forward. Abed really trying to challenge this Roshan attempt.
Still has the regen.
Can go for another one. Here. He's in on the pit. He's coming in for it. He's able to do it. He gets the kill. He gets the Aegis. And he also gets out with that last bit of mana. Abed grabbing back
Radiant's middle
with a
tower
huge
shouldn't have to
move
take this
there
abuse.
After a very few sort of bad situations and scenarios for EG. Abed, I mean, if they lose that Aegis into
Radiant's
the
middle
hands of
tower
Tundra, you know
could
that
use some
Tundra's going to be
help.
pushing and probably taking at least a set of racks. So Abed keeping the sort of the EG's side in check here.
Unneeded, yeah, much needed. Who got the shard? Didn't actually get to see who picked it up.
Now, where'd that go? Oh, we'll see here on the replay. So it's Abed preparing. So what is this?
I think this was before the fight or something. I'm not sure. So shard was 33. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, Sims may still have that 5k lead, Tundra. As I say, Storm with an Aegis could definitely give EG a pretty good possibility of taking a fight into these pushes that Tundra will probably still keep coming at EG with.
They're just getting a bit too much of an advantage versus this Bloodseeker. It's like these, like you said, the Ravages are coming up, but they're starting to get ways to deal with it. Even BKBs on Beastmaster and stuff too. So RTG may be very farmed, and Abed may be able to
Much
snatch
good's
Aegis
happening
and
to
stuff. but he
Radiant's
is
bottom
under-
tower.
Go for me.
Now we need to. Okay, I was gonna say, what's it gonna be next for RTZ to try to stop it from getting just fully chain stun from this DK?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be Lincoln's.
He's got to have it. Yeah. These sort of stray stuns that come out. You know, once one of them hits, it's highly likely that RTZ just doesn't get the opportunity to pop his BKB in these fights.
Very likely just gets 100 to 0 if he does get DK stunned.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Looking for some sort of setup down bottom. See if the rest of Tundra want to join.
They're gonna set up. He's gonna try to get RTZ here.
If he get the opening, BKB immediately. As soon as he sees that tree, RTZ's not messing around. Pops the BKB, walks away. Has to, absolutely there. If he gets caught in that opening stun, huge chance that he gets taken out.
Does Tundra look to do something with this timing now? BKB on cooldown for a minute.
Sure.
Their lane top is good. Mid needs to be addressed maybe a tiny bit, but could potentially look to do something with that cooldown. Even finish it off. No money for all that.
There we go. Aghanim's on the storm.
Okay. So further forms of control. We have seen most of the times they do eat it as fast as they can, but right now he cannot. But yeah, we do see more of the control, and he's got the talent too, so that these things could be pretty helpful, because that can also help them versus the Pango to control him. As we mentioned, the Pango went for the Lincolns, so to protect him versus Rupture, but won't protect versus that Ags pull. As yeah, we'll see it again, Abed. He just walks up. It's kind of funny the way it happens too, but nothing they can do to prevent it.
So very, very nice play there. And a portion of the game where EG was starting to get shaken up a bit.
What need have I for invisible?
Tundra's control.
Ooh, I bet.
That's quite
A
nice,
little bit of
actually.
that pressure there, right? He's like, oh man, I really needed to steal this Aegis, so the game was probably just over. As we see Skeeter picks up his item, he's got his Ags level 19. We've got that Black Dragon online. More forms of just tankiness and protection. And we've got Black Dragon with this huge magic resist, and also the Nether Ward reducing magic damage.
He's going to step in. Get the jump. They're going to go fully out onto 9. If they can bring down this Pango, they can. EG surround the Pangolier. 9's gone.
Throwing literally everything onto him, but definitely worth it.
See what they can get done with this.
60 seconds.
Where's the creep waves at the moment? Top lane's being pushed out by Tundra.
Dire's top
They got
tower
good
is
vision
under
down now
attack.
too. They've controlled the triangle area. And Tundra perhaps feeling a little hesitant to make a move of their own because of that Aegis on the storm.
Para mamatay sila yun eh. Punap nila yun.
40 seconds left on it though. Very close game though.
Dire's courier got killed.
5K gold din ang last ng
He's
Tundra eh, no?
taking out Snaking, able to find it.
Naglagay ba kayo sa player cards nyo mga sir?
We're still about 800 gold short of it.
Sa fantasy nyo?
Radiant's middle tower is under
The
attack.
respawn of his courier, so all in all will mean
Madaming laro ngayon.
a delay to that pickup.
Could be a timing here for Tundra again. Respawning on the Pango soon. Tidehunter Ravage is going to be gone still, and the Aegis also will be gone, so could potentially look to smoke out if they do have their lanes in good positions. Right now they're not in the best. They're trying to force out them, but EG, he's doing the Aegis.
Radiant's bottom
he's using the
tower's
Aegis
got
regen.
problems.
Using that last bit indeed.
For the twins.
Tundra's back in at 9. He's going to go straight away with the Rolling Thunder. EG, they've got a
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Unstoppable.
We'll see if we can catch anything.
Seemed like a nice lady. Sorry
Making
about
sure that he's
stabbing.
far, far away there.
Giving Skeeter the illusion.
Radiant's
That's
bottom
going to help
tower's
them
got
split push those lanes
problems.
out pretty decently.
This
As
is
we've seen EG continue to keep the lanes in a good spot for themselves.
solid item choice for 9 coming up next as well. He
Not
wants
much
the
good's
Eon
happening
disc,
to
making sure that
Radiant's
EG
bottom
can't get
tower.
away with that sort of commitment to just blow him up at the beginning of a fight.
Does feel perfect. I think if he doesn't die right in this fight, they just win.
It's easy. He's able to get out with the BKB. They turn with the Rupture to try and hold back Skeeter, but still the hits are coming in hard. Arteezy, BKB comes to an end, and so does his life.
It's an honorable death.
Skeeter just able to stick on him. The Rupture doing nothing.
And they had no way to get to him. It's pretty far out there, Artur, and the BKB
Grabe,
alone, at this
kunat ng
stage,
dragon.
it won't save him.
The best
Elder
possible
Dragon
catch they
form,
could
oh.
find as Aegis is getting reclaimed and no Ravage. It will just get on top of
Grabe pa sustain sa likod. Saksa.
Look at the top net
Dating
worth.
OG to si
Something that
Saksa.
you would expect, but
Dito na pala yan.
33 as the Beast Master because of his micro.
It really is. She's been cutting the waves, just clearing out creep after creep. He's got sort of 250 CS here on the Beastmaster.
And now he's got an Orchid. Bit of a cool pickup, but whenever those BKBs will be down, it's gonna be amazing. And also just versus Tidehunter.
It's and a very nice little Lincoln's breaker.
That's very true.
Another push. It could be coming in pretty big here. 30 seconds, no carry for
Lahat ng mga item nila. Tiny.
Cracks in
Like
Dire's
Force
top
Gap.
tower.
Ravage is actually back up. See what they can do. Look how
Bilis
tanky
ng
this
cooldown
DK
nung
is
ano.
too. Next to back
40 ni...
Granicle, 4,400 HP.
Wala, nasusustain lang.
Using at them with the vortex.
Dire's top tower is gone.
Tundra
Just
being a
a
bit hesitant.
Dire might have to say goodbye to their top barracks.
Pushing versus the Storm
Basag
can be
yata ito, nabasag.
bit difficult. They don't want to just lose a support to just a zip. We'll reset themselves.
They
Nga pre.
don't want to lose a fight as well this close to the Roshan respawn.
Ganda
They gained
ganda
so
pa
much
naman ang
ground,
storm
though.
na
That
ito.
pickoff was absolutely massive.
Grabe, sana all.
It feels like Skeeter just finished his Ags, and now he has another 3,000 something gold. Nine just finished Eandis, he has another 2,000 something gold.
Ba't sana neto ni Beastmaster kaso mas malakas talaga yung health.
So the combination of what's coming out.
Ay, buti ka na.
There, you throw that into the pushing power that Tundra have. And
ilan melee dun?
If EG lose another fight and people don't have buybacks, 2 rounds
Naku, may
maybe
nakuha
the
yata.
game's going down. RTZ bottom lane having to bot that BKB as soon as he sees 9.
Napop na agad
He just
yung
cannot
BKB.
take any sort of chances. He's got to
BKB.
play it safe. Lincoln's is now out and delivered towards him.
If he had the Lincolns before, he might not have died bottom. Like, he wouldn't have got caught by the initial stun, so him losing that courier earlier was definitely pretty relevant.
No, absolutely, yeah.
And the lane pressure we see that's happened now because of it. RTZ dead for 70, we see all lane. It's now shoved onto EG's side. They're getting a bit stuck inside of their base now. Tundra free farms them out. More forms of initiation too. 33 got Blink queued up.
Malag ba kanina sa Twitch mga pre? Di kayo makapanood sa Twitch kanina.
That honestly is going to be the huge terror here for RTZ. If he's in with a blink,
Nood muna kayo dito. Medyo habang maganda pa internet. Maya papangit na rin to siguro. Joke lang. Tingnan natin. I-telecast natin yung hanggat sa maganda internet natin mga pre.
He's got to be ready to react.
They have to get the initiation, really. They have to start the fight. They have to delete one of the heroes on the side of Tundra, but 9, as you mentioned, he had Aeon.
Bira yung Twitch na yun Doon pa naman, yun pa naman yung pwede lang panooran. Nagalit si Nightfall. Yun lang, worth it ba? Worth it? Hindi worth it yung worthy.
They won't even be able to finish off him, so unfortunately for EG, another move where Ravage used and nothing gained.
And look at the Roche timer.
Parang hindi naman worth it yung Ravage na yun para sa...
Ravage used. Tundra's just gonna be able to walk in there.
Yeah, Tundra's feeling very comfortable right now and comfortable enough to just get straight back in for an aggressive move.
They don't know that.
Tambay muna kayo dito mga pre. Kung halimbawang maglag man, relive lang natin. Para makapanood tayong lahat ng maayos-ayos. Habang maganda pa connection natin.
Trying to commit it onto 9 with the Eon Disc, but keep 9 safe. He's off to the side. RTZ have the range of this BKB. They break the link and they got the roll. They lock down the Baltica. RTZ still trying to run. The rest of his team will keep the distance for him to back off. The chase, the swashbuckle jump forward. Shard, Skeeter is burning them down. They've got the stun control on Jaron, but RTZ will live. They're able to get him out of there.
Whose force was that? Someone, I think RTZ was going to get caught by that bushwhack, but Wag 9. No, he won't.
Over here now. I mean, I've been zipping in on this. It's a 3-man vortex. Snaking and Static getting very
Killing
close. 9 and 33 on
Double kill.
2 buybacks already coming out from EG.
EG kay Kuya Mabet, naipit.
Dyer's courier has been killed. What did that courier ever do to anyone?
Big hit coming in with the ultimate from SACEM. They'll force Nightfall back up to the high ground. There's a couple of buybacks here coming in from EG.
Sila OD Pixel pala yung caster nito.
Still stand all 5 alive.
14k gold din na mga sir. Check natin mga item muna. Jantres, Tide Hunter, RTZ,
I thought he looked like he was dead for sure, but his team able to...
Talag tong ano na to, lineup na to. Beastmaster, BKB na rin. Ako, yun lang. Diffusion, yun lang. Antay kaya. Storm. Laking tulong talaga ng ano, no? Pug na.
Yeah, they're making it look impossible for EG. And now...
Probably for 9.
I mean, 9's also got his refresher all done.
Oh, okay, so then maybe he gave the refresher shard to the Beastmaster.
I think so. A couple of rolls in, a couple of silences. He could just throw out the 2 rolls to lock down RTZ.
He definitely could. They're just hunting now. They know how much stronger they are. Storm still dead for 10 seconds.
There's the jump. And RTZ. I'm going to put that BKB to get out of there. He will. Crit also will manage to escape in time. And now the push comes in and more sort of tools added to that push where we have the level that come out, I think, for Skeeter. Of course, the AC is done. Boots of bearing picked up by Snake King.
The Witchbane on the Pango, the damage versus Storm is actually pretty massive. Also able to dispel, cleanse yourself and whatnot. It's really nice. I think PG also found himself one, so... Yeah. Skeeter on back.
He's going to put the BKB in. Try the threat. He's just not quite dead yet. They couldn't kill the Dragon Knight. Skeeter took the target for the
next time.
Oh, even inside of the fountain, they can't get him. I think they had the.
Grabe
carry the Witchbane?
Trash talk yung.
Because I saw they got one, but okay, he's using Penta. Because they
Cat will na yun.
on disc there potentially, maybe and gone for it. I saw that.
No, they
didn't get it. It was on the other side. Okay, okay.
Yeah, Pango's got it.
Okay. I thought I saw one also drop from them. Maybe I'm blind or someone didn't grab it. I'm not sure. Okay. Thought they had grabbed it, but yeah, either way, 9 lives on disc. EG looking to strike back with their Ravage. The Tundra's all ready.
I mean, they are. It's got to be a huge rupture for Nightfall. Can he get that jump? He's going to sort of just run. Prince died for now. He's waiting for the opportunity, but he's been silent.
Look at Skeeter go.
They're having to back off. RTZ wants to get down to put the BKB and TP out, but they've got the Raw to stop it. RTZ, he'll go down.
Runs cold.
As EG, I mean, it really feels for the last 15 minutes, they just cannot take a fight against Tundra. They're starting to get this game into a similar territory as game 1, where they're just in full control, and EG just cannot deal with them at this point.
Skeeter just walks up and he knows that they can't address him by any means. He just hits RTZ. He's like, okay, come on, throw spells at me.
Dyer's middle tower isn't going to last long.
With the jump, he's got the BKB, he'll head back to the fountain.
Someone better help Dyer's middle tower. Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
Wala na, semi-bugbog, 20k, 21k gold. Tundra.
Things happening to Dyer's middle barracks.
All these buffs. Look at that.
Dyer's middle barracks have fallen.
100 do not care.
Dyer's middle barracks are under attack. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. You really don't want to lose
Lain tulong din ng drum eh, no?
Dyer's bottom barracks are under attack.
Lo, grabe naman to. May backdoor protection pa yan, no?
Dyer's bottom barracks.
Yun, no? Tingnan nga natin. Wala na.
Killing spree. Own it. Dominating.
My move comes round.
Dyer let all their bottom towers fall.
They need to.
The
EG
barracks may
invested
be
a
next.
whole lot into holding this fight. A big sit from Arbed. Able to get the grab on SACEM. So
Wait up.
3 buybacks, all cause of EG buying back there. They are only able to get the 1 kill, so a very expensive defense coming out from Evil Geniuses.
1 Soul Rack surviving, but Tundra looks like they're going to go back in and clean it up in a moment. Actually, they got the creep waves again. EG able to take them out. Smoked. I just keep watching RTZ, like his BKB, the whole duration of his having kind of just to run away.
And I mean, they've got to do this, EG. They invested so much into that defense. They have to go and look for kills.
And Stocks is there to break it.
It's going to turn. There's going to be a buyback for 9.
Wounded to my
They know
heart.
with the buybacks used on EG, if they get one of these cores, it's going to be game over. BKB still on cooldown for 12 seconds.
Dominating.
Ako, GG. GG. Wala, mga sir, pagod. Pagod, mga sir, pagod.
In this series, 2-0 against the
Radiant victory.
2-0, 2-0.
This time EG for the first 20 minutes, but last 20 minutes of the game was all Tundra. Just playing perfectly.
Mga sir, 2-0.
Knew exactly which targets to go for, right? Like, just toying with Nightfall a couple times, even forcing some...
Wala, 2-0, mga sir, 2-0. Ano pa ba meron ngayon? Bet boom. Uy, T1 na pala sunod. Tingin. Tundra, OG, Beast Coast, EG. Ano kaya mauna? OG boom? OG boom ba? Wait lang natin ha. Di ko alam kung sino mauna eh. Kung eto ba? Beast Coast at saka Bet boom na nang naglalaro eh. Di ko alam kung mauna to eh. Hindi ko alam kung anong susunod na. Eto na ba? Kasi ano na rin eh. 2-0 OG, 1-1 boom. Anong fantasy natin? Eh, nakalak na yung fantasy natin. Abid pa naman ako oh. Ba? Abid Jerax ako oh. Abid? Oh pre, sige, kopya. OG versus boom tayo. Antayin natin. Pati yung mga fantasy cards nyo mga sir. Ba naman to? 135. All goods, all goods. 135 na tayo. Check nyo na yung sa inyo mga sir. Next game natin yung Boom OG tayo. Boom OG. Ito. Pwede rin tong T1 Evil Genius pero mamaya pa to tingin ko eh. Kakatapos lang ng laro nila eh. Mga 15 minutes yan. Ito muna yan tingin ko. Antayin lang natin. Mamaya. Sige. Tingnan na ano, game 1 na pala. Diba game 1 nun? Game 1. Tingnan game 1. Match details. Ito yung game 2 na to. Game 2. Ito yung game 1 hindi ko ito napanood eh. Wait, lah. Nangyari kaibigan. 8:33. Nangyari dito mga sir. Nangyari sa EG. Mampagod yata. Camera lang tayo. Di tayo nag-camera kanina mga sir. Yan. Camera tayo para solid. Yan. 8:33. Medyo durog ah. Ano ba? EG pa naman yung fantasy card ko. Yan. Ito makakuha natin dyan mga sir. Yan. Pagka nagkabigayan mamaya. Ay bukas. Sana makuha natin itong mga mga trip natin oh. Hindi ko pa nakuha tong Storm at saka ito. Alam ko ito yan shared dyan nung dito yan Sa lineage poporma yan Yan, tingnan natin kung ilang level makuha natin. 25, 21, 33. Laki na nakuha ko kay Scam Katsaka kay Amar. Malaki-laki nakuha natin mga sir. Tingnan natin. Malaki ang nakuha natin. 33.67. Marami laro ito mga to eh. Alam ko taga to eh. Basta 6 na matches tong mga to ngayon eh. Pagdadalawa. Kada game nila. 2 rounds lang naman to eh. Walang matutulog. Aba, suyurin natin to hanggang mamaya. Ano ba, may maganda pa mamaya? Wala pa Sabihan niyo ako mga sir pagka nagsisimula na. Tingnan natin kung sino na yung boom tayo boom esports tayo Boom esports for the win tayo dyan mga sir, syempre. Parang manonood na tayo ng finals nito, Boom OG. Ayun, habang wala pa. Di ko alam, sabihan niya ako pagka mag-start na ito mga sir ha. Ayaw nga pala, talon pala. Ewan ko dyan sa talon. Baka naman talon, yung ko. Pindot na ako. Talon ko nga pala. Talon esports pa. Thank you pre. Sabi yung talon esports natin dyan. Kasi hindi inaayos eh.
Shut up bro.
Ano? Shut up bro? Ano shut up mo? Shut up bro. Parang shut up mo eh.
Shut up bro.
Shut up. Ha? Wala ka dyan. I hope that...
I hope that I don't jinx this one.
Okay. Ito Tagalog.
Ang galing mo ah.
May babae sila? Joke lang. Wala pa to. Pahinga pa yata to eh. Sige, dito muna tayo. Pangsamantagal. Panoorin natin to. Panoorin na natin tong ano. Tagal-tagal pa eh. Oh, wala pa rin yata pala to. O, banning pa lang. Wala pa rin, oh. Wala pa rin sa Dota natin eh. Wait lang mga kumpadre, ah. Wala pa eh. Wala pa rin yung ano pala. Paano sisimula na? Kailangan ko lang i-reset yung ano, oh. Tignan natin sa Twitch. Kung sisimula na yung OG. Wala pa naman. Pati nga. Makikinig muna ako kay Gork. Wala pa si Boss Gork. Mukhang ano na to, mukhang boom audio na yung sunod. Kaya lang. Nako, OG boom na nga mga sir. Wait lang. Coming next na daw, coming next. Coming next. Wait lang. May nakita na tayong link. Teka lang pre, may nakita na akong link. Alis muna tayo dito, wag na yung mukha natin. Yung pinapanood na lang natin. Ito na daw. OG versus Boom ang next natin mga sir. Ito daw ang next natin, wait lang. Antayin natin yan. Pag pumitik yan mga sir, it's time. Nice one! Shoutout sa'yo, boss. Ano ba kasing pangalan yan eh? Ayoko na sabihin. Ang gusto ko maglaban dito, at least may pumasok sa mga Pinoy, ano natin eh. Yung mga tropa natin ng mga Pinoy teams. Yung mga T1, Boom Esports. EG, may Pinoy din tayo dyan. Boom Esports, yan, Fanatic sila, Armel, sila Chip Armel. Maganda rin laban mamaya, kaso late pa eh, mga 11 something pa eh. Yan, patunogin muna natin to, sige. Pagsalitain muna natin sila. Iba pala lang guwahe nito. Putek, mali pala, mali. Kala ko di gagalaw eh. Wag tayo dyan, magulo. Kala ko di gagalaw eh. Hanap pa tayo. Wait lang. Hanap pa tayo. Okay. MC nga pala. Wag yung MC. Dito tayo. Yan. Sunod nga dito mga sir. OG versus versus Boom Esports. OG versus mga taong sunod natin. Up. Yan na nga. Huy. OG versus Boom nga tayo mga sir. Yan na yung sunod natin mga sir. Boom versus OG. Ayan, yung mga hindi pa nagdi-dinner, dinner muna. Mainit to. Magandang labanan to mga sir. Boom Esports versus isang 2-0 at saka 1-1. Medyo swabe ah. Wala pa dito sa live. Ay, nauna yung T1 sa Twitch. OG. Naku, mga Twitch tayo mga sir. Naunang nag-live yung Evil EG. Nag-unang nag-live yung EG at saka T1. Pero OG tayo, OG. OG panoorin natin. OG boom. Yan ang matinding labanan. Pero wala pang labi itong ano eh. Itong Beast Coast. Pati nga. Ban pa lang yata itong ano eh. Bet boom eh. At saka... Pre, naka-live. Oo, naka-live na sila. Lang ito. Pero wala pang lobby. Lang. Pakita ko sa inyo sa Dota mga sir. Ito. Ayun, no. Oh, nag-live na rin OG. Sabay-sabay mga sir. Oh. EG OG. Sabay-sabay na. Sabayan na to. Okay. Jetlag pa yata yung mga yan eh. Ito, wala pang lobby. Sabay-sabay na gano'n. Ito, dito hindi ko mapasok tong Beast Coast. Okay lang yan. Itong Evil Geniuses at T1, lobby not found pa to eh. Meron na ba to? Wala pa rin yata to. Tingnan nga natin sa Twitch. Wala pa rin, wala pa rin. Wala pa rin to. Antay-antay lang tayo mga sir, wala pa. Hindi pa, wala pa. Wala pang ano. Makikita naman yung pag may ano na eh. Parang may minute or seconds na. Hindi pa muna tayo sa ano. Para maganda yung view nyo. Yan, dito muna tayo. Puro ads pa rin to eh. Maganda rin panoorin yung Evil Geniuses at saka ano eh, T1. Gabi Dota versus Abed. Nag-post si Gabi kagabi eh. Ewan ko lang kung ano yun. Nag-hello Abed eh, hello eh. Check na muna, baka ano tayo dyan. Ayan, ito na. Oh, sound trip muna, bosses.
These two teams and them going head to head against each other, what do you think is the most important thing to keep our eyes on for this game?
Well, with OG, I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot with both of these teams.
Yeah.
Both teams are very flexible.
Parang
both
ayaw.
teams have a lot of
Parang ayaw na ni Jenkins ah.
Players that are very versatile. Jackie Boys is very versatile. I guess you would want to focus on the things that you can predict.
Yeah.
Like Amar, for example.
Yeah.
I think you always know that he's going to be on some offlaner. Usually, you know, he's got a decent amount of them, but you know what his pool is, right? You're not going to see him on some new hero very often.
Ooh.
Well, there he is.
On the same... No,
never mind.
Wait.
I see Mars.
Oh, yeah, I had the exact same reaction. That being said...
He does Razor, though.
Okay, I want to point out, he did play Razor yesterday in a public play. He played a position 5, though, but he is a level 25 Razor. They did lose that game, by the way.
Bless him. But no, I think for me in the series, it's
Jenkins and Takakh. Jenkins, when
Ito
thinking
na tayo sa
about
Dota.
these two teams and them going
Game
head
na to,
to head
game
against each
1,
other,
game
what do you
1.
think is the most important thing?
You would want to focus on the things that you can predict.
Yeah.
10
like
seconds
Amar,
remaining.
for example. I think you always know that he's going to be on some
5
offlaner.
seconds remaining. Turn to ban.
Mainit to OG. Next Assassin, Razor.
You know what his pool
Uy,
is, right?
si Mars,
You're not going to see him on some new
pautang.
hero very often.
Ooh.
Well, there he is.
On the same... No, on
Never
the...
mind. I
Wait.
see Mars.
Oh, yeah, I had the exact same reaction. That being said...
He does Razor, though.
10 seconds remaining.
Legit na live stream load sa kabila ang daming palabas.
5 seconds remaining.
Ewan ko, bahala sila doon. Basta tayo.
They did lose
Tayo.
that game.
Nood lang kayo mga pre. Enjoy.
But no, I
Enjoy
think
the stream.
For me in the series, it's the clash of playstyles because OG is the team I've also probably said like Gaming Gladiators as well from EU. It's like the tri-core that wants to get fat. They're going to be aggressive still. They're not playing slow because they got some like 3 scaling cores. They're still playing in your face.
Enjoy lang mga pre.
If it loses the laning phase, if it gets picked apart by a super active
Walang
team,
makakapigil sa mga addict.
feel that kind of that weakness in that style of play. But
maganda yung laban eh. OG versus Bomb.
Gladiators get punished within their region, so maybe some SE.
Mamaya balikan natin EG versus T1. Abed versus Gabi.
They're targeting Amar too on Boom, by the way. They ban out the Huskar. That's an Amar.
5 seconds remaining.
They ban out the Timber. A lot of teams since OG, this version
Dire
of OG,
teams turn to ban.
you know, came out. They a lot of teams have been playing first phase Timber, and so even against non-OG, this is a pretty typical ban if a team can play Timber, but especially against Amar.
We finally get to see Seb play a different hero, by the way. Yeah. He played 2 games of Pug first series against Beast Coast, and also,
10 seconds remaining.
Seb's been playing in his pubs, you know? He's transitioning from the offlane to 5 to stand in for the team.
5 seconds
He's
remaining.
played a lot of Phoenix, 18 matches of Phoenix. 18, 50%
That's
win
very
rate, though.
fitting for the theme of the tournament, by the way.
Cool of him.
Radiant
He's played
teams
9
turn to
matches of
ban.
Io, 7 of Venge, 6 of Tree, 5 on Enigma. He's played support Faceless Void in the 5 role as well. So he has kind of, he's been experimenting a little bit, you know, and maybe we get to see that on day 1, maybe later down the line. But yeah, it's got to be ready for some random Seb 5 shenanigans.
10 seconds remaining.
God, Boom, like every single
5
draft they open
seconds
with something
remaining.
different. That's the crazy thing about this team. It's so hard to it's so hard to predict them. Like, I mean, they've opened Mars before, but they do like Mars Rasta.
Like, I'm scrolling back to try and find when Kotal Mars was their
It's
opening.
not a thing, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep going. Yep, no, it's, yeah. At least in the last 2 months,
Yeah.
Kotal Mars wasn't like an opening that they've done.
But I love that because it just means that they come in prepared and they know that OG probably watched their game before. You know, No Till would have, because they know that he knows that they're going to go up against Boom before, and this is something that OG will have had a tough time preparing for because they don't know what's coming out from Boom. Same thing can be said the other way around though, because we did say that OG is also a very flexible team. Razor, yes,
Dire
we
team
know
ban.
Amar played it a lot. Nyx Assassin, we've seen it here or there, but as an opening, we've not seen it that often either, I believe.
It's pretty, like, Nyx is just not a super picked hero. I've heard a lot of rumblings from pro players, though, that the occasional person thinks that Nyx is underrated, basically. And that Nyx is strong, like, you know, you Storm
10
Spirit, you
seconds
Coddle in
remaining.
every single game, you have Ember Spirits, like lots of heroes that you can spike Carapace and
5
Mana Burn, and
seconds
it's a big
remaining.
pain in the ass. But the Nyx Razor opening is something that we've seen a decent amount, at least the archetypes of heroes. Like, I remember there was also Nyx Death Prophet or Nyx Leshrac, and the idea is you have a ranged guy that does a ton of damage, that clears waves, usually that can hit towers. The 2 heroes laying together. Nyx Assassin doesn't want to clear waves, so having a hero that can do that is great. The Nyx is set up for the Razor, who absolutely shits out damage, but doesn't have any way of setting up on people. Nyx is plenty of setup for any of these heroes to do a ton of damage. Clockwork is another hero that fits in the same archetype. You can start
Dire
with Clock
teams turn to
plus
pick.
Razor. So I like the Nyx Razor
Radiant
because
teams turn
they're
to
against
pick.
Coddle. It's the Coddle counter.
It's also just, in the simplest form, yeah, Nyx and the Cuddle, like you just said, right? You're now not relying on your mid hero to have to be that jumping hero to catch it. Nyx will just be there, will get the stun off, deal with the Keeper Light, at least prevent that constant threat. You have multiple stuns, so yeah, it's just
10
a
seconds
nice way
remaining.
to keep her light. And I think heroes, and when you have meta heroes that rise up in
5
popularity,
seconds remaining.
the old classic counters, as long as they're not changed, they're still going to eventually come back in to be the counter.
Sure. Especially after enough buffs and of getting ignored in competitive play.
Wyvern, we've seen Beast Coast just lost a game with it, sorry. They were picking it to counter an Enigma, and in this game,
Radiant
OG
teams turn to
picking
Dire
it
teams
up.
turn to
That's pretty well. I'd say it does pretty well against Mars, just because when you get that Arena Spear combo,
Templar
you then put the
Assassin.
Cold Embrace, the Rebuke mitigated,
Yeah,
you're not really killing him.
And if the enemy team groups up to focus the guy that gets Arena, you just press Ult on Wyvern. And Wyvern just got buffed. His Q her Q lasts 2 more seconds
10
now.
seconds remaining.
And I had somebody come into a lane with Blightstone and go Orb of Corrosion.
5
and
seconds
just hit me
remaining.
from 10 million range away. It was really annoying. It's very good, and the win rate of this hero has increased by a decent amount too since the patch. So it's not a small change. It seems small, but when you also consider the cooldown on this ability has been reduced in now too.
And does the burn damage get rid of refraction? I believe yes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Over time, it unfortunately doesn't tick that quickly.
No,
it ticks like once every second or something like that. So, but it does eventually, and then you have the right clicks as well.
Ay, salamat sa pag-subs, tol. Salamat. Thank you. Thank you sa pag-sub sa channel natin.
Being a bit more aggressive.
Ay, salamat salamat.
Already shown from
Admiral Conker
picking a TA to put into the safe lane into a one-on-one matchup that is your counter and allowing for counter picks. I don't expect it. So I know Boom last time that they run Tree, TA, and Mars in combination. It was this mid TA, Tree just pushing out bot lane, allowing the carry to play in the jungle, and then you have this kind of forward aggression of Mars plus this kind of position 4 going. So they have done this strategy before.
5 seconds remaining.
How does a Templar Assassin lane against a Kunkka? I don't know if Kunkka is
Dire
going to be
teams
mid. There's
turn to
of course
ban.
a lot of flex potential as well on the side of OG, but I would imagine that at the moment seems to be the most likely.
I think TA wins that, just barely. I mean, most mid matchups these days are not like stomps in either direction.
Ooh.
Look at the vote. Finally, we actually get to see a
finally even vote.
Right.
Yeah, I love
10
it.
seconds left.
Although,
Decided?
dude, there's so many like ravenous SEA fans out there.
5 seconds
I feel
remaining.
like SEA should always.
I was
and
also,
the EU fans who are like,
yeah, the EU fans are like, you know.
All the secret fans out there spite putting Boom
Radiant
in.
OG is playing with the stand-in, and however great Seb is, still standing, hasn't played the season with the squad, so the synergy is probably going to be a little bit lacking.
I love the tweet though. You know, it is a 2-time TI winning stand-in.
remaining
in this team, because it's not like they're just interacting and Seb's in like CEO of OG mode, you know, and just working on the business side of things. Like he is interacting with these players constantly and acting as a role model to them.
And of course, the players also have spoken during the second tour highly of their interaction with the same esports psychologist that helped old OG during TI9. And they've had talks with her as well, and
10 seconds
been
remaining.
helping the team along, and they all have said good things.
Yeah.
5 seconds
that's
remaining.
Big. Her stock is like insanely high after winning 2 TIs from
winning
OG.
2 TIs, the Astralis, he has Go Run.
Yep.
Pretty good too.
Yeah, pretty insane.
Yeah.
Trying to think for Boom right now. The last time that they played this lineup, they had Razor themselves, a semi-core. But I'm trying to think, like, to Wyvern is somewhat unanswered for right now, because you're relying on the TA to find and blow up with like a quick meld strike here, or the Mars to Arena find the Wyvern to get the initiation off. Because if Wyvern's contested on the back, getting the embrace, being able to reset the fights, Boom might just struggle. So
yeah, I think it's definitely struggle city against Wyvern right now. You've no, I mean, Mars is your best.
Like, the other thing they could do is just complete curveball. First time, I don't think your Parch played mid coddle, but you just like throw that on mid, some like quick Dagon timing. You just put the TA carry, whatever.
Just did the exact same thing.
Exactly. So maybe based on like just the research, they just kind of surprise OG with a left field, but we'll see. Yeah, taken. They got 20 seconds left on this pick. Who's Wuxi looking towards that? He's looking
Dire
towards
team's
right.
turn to pick.
Oh, really? Okay.
All right.
Well, that's a backline jump.
Yeah.
Wyvern.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. All right.
Nice cloud.
Yeah. That's a great pick.
The only thing I feel like Boom might be lacking is disable.
They're going to rely on it's overgrowth in Arena, and then it's the
10
fact that when
seconds
they get
remaining.
onto a hero, that hero probably will be dead from the double jump.
5
right?
seconds
of course,
remaining.
Cold Embrace. I think for Boom, it's mainly Ricky needs to have like nice laning phase, and every item puts team in a forward position of looking for that fight, looking for the kind of take that kind of engagement. Because if they don't, then OG can get tanky really quickly. Quick BKBs, you brush off that diffusal from Ricky, you just kind of run through Boom. So it's a really fun pick for sure.
I have to say something. I can't let this sit for Amar. I could not recognize which one of these players was Amar because I'm so used to seeing the worst camera angle possible.
That is true.
Of him.
Yep.
It's like
No, it's not camera angle. It's just there's no light bulb in the room.
He's got no light bulb, and he puts the camera on his chin. He puts it on.
He has a GoPro.
No.
It's a GoPro, but not from the head. It's wrapping around and from the chin.
You understand that this is the major, right? And all the other regions watching that aren't from Western Europe.
Okay, last pick nila.
I'm just saying.
Oh, SK.
Seeing him look like that.
Yan, isa sa mga nagpataas ng MMR natin yan, SK. Magaling yung offlane namin eh. Taas pa naman ang win rate ng SK ngayon. COVID. Boss Marvin na bara. Wala pa pre, wala pa tayong COVID.
This is the lighting. Okay,
the lighting is horrible too.
Yan, tara. Nod na tayo, nod. FBC, Mars, Scam Trent, Templar Assassin, Yopaj, Jack Boys, Ricky. Oy, bago to, Carry Ricky, mga sir.
It's a weird matchup where I've seen sometimes
shoutout sa Ubuhay. Boss Jello versus Warap, sir.
Such low armor.
Taiga, Nix Assassin, Amar, Razor, offlane ha. Ayaw nga pala, dito pala si Seb. Naglalaro nga pala dito si ano, si Seb. Coach nila si Ana, Coach nila si Notel, di ba? Kaya coach nila si Ana, hindi magsasalita yan. Hoy, Nogizaka, ayusin. Kamusta, Nogizaka? Uwi na.
If you have the vision from the tree with the shard already pre-scouting out, finding kind of the necessary information, pretty cool.
You know who wins this mid? The person who puts the sentry down. That's who wins this mid.
Next level it, get yourself 2 sentries. No?
You just 6 sentry it. Just go a bunch of sentries. Because legit, every single time I see a Sanking like lose a sentry, lose a sentry battle, he loses the lane. He wins the lane if he wins a sentry battle. That's it.
Tree versus minimal tower damage.
Maybe he's not really like that anymore.
Line up base mga sir. Tingin nyo, ano mananalo?
Will Scam do on his Dream Protector, and how many sentries will be used in the middle lane? We're gonna find out together with OD Pixel on phone.
Maganda caster dito mga sir. OD Pixel to eh. Bahala na si OD Pixel dito. Makiyoyo na lang tayo. Yan, nod na tayo, nod. Ricky Carry mga sir. Sabayan ko to si ano. Si OD Pixel. Oh, nag-GG na agad ah. Joke lang. Yopaj, Jack Boys, Boom Teams, KOTL teams pala to eh. Oh, report, di gumagalaw oh. Uy, ang gaganda naman ng mga to. Grabe naman yan, teams. Grabe naman yan, teams. Dito sa kabila pa, tingin. Ginto ah, gintong dragon lang. Mahirap. Kay teams pa rin, panis pa rin kay teams. Eh, no?
Pretty good chakra targets as well.
Wala. Panis sila kay boss teams, iba talaga si boom yolo talaga to. OG kalaban.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Hindi, kaya nila to. 30
seconds to battle. Tricore that OG's gone for scaling, but I wouldn't say that Boom doesn't scale. They scale extremely hard. I think their late game is also pretty crazy. They also have great ways to defend and fight around towers, good ways to take Roche, so yeah, this should be a pretty crazy game.
Mahal daw yung gintong Viper. Ito pala, mahal daw to. Yeah, ayaw nga, mahal pala to. Yung genuine hatchling, mahal nga to. Ayan na talaga. Game 1 mga sir. Nood na tayo.
I would probably give a slight edge to the TA just because that armor, even though you're playing in mid lane around your tower is tanking and you've got Sandstorm and all that to farm.
Ayan, shoutout kay Basuroli Javier. Sabi niya, need daw i-unlock. Oo nga eh.
The timing for the Sanking, I think, will still be fine.
3 unlock style yata. Style 3. Para nakita ko kanina.
Let's see how Seb does.
Yopaj versus
Used to play
BZM.
in the past, even with OG. They always like to have some type of combos with it, and that's, for me, also that's one of the more important things about Wyvern. It's not just about being able to, you know, in this game, fly out of arena, heal your teammates or anything. It's but
okay, Boss Jello, what's up? Salamat, Boss Jello. Salamat sa pag-subscribe, tol.
They have a lot of different ways to set up.
Oh, for sure.
Valorant tayo sa minsan.
The cold embraces could be rather annoying for a lot of Boom's heroes when they try and go on under target. A lot of physical from Boom.
Absolutely. Could also maybe cause the setup for the Mars in some situations, but for the most part, yeah, it looks like it's going to be really strong. Because the only real stun on the side of Boom is FBZ on the Mars. They are quite lacking on it as Spearconnects.
Good stun, good damage here on the Seb. There's one of those beautiful combos here in the lane. Cold Mars, can have a lot of fun top there. Two of them, Tim.
No. FBZ's been a monster on his Mars too. For the last few months, he's just been dominating most games that he does play it.
Absolutely. You know, on a hero that we're seeing very much a lot of teams touching. This is a very popular hero on the offlane. Indeed, FBZ definitely standing towards the top of the offlaners right now.
He didn't get nerfed. Almost all the other ones did get touched in some type of way. Mars did not get changed almost at all. Taiga stepped up far. Scam, he'll get Leech Seed, but Luke will push away the Ricky.
Jackie having to back off, but yeah, Scam still punching hard. It's the two of them.
Yuragi. Kakaiba na yung mga post 1 ngayon eh, no?
Pretty nicely, Tims, and
kaya ang sarap panood ng Major.
Bring a lot of mana to the lane. They're up to sit back. Bottom. I'm going to try for the jump on Tiger, but stuns at the ready. Odds back to two of them, but Boom achieving that push back on OG, making sure that Jackie has the space.
Your admiral is on board.
For the temple.
Even though it's a Razor down there, I don't think he's going to be able to slow down the Ricky's farm very well at all. Treant is just one of those heroes that just always guarantees farm, it feels like, for whatever core you have. So much pressure always offsets everything with Leech Seed. If you have a melee, if you can actually play around that Leech Seed, it's really strong. As he is.
Denied.
Looks like BZM did win the Sentry Ward for the time being in the mid lane, but TA still coming out ahead because you can get a bit more denies and whatnot. So Yopaj definitely comfortable in this matchup. We are seeing BZM stack up his small camp, so he'll catch right back up right afterwards, actually, already triple stack.
It looks like it's just going to be a scenario where both mids are going to get their farm.
Yeah, kind of as we expected. Both of them can farm Ancients as well. So, yeah, boom, look at that.
And in terms of the timings, I'd imagine there's going to be this period of the game if both BZM and Yopaj are hitting those times with their first few items. And we'll see BZM get a bit more involved before Yopaj is ready to do so himself. It'll take him a bit more time as the TA.
Yeah, it's going to come from different sides. Like on the side of Boom, I think the aggression's going to come more from
Denied.
Jackie, and they're just going to play with the Mars and stuff, and he can get involved with the rest of his other two supports. But could be a bit difficult for them to make aggressive plays on Boom, unless the Mars is turning up. Like I said, they only have one type of stun until they have their ultimates online from the tree.
Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse.
Tignan natin mga item din nila. Tsaka yung paglalagay nila ng words.
There's less than 1k in it. Overall, as you pointed to earlier, Boom, I think they will very much be happy that that bottom lane, Razor is just not proving to be a huge issue.
Ikot naman namin itong camera na to, bottom nga kami.
They're playing it very nice.
Ako magko-control, guys.
The bullying by Scam. Scam doing a great job of getting in the faces of Tiger and Amar, making sure that they don't have the opportunity to really focus Jackie.
I think it's just a pick too. I think it's like the Ricky versus that Razor lane. He's able to just jump out every single time, in and out.
Alam ko binuff din to eh. Kaso yung first kill yata.
Much easier ways of last hitting.
Binuff tong Arctic Burn eh dun sa update.
That last pick is really quite interesting, especially for that lane matchup.
Arctic Burn ba o yung eto? Splinter Blast. Para mas mabilis na yung animation.
Very unlikely that we see this Ricky go down.
Kasi mabagal yung animation ng dati.
It's not until we have some sort of rotation from OG.
Hindi ko lang alam kung yun
his first move down there.
So you gotta steal this.
Di kasi ako nag-win to.
Looks like
pero nabasa ko lang.
He's got good damage.
They'll see it start getting worked on, but I don't know if they can even move in time. Great word from Tims. He literally just walked into playset about 30 seconds ago or so.
That's a really nice boost to Yopaj in this early game. Taking that completely away from OG.
Good Sabin. He could just die here.
I mean, Tims is going to have to blast. But another trap, slow set.
Ay, thank you po sa pag-subscribe sa channel natin.
A good boost for your
Radiant's middle tower could use some
close that
help.
gap on BZN now. Pretty much both dead even on these mid laners. So they're really pushing to the limits the farm they can
Dire
get out
have
of this early
fortified their
stage.
structures.
Level 7 na si Yopaj. Sa top. Level 5, Kungka, Mars.
Great move.
Level 5.
Gotta love your supports.
Movement in mid. DZM. Uy, na-deny. Uy, hindi. Ah, nice nakuha. Nabattle.
Very, very close to being denied there by Tims.
Mabagal din yung hit shot.
Top lane, FBZ, about a creep wave away from hitting the 6.
Bottom lane. Asaran pa rin sila dito.
Quiet lane up top.
May wards. Grabe yung warding dito ng OG.
They were battling over the poles and whatnot. Tim's look like he ended up winning that after some time. Now, surrounding toward mid.
I'm going to try and make a move here with BZM. Especially off the back of this arcane. It'd be a great time for them to find that jump, but Tims, he's playing it safe, making sure that he doesn't get caught within range of the
Naku, nakita.
to take away some of the stats.
Naku, nakita yung kayamanan, mga sir.
So what Boom want to do about this?
Nasa nakuha, nakita. Naku po, nice Yopaj.
Going in onto Tiger.
Ganda naman ng ginawa ni Tims doon.
They can't contest once the TA and the Mars are there. They will take, I think they got most of them. I think the Blast got 1 or 2 maybe of the smaller creeps, but similar plays from both sides. 0-0, Owen.
That's pretty crazy.
7 minutes. Grabe, no? 7 minutes na. Hindi pa nagkaka-first blood.
When it comes to kills, I mean, we haven't really seen either side getting anyone close to dying.
Good link there from Amar. Do see a ward now placed. Gets taken out instantly from Schem. Limited vision right now for the side of OG. Did they lose both of their obs? Someone must be holding one of them. I didn't see where the other one was, but
yeah, they put what
I saw they lost that one. Yeah,
out of the camp. That one got taken out quickly.
Yeah, so they'll have a little bit of lacked information now for these next few moments without any wards. But there's farming. Yaragi, much armlet done already. Giving lane to Seb while Yaragi jungles with that armlet. Amar continuing to try to pressure bottom, try to slow down Jackie, but he does have to be a little careful. Yeah, just super passive game. Both teams just very content with farming, setting up for runes. And in this BCM also. Close.
Yeah, Boomer making it very hard for OG to set up any sort of moves around this mid. Let's have a look if they can step up the action now. The Blink Dagger. It's done on BZM. See bottom. TP. It's going to be held off on Tiger.
Ganda rin ang Razor nito. Yan, tingin tayo sa skin. Sa skin.
An opportunity to jump in.
I think they're baiting. I think Amar wants to bait.
Opo, just go up.
He is baiting.
Patay yata dito. Ito na yata yung first natin. Hindi. Kalma lang, kalma.
That's the ult coming out from Amar.
I think Schem just scouted BZM too, so they should be aware of that Blink Dagger now.
Hop, wala silang stock dyan, Schem.
A little bit of wasted time there for OG. 2K
Tingko wala naman silang stock eh.
Able to farm these ancients on Yopaj.
Okay na one.
He's going Blink as well too, so it looks like I think it's better because he has the Ricky. I think he wants to get more involved.
Sarap ng ano ng farm dito ng TA.
On the side of OG.
Dagger na to mga sir.
I mean, yeah, that's
grabe support na.
When you consider their cause, once FBZ's ready to walk in,
Dagger na to.
TA and Ricky blinking in, they're just going to be deleting.
Laking tulong ng stock.
They're going to be quick with the reactions.
Yan, sa mga ano natin dyan. Yan, may bagong movement. Uy, epic. Patay ito. Ito na pala yung first blood. Ay, ito na. Lumabas na ang first blood. BZM.
Finally able to break the peace and quiet that we've had. It's not necessarily the biggest of kills.
Okay lang yun.
First, but making it that a little bit financially sweeter.
They will refill the bottle too. Amar does come back down for BZM.
Pinadalaw na yung bottom.
Now for about 90 seconds or so, so maybe they feel like they can make their own move. Because that is a significant chunk of the early damage that OG has if Yaragi isn't there.
There we go. Fight time.
Ano ba ito yung Falcon? Diretso, Ian.
Haste rune. Haste! He just gave it to him. Oh, Yopaj was a bit slow on that.
I could have maybe gone quicker with the blink. Yaragi, he steps in, takes it. About that one, so missed out on the opportunity to go for a kill.
On Dire's top
Must have been like looking somewhere else for a second, and then as soon as he saw it, oh god! To get away with that one there. Top Seb. He might not be so lucky.
Uy! Si Yopaj. Gabi. Uy, patay din.
My way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
KOTL bottom.
So they get something in return.
Hindi natin nalipat agad doon. Ang bilis ng pangyayari.
Are those cracks in Dire's top
Starting to
tower?
step up the pressure.
Step lively.
Dire's top tower is
To kill
falling.
Jackie.
Bilis mag-farm yan.
And difficult for them to really ever
So May?
pressure towers. I know that's something
Radiant's
that
middle
T
tower is
mentioned
under
toward the end of the panel there. Also something I always
Tapang
feel like
naman ng
we've been
wedge na
mentioning a
to.
lot now with the terrain protector. Just pressuring early is very complicated. Taking towers early can get pretty difficult if you don't have
Your
natural
admiral
push.
is
We
on
already see
board.
mid tower. It was down to half HP. It's already getting healed up from the tray.
Likot naman itong director na to.
Looking to play.
Grabe no?
more of
Grabe
that
yung
farming
word
style,
things
but
ni
it should
Lo.
work because of this trade for now.
Sobrang triangle. Tapos ito pa sa baba.
Yeah.
Advanced na masyado.
Slowed down pace of this early game.
Same time though, I don't think OG's too fussed about just sitting back and farming either.
Not much good's happening
they've
to
got these
Radiant's
huge
bottom
team
tower.
Nagpalit na sila.
Combos,
Nagpalit na.
They are playing versus a lineup.
Uy. Medyo naglag.
Those look pretty good.
Ayun na nahuli. Ako po, Diyos ko po. Ako po, natusok. Let's go. Sinampay. Sinampay sa Wheatley.
On FBZ now too, so yeah, could definitely see Boom just continue to look to set up kills all over around OG. OG, only way to make plays really is with BZM.
Diffusal
I was
yata
thinking
ito.
the only player who plays for Boom was going to be with FBZ.
Ano
but
na po ni
because of
ni
Yopaj,
Yopaj?
it opens up a bit more of the game.
Pa Dragon Lance na.
Dire's bottom
Dragon
tower is
Lance
being
BKB
chipped
Dragon.
away.
Kaso nauwa na to.
Again, able to take away some of their farm. He's going to go for the TP out. Nothing to stop it. So getting himself very close to having the boots to travel on top of the blink.
They never did TP out though, so Yopaj looking to get a bit aggressive onto Taiga. They don't have too much time.
To fully commit there with the threat of the spike carrier.
Kaya ba to?
Turning things around.
Hindi niya ako kaya.
Top.
Pinipihan lang. Oy, umabot. Nice one, teams.
Nice kills. This extra bit of money for Jackie to be picking up in these early stages, speeding up that diffusal blade timing.
Ito na.
It's going to be coming pretty soon. This is going to be a solid first time timing here on the
Diffusal on Jackie boys.
And it'll be painful. They'll make the
Jack
King's
boys
life a lot more
diffusal.
miserable.
Resibo na
Some
lang
small
mga sir.
changes to the Sanking
Luto
as
na.
mana costs have gotten buffed. Like every little
So
thing
ito na.
matters. And he is
Nakita,
fairly
ay,
squishy
kita ba?
versus a
Hindi.
Ricky who's gonna
Wala
have that
silang-
out so early. Taiga?
Buti na lang.
Boom doing
Wala, may
a
wards.
solid job of keeping their half of the map very hard for OG to
Hindi ka na sila doon mga sir.
Another ward taken. Look at OG has no vision really. Their information is gone. Boom has perfect wards up, everything covered. Having a bit of a better early game, and with that BZ with Blink now,
Dire's
they should
middle
overall
tower is
have
under
better team
attack.
fight. Just easier to set up of the team fights.
Diffusal na si Ricky. Ito na, dinideliver na yung diffusal. Yopaj. Foreman smoke. Ganda ng binibigay nilang space kay Jack boys, no? Patay talaga pag may nakita dito. Regen.
Fight that OG can bring. It's just a
Wala.
question of whether OG is going to be ready and actually grouped up to respond to these invasive moves here from Boom.
They're gonna go on BZM right away. It looks a little awkward, but it'll still come back in. The portal goes out.
Nabuhay.
We'll buy him some time.
Nabuhay, Razor. Uy. Mali pa. So, patay pa rin. Kaso patay Trent. Kapag patay pa rin.
Jump over from BZM, also able to catch.
Patay si Teams. Sakit to. Tusok.
Double kill.
It's not over yet. Jackie sees an opportunity to jump
Radiant's
straight
middle
back
tower
into
shouldn't have to
Tiger.
take this abuse.
And it 2 for 2. OG being the team that loses a core out of it.
Can't believe the Sanking survives. Almost way worse for OG than this one. Still probably Boom winning that engagement because of them getting the cleanup kills on Jackie with his defusal.
And they're bumping that lead up a little bit more. 3k lead now for Boom.
And right back to mid. BZM still in the area though. Level 2 FB
Ano,
online, and he is continuing to
ano
slow
ba
down the
item ni
intensity
Jack
push.
boys? Dragon Lance na to.
Taiga will
Malamang
refill
des.
bottle, but now
BKB next
should be
niya.
trying to ramp up pressure even more.
Ni Yopaj.
They could just keep going.
Jack boys, nakaluwag-luwag na sa buhay. BKB din. BKB shards. Meanwhile, nako, may EP tayo nakita doon. Ito na, ay kinancel. Na-smoke. Kaso patay pa rin. Uy, na-X-Mark. Cancel.
Jackie out with the blink. They get away from that turret just in time. Boom, they'll miss. Oh, limit the casualties here. Just losing FBZ.
OG ready for it this time around. All playing around their jungle. BZM, I think he got spotted bottom, so he just used his boots to travel down there.
Natin item nila.
To make a move around the mid lane because of that.
KOTL, 4-star. Taren. Post 5 to, Taren. Diffusal on na tayo. Ito na. Kaya Admiral, kunat. BKB na rin to Admiral.
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower.
Tanking is the conversion. A little too much for the rookie to bite through on his own.
So he will be able to
BKB
finish up BKB. So Yuragi, he will be real strong.
Naku, nice pa to ni, ano to, ni Taiga.
Continuing to just scout out on top of Yopaj, who has this haste rune. We can't set up onto him. Yeah, it's still a quiet game for the most part. 5-5. Both teams content with just farming up that first item after their initiating items.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
BZM, shard's done. Much more damage now for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
like
attack.
Epicenter just keeps coming back up, so still very close game. 2K lead for Boom, just continuing to stay stagnant.
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower.
Parang BKB game to. BKB na ba? Wala pa, wala pa.
Maker, as a keep of the light, he's getting pretty farmed. A step ahead. Quite a bit of any other support in the game. As expected here, Tim's on one of his top heroes here. He's farming up a tree.
Just continue to shove the waves. 2-step keeps having to react.
Yun lang.
But because of reacting, Ricky in position. Oh, catch.
Killing spree.
Stuck for a second there.
They're beating on Dire's top tower. Swiftly to the temple's defense.
Wala pa gaano si Yuragi, no? Pero big na siya dito, Mazor.
He's able to keep finding these pickoffs.
Are those cracks in Dire's top tower?
Resibo pa. Lamang na ng 3K dito.
Radiant structures have been snow fortified.
Network,
Radiant's bottom
last
tower's
hit.
got problems.
Makes sense.
They're beating on
Hero
Dire's top
level
tower.
15 na.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Playing it smart on the edge of the sandstorm.
Dire's top tower is
Yan,
under
nahuli.
attack.
Catch him in the arena, but he's immediately. He's out of the boat.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems. Radiant's bottom tower.
Na-ulti. Yun lang. Nakapite ka ba? Hoy! Patay! Nakabig na yun. Sakto yung BKB.
Killing spree.
Nice one! Oops.
Seeing if he can lock down any further member of OG, but it won't be the case. The one that's coming out there, it's just Tiger going down at the end of it all.
Both teams very content to look for the fights though. All 10 heroes jump lane immediately.
BCM, wala siyang BKB dito, tol. Pero ito, nahuli na dito sa Razor. Nice tusok by FBZ. Grabe naman dito ang Boom Esports.
They can use the chakra with the melds to stack it up too. Don't know if OG can contest because they actually don't have any ults either. From that last fight, they used everything.
Grabe naman Boom dito. 3K gold lead para sa Boom. First rush. Saglit lang, oh. Alam kaya to. Dito i-contest eh.
Most dream initiations, he is starting the fight. He is causing OG to react to him.
I wonder where he goes.
Yeah, Yopaj massive. Very fast timing on that blink BKB Dragonlance.
Hindi ko alam kung anong nangyari kay Kuya mo BCM eh, pero pa BKB na siya dito. Narinig niya na ang iyong hilong kaibigan. Pa BKB na siya dito. Tusok yata. Diyos ko po. Ang lambot. Ano na ba po ni TA natin? Baka boss Yopaj to. BKB Dragonlance. May talent na Cyblade siya rin, tsaka attack speed. Oh. Baka nabigla na to dito. Bakit patay dito, Trent? Oh, si Seb dito, ano? Support si Seb dito, ay Misha. Palit sa Misha. Kasi dahil sa ano, visa. May ano sa visa yung ano. Nahuli yata dito. Cold Embrace. Uy, na-ulti. Kaso dito tusok. Ayaw.
making sure they get the job done. They still get that kill on Tiger.
Ubus yung mga puno. Abot ba? Abot? Agoy. Naka-sidestep.
To just play aggressive here. He's got that Aegis.
Nahuli. Patay.
Tusok. Onto the Sand King. They've got the spear.
Patay ito, patay.
Cold Embrace comes to an end. Boom. They pick up another.
Wala yung tulong ng KOTL eh. Wala nang mana si... Wala nang mana si Jack Boys. Auto bigay eh.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Punishing them. So infinite mana, of course, as we see so much.
May
in Coddles.
Yeah, the calls.
Ang bilis pa ng regen, no? 7 seconds lang. 6 seconds lang. May arcane agad kayo. Oh. Grabe.
Dire's middle tower just went down.
It's the supports are doing work, but it's like in a weird way, right? Because it's mostly the Mars and the TM who's doing like the flashy stuff, but Coddle's chakring them, Triad's armoring them, he's providing control too, so really good stuff from Boom right now. And Scam, he's about to have Blink Dagger. So we're talking a lot about how the BKBs for OG might be a timing that they'll be able to come back in. Scam's gonna have Blink.
They've got him in time. No, they've not got anything. He's away. No patch. Hiding in the trees. Boom, we'll start to split up a little bit now.
Going for Lotus onto FBZ. Really good Lotus game.
Great. I mean, they just sort of slam that down on the Ricky or the TA. They can commit in and they don't have to worry about that static link.
Static like stuns aplenty, Wyvern Prince, etc. So many.
The smoke screen down. Great silence into the arena, forcing them to have to use the BKBs. Tiger gets protected. They're in with the link of the curse. They've locked down Yopaj. If they can finish him off,
mega kill.
Comes in Tor as well. They jump over this time. Good start of the fight. That comes in from Tiger.
Unstoppable! Double kill.
Got the control on FBZ.
Double kill.
With the shield, the rebuke, but he still falls. OG, can they catch Yopaj here second time? Already out, will be able to retreat. So a bit of a punch back there from OG, taking the fight to Boom, into Boom's Aegis.
Great curse from Seb. He actually gets the setup, and then they get the follow-up from BZM afterwards. Scam TP's in versus these BKBs and just dies before he gets a single spell off on the Tree Protector. So great spell usage from Seb and his positioning. Feels like one of the first ones that they actually are able to like punch back a little bit versus
6k gold din sa Boom. Medyo ano tayo dun
Definitely
2 versus 1. Pero
the team fight potential that OG's heroes can bring.
Patay din sana TA dun kaso ayun na may Aegis pa.
The combos.
Buti na lang may Aegis.
If they can land all these combos, it was both synergized into a Wyvern, into a Sand King. It was really well
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But they still didn't kill the big targets, right? We do still see Jackie. We do still see Yopaj continue to have these free games.
Yopaj is very close to having that death, so Seb, it's going to have to be even quicker with the cold embraces, because it's going to get to the point where with that meld strike, some of these heroes might be taken down.
Taras na to. Taras ba sa Tanic?
Dart also picked up for Ricky.
Pero may gem na sila.
Just control somebody out of the fight entirely, or allow
sana wag malaglag yung ano gem. Mamala yung turnover to pag naubo sila. May jeb ng hawak yung Kongka.
Fantastic range on it as well. You have to be so careful with the positioning.
Big na ba to? Wala pa, resibo pa, resibo. Razor, BKB na rin to eh. Mag-sa at ASY.
To a stop with that sleep dart. It's going to be very hard for OG to bring them together as they want to.
Pag napag-deso to, auto one hit eh. Ay na yata, deso na, yahatid na.
Now thrown onto Yuragi. He's got Satanic done now too, so quietly continuing to keep up with that TA as this Kunkka. Nearly 300 last hits on the Kunkka too, Yuragi. Just farming up a storm. And now they're going to look to fight with this timing. So 19 on Kunkka, Satanic, he's holding Gem.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
It's what opening they can get.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
Uli yata dito.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A bit of time, just buying that opportunity for backup to come in. Make sure you get
the top
kills.
And they smoke instantly. They know that OG's likely to be making a move when they made that move bottom, so they're gonna go and smoke and meet their TA up top.
Now Tim's and Yopaj, they want to fight. Once the rest of the boys turn up, Boom's gonna be ready to bring this to OG.
They know. So FBZ did show himself in the mid lane. So OG got to position themselves really carefully now. See all of them hiding inside the tree line. Scam, Blink coming on the courier. They can scout behind you. They now saw when
Jackie's just heading in. Well, notice that they do see him. DX, but
no, may gem yan, may gem. May gem ko ko.
Lose this tower this early on still. Looking to fight around.
Yeah, Boom. As aggressive as they are, they don't want to go diving the tier 2. They very much respect the ultimates that OG have. And if they do all commit in around that sort of enclosed area, those ultimates could certainly set up a
may
solid
gem kasi. Medyo GG, may gem.
Jump in, kill somebody immediately, and then poke and prod. Like you said, can't play inside of like a cluster area. It could be disastrous. Arcane Rune and a haste on the TA right now. Yopaj. Arcane's about to take out, but he's in the bottle.
Tingnan ang mga item natin.
Keeping the control.
Ito na, nagkabigayan. Ay, kita na. Tanggal.
Can't save that one though.
Lotus Orb sa Mars. Dagger na yung trait, makaka-execute na rin siya.
I think Tim's bought his own gem now too.
Radiance yata ito.
On the Coddle too.
Radiance sa Ricky.
More and more gem pickups earlier. Especially when there's TAs and I mean TA and a Ricky in the game.
So binigay na nila kay TA yung damage. Sorry naman, panggulo si Ricky boys. Razor, BKB, pare-pressure na ba? Hindi, mag-ano, kiras. Wyvern. BKB, ayun, BKB na something dito.
Into that. Tim's has split from them for now.
Nix, wala pang post 5.
It is scary. Now that with no vision, you can't find this. You can't find this Wyvern. So Boom's looking to play a little
Ganda rin ang pagkakabili nila ng gem.
But still getting themselves like the gold still continue to go.
Satanic na dito. Si Yuragi.
On either side.
Satanic, tingin ko, ayun na, Silver Edge pala, Satanic Silver Edge yung next item niya. Masakit sila, masakit. Ganda ng combo ng OG ah. Pag na-execute lang, ng maganda.
He's got the Philosopher's Stone for the last like 10 minutes almost too, so yeah, he's loving life.
Living that Cottle life.
He's gonna pass a bar at some point in this game, it's really starting to feel like. Scouting the Roche, 50 seconds till that's up.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Boom has a great idea of where OG is standing right now because their tier 3 was just getting hit by creeps, so. BZM, they'll walk in to just break the smoke.
Death comes in 3.
Yeah, Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
As you say, they're pretty much knowing exactly where OG is playing for the last minute.
Yeah. Because no one's addressing mid. Look, these creeps are just continuing to hit tier 3. Like, if no one's hitting on this, they're usually playing on that side.
So side top base ba yan?
Boom's on their own side, so they know there's only one place that OG will be.
Sibas ba yun? Oops, ito na, nahuli na isa. Naku, yari. Si scam pa to. Napag-ulti ba? Uy, napag-ulti! Uy, sayang. Sayang. Uy, no. Nahuli, iiwan na rin. May ulti pa Wyvern dito. Kaya, uy, silence. Yun lang. Yan, tama yung inuhuli ni, ni Jack Boys. Nice one, Jack Boys. Naku, naipit si Seb dito. Wala na to. Nice one, Seb. Nice one, Jack Boys. Tinamaan. Naku, may ano to. May gem. May Satanic yata to. Laglag ang gem. Kanino gem? Yun na, kinuha na ni KOTL yung gem. Oo. Kinukulit ni Jack Boy si si Wyvern. Di nga maka-ulti Wyvern eh.
Scam didn't even die the
Oh.
whole time. He actually just walked out and survived somehow.
Ayun na, naki-scam na yung gem. Buti ka na mamatay si Scam pero naka-ulti pa eh.
He has a completely free fight, untouched.
Sa Tinkerward meron. 11k gold lead para sa Boom Esports natin mga chong. Tingnan natin with TA. Yan, si TA lang namatay para dito pero okay lang.
Now in a super comfortable position and we're really
Di pa to tapos mga sir ha? Alam niyo naman ang OG.
Has been for them.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah, perfect. Just the clouds as well too, just being annoying.
Second rush up.
Constantly in and out of the fight. And now Roche.
Ano yan, mas matagal, mas masakit yung critical. Akala.
Just gonna be even more of an irritation than OG OG has to deal with.
Wala, mas matagal, mas masakit yung crit eh.
On top of the Lotus on Tims, who, as we said, very soon to pass Amar in farm.
Second rush.
Put down Roshan. I trust there was a good reason.
Second rush.
On the traps. Could be really obnoxious for the side of OG.
Second rush, pero ito next assassin. May wards ba to? Okay, meron. Magkakita niyan.
It's so hard for
Kita
them to
niya to,
set up for
kita
the
niya.
fights because they did go for these BKBs. Like, it's not your natural build on a Ricky, but Jackie, because of this, is just free reign in the fights. They have to put all the attention on Yopaj, as you said. And now with Aegis, not sure how they take this next fight.
Hurricane Pike pala siya. Nag-Hurricane Pike muna siya.
They need to get the combo.
Hindi niya tinuloy ito.
Really seen from OG being able to fight back.
Kasi nahawakan din siya eh, Razor.
Land the combo of spells properly with the curse, tanking, etc. And Boom just not giving them those opportunities.
Ay, buo pa pala yung bottom na tire.
18-9.
Yung mapapush na nila doon.
Very disciplined game from Boom.
Very disciplined game daw by Boom.
Dyer's bottom
Op, nakawa dito si Amar. Na-silence, nakaputok. Uy, may wyvern. Uy, nice one! Uy! Wala, naipit. Napabigay ba ito si Jack Boys?
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
He just really wanted to hold his BKB as long as possible, and gets hit by the dart and dies because of it. So a little bit of a slip up there from Amar, just really not wanting to use it, but dies because of it.
Great die. I mean, catching him
Nagbigay ba siya?
just as he was able to pass up to the high ground.
Pero forma na SOD para sa team ng OG.
And there you go, Tims has now surpassed Amar.
Dyer's bottom tower needs some
Naku po!
help.
Na-shoot! Naku, na-silence!
He's ready to take this fight here.
Oh, patay ata. Uy, nice Lotus Orb! Nice Lotus! Pag-ulti. Ay, dito to. Uy, sayang. 18k gold lead para sa Boom Esports, mga tol. Ngayon pa lang nabasag yung Tyron. Ng bottom lane. Nalipire na pala to. Nalipire na pala si Tito Ricky. Dispel. Ako po, ganda naman nun. Kaso, nice to. Diffusal. Diffusal. Kaso, patay Wyvern. Buyback Wyvern. May ulti pa Wyvern. Hindi maka-ulti Wyvern. Wala siyang sight kay ano. Kay Ricky. Hindi, pero may center sila dun eh. Kaso natuhog siya ni ano eh. Naisampay siya sa gilid ni Busy.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Almost like headless in the fight, so he can't stick on a target.
It's hard. I mean, we're seeing, you know, he has to do it during like the BKBs. Once
Dyer's bottom tower is being Dyer's bottom tower always did get short shrift.
It's just not happening. Outside of his spells, the ultimates, getting the chance to get a good few Tidebringer slaps in onto the whole team of Boom, it's just impossible to do.
And it gets him into a weird position when he goes in to go for these right clicks, because they're playing really good around the control. The Coddle in this tree protector, particularly on FBZ. Yeah. They're really controlling everybody.
And it's just the way things scale, right? You sort of this strength here that's coming in, you know, he's in like, and then meanwhile you got like a TA and Ricky like, you can't match that. And that's the fact of it.
That's the fact of it. Yeah, he really can't stick on almost anything. Oh, an illusion bait.
And they
everything.
It was a practice team. It was a bit of rehearsal, you know, they're like, hey, we can practice on the illusion, then maybe we'll have a better shot.
Dyer's bottom tower needs some help.
Vendetta, Epi.
Report na lang, nag-Epi. Report, nag-Epi.
They baited it. I think they put the living armor on it.
Kawawa yung ilo.
A really clever bait there from Boom.
Na-bait si kuya mo. Na-bait si kuya mo, BZM. 70 minutes, 70 seconds. Epi, uy. Hindi ka kaibigan.
See what I can do here. And Boom's push is pretty good. And it's very safe as well, as we mentioned before, the two supports, you know. Skem's got that HP in check, and Tim's, he's got the mana in check, so boom, they can just stay outside of the base of OG. They don't need to go anywhere. They never need to back.
Hey, Coddle also provides a bit of the health too, you know, during that spirit form. He's healing too. Yeah, crazy amount of sustain. As I feel like every time I've looked at Boom's heroes, everyone's like full mana, full health. They're always just ready to fight.
Galing nun. Your admiral is on board.
Clear talaga agad.
Scaling items FBZ as we mentioned. Lotus R BKB, soon AC.
Radiance na yata.
Just two cores. Incredibly well with this build up.
Mga pang labyrinth. Blocks of flames. Uy, huli. Ricky, nakikita mga sir. Kaso maka-out yan eh.
I save it. Keeps Jackie out of the action. Ready to reset.
I think they got the Lotus before the Link, so he was getting the attack damage back. Tome of Knowledge looks like he's giving it to Yopaj, almost 25 on him. Close to his Hex as well, so more forms of catch, as we can see that Boom is having no problem with damage. A little bit more forms of disabling heroes. I know they're starting to get kind of trapped in their base. BZM trying to push out this wave. It's a risky move though.
Ako BZM. Hindi na abot. Uy, munti ka na. Pera ni Uy. Nakita.
Oh, burst strike out of the arena. Should be safe in.
Wala na, makakalis yan sa
Only just.
Walang arena of blood.
Big items coming out for either side. Yopaj, she's got the full Hex.
Radiant have fortified their structures.
I don't know how they kill FBZ now.
Radiant's top tower has looked
at
better.
least they do have their own AC finished on.
They do.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That actually does make it a little bit better at least.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Slow down this push, Yopaj.
Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
Ready to get in position from the side.
Dire have fortified their structures.
Out from OG.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
E-blade on BZM, so another way to help protect, but of course with that nullifier in play, Jackie's still going to be a huge struggle for OG to hold back.
Ganun pala yan. May rush pa ba to? Walang rush to.
They're going to try and start things on Yopaj. See if they can take down this TA, but they can't. Yopaj gets down to half HP and he's able to get the BKB off.
Great protection. They just Lotused him. And that will be, that's FBU, so it's 80 seconds now.
I guess Radiant
fortified their structures. Para sa Boom Esports.
But a glyph is used. Boom. Trying to prevent.
You know ba? Pinapabigay nila.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The BKB.
I think he tried to jump in for a spear onto somebody. Just didn't quite catch it.
I mean, they're holding it. They want to try and get out
tower shouldn't have to take this abuse.
So that BKB's down, and Roshan will potentially respawn in a few seconds. We'll see how short it's going to be. It's going to be a short one. 10 seconds until Rosh is up.
top tower deserves just as much help.
May regen mga sir.
BKB's still on cooldown for Yopaj.
Who's all together though?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a tough fight for OG to look for, but they have to make these sort of desperate plays.
Dire's
They're down
bottom
20k.
tower has shattered to
They've got to take risks if they want to get a chance at getting back in on this game.
I think that was a beautiful read from Boom. I think they just completely knew exactly what OG was looking to do there. And then bottom, once the tower starts getting hit and dies, they know exactly the positioning of it all. Good read there from Boom.
Shoutout sa inyo lahat mga pre. Sana hindi lang sa inyo yung stream natin. Enjoy lang, enjoy.
5 seconds for Epi.
Wala yata ang 40 to. Wala, 3 minutes pa.
Axis dropping.
Sila.
This deep vision as well, but
pero bumupas yung torre ng ano eh. Dito bottom na naman.
Don't quite get away with that cheeky of a vision setup.
Too hard for OG to ever get the wraparound on the back hero, so the Coddle and Trade just keep free casting.
Well, that Hex. Yopaj having no struggle getting these solo pickoffs, of course.
He's on board.
25 online. Even harder to kill this TA now. They're starting to get pretty close to 25.
Rush 3 up.
He's 24. Jackie's
Alam nila, alam nila.
actually behind on the Ricky. He's 22 even though he's been super active.
Alam nila, Rush 3. Uy, bumama. Walang X-mark yata ito.
Kiragi also Xing himself because of that Lotus. There's the jump, but the Lotus he was out in time. So Museum ends up staying on south. They drop the ball down on GTA, but they're forced down the side. Jopak, he's able to slide away from OG. COG still trying to commit in.
Patay na Wyvern. Uy, nice route. Kaso patay na dito. Ubus yata dito mga sir. Wala, di na-stun. Ano kayo, ipot dito, Jack boys. TP na, nag-TP. Iniwanan na. Grabe. Oh, trust to. Are you lost? 24k gold lead para sa Boom Esports. Naitulong ng Lalifier at saka nitong shard. TA, ano ba po ng TA? Yun po, may ano po, side of voice po. Uy, naka po natusok. Bilis ng kamay. Mutigan. Naiiwan dito. Lotus Orb. Nako, dieback to. Nako, dieback to mga sir. Dieback to mga sir. Dieback BZM dito. Dieback. Dieback is the key.
Also with his Lotus, it's so hard for OG to get away with these jumps.
It's insane how much Tim's was actually providing in the fight. Just even these little knockbacks, right? Just putting them out of position, especially the sanking, or putting them back into smoke screen over and over again. That was BZM's buyback.
Third Roshan.
It's a refresher shot.
Sino kaya magre-refresher? Refresher na ba to? Baka kaya Arena, sa Arena ibigay. Kaya mas kaya kuha ng refresher nito. Tingnan, ayun nga, refresher nga, kaya ano, busy. Refresher, 2 spears, BKB, 2 Lotus, 2 Upload, tapos na to mga sir.
They're closing this one up. Very
gusto na nilang tapusin. Uy, di ka na. Ayan na nga. Baka walang mana. Ayan na. Walang mana yung ano. Walang mana. Ayan na, meron na. Kaso, hindi niya pa klinik-klik. Matay. Nice one, Boom Esports. Sakit. At ito.
Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Watching poor Taiga like mana burning heroes and then Tim's
napa-fortify.
Nick's assassin Taiga not having
napa-fortify mga sir.
Like to this time around.
Were those cracks in Dire's top tower?
Very likely to be the last. They have the nullifier done on Uragi.
Gastig, wala na. Uy, tusok. May rush to. Ay, wala. Refresher. Naku po, tusok. Naku, ay naka. Tusok. Naku, bugbuga sa gitna. Kaso, durog TA. Kaso may rush naman to eh. Grabe naman yun. Ubus. GG na to mga sir. GG na. GG. Grabe, ganda. Nice game. Grabe.
Complementing one another to perfection, really. This draft felt fantastic.
Yeah, it felt. I mean, it really is the Ricky last pick, but it's
nice game. Ano na kaya nangyari sa T1 EG? GG next. Sino kaya ano nangyari? O T1 nanalo. Game 2 naman habang nagpapahinga. Ito, ay, wala pa. Kakatapos lang din. Panalo T1 mga sir. Sa EG. Wala pa. Dito bet boom nanalo. Wala pa. Wala pang nag-start ng lobby. O, check nyo na mga fantasy nyo mga sir. Ayan, OG, EG. Ayan, mamaya, magto-total na yan. 50%. Ayan. Mamaya magkano na yan. Para bukas, yan o. Para bukas, boom pa rin, lahat, boom. Ayan, lock nyo na rin, pati para bukas. Lock nyo na rin para baka makatulugan nyo, bahala kayo, sayang yan. Ayan, 17 hours bago malak. Ito, 25. Wala kasi ang gold nila eh. Ito lang yung mga may gold tayo eh. FBZ, Amar, Scam. Kayo pa wala ang gold eh. Yan, wala pa to. To be decided pa yan eh. Wala pa schedule yung 16 eh. TBD pa eh. Yan, nagsisimula na. Okay, tapos na itong dalawa. Tapos ito, hindi pa. Ito to, 0 na to eh. Ito pala yung going. Tapos susunod na agad yan eh. Ito. Tatlo agad to mga sir. Dito, sinong pipiliin natin dito? Team Spirit, Fanatic tayo dyan, syempre. Raven, ano yan? Raven Armel at saka sila Yatro. Sila Collapse at saka sila Toronto Tokyo. Yeah. Wala binatpound, kakatapos lang. EG Abit is Spam Storm ah. Ang bilis tinapos ng T1 to. 25 minutes lang yon. Ito 44, ito 27 lang. Binilisan lang ah. Ito, banning pace. Okay lang tayo. Itong mukhang mauna to. Saglit lang eh. Wala pa tayo sa score eh. Ang nanalo kanina yan, OG. Boom Esports ang nanalo po sa OG versus Boom. 1-0 pa lang po. Yan. Wala pa, 1-0 pa lang mga sir. 1-0 pa lang ang bigayan. Yan, 1-0. Maya yan mga sir. 1-0 pa lang eh. 1-0 in favor of Boom Esports. 1-0. Ito, mga magsisimula na to. Tingnan nga natin, Love Not Found. Tingnan nga natin itong Bet Boom at saka Beast Coast.
Dire Team Pick.
Banning na to. Sila Cinderin pala to.
Dire Team ban.
Banning piece pa lang to. Bet Boom at saka Beast Coast.
Radiant Team's turn to ban.
Banning piece pa lang sila Beast Coast. Tingnan natin. Ito, wala pa. Love Not Found. Pero panalo na ba't umano pa yung progress nung daw? Grabe naman si Gabi dito, 8-0. 8-0 Gabi. Wala pa yata ito, Love Not Found pa. Tapos ito yung ano yata, last. Ito yata yung last. Ay, hindi, meron pa. Pa natin. May madaling araw yata ito, 1:40. Tapos bukas ulit ng 6:00. Ito yung last game. Oh sir, talo EG.
Who could turn away from this battle?
Tingnan natin kung ano nangyari. Panoorin natin T1 EG. Love Not Found na eh. Ito. Watch game 1. Downloading pa lang. Nasa laylayan sila. Oh sir, 0-3. Replay. Sige. Ito, downloading na, downloading. Pwede. Ito, downloading pa lang. Game 2 na ba to? Parang wala pa eh. Game 2 na ba? Pati nga. Ayan, nagsimula na yung game 2. No, lobby not found pa rin. Pag game 2 na yata ito mga sir. Grabe naman to, Evil Geniuses. Ayan, looking for replay pa eh. 9:30. Grabe, EG. Eh, wala pa, hindi pa naaning replay mga sir. Wala pa yung replay button dito. Binugbog. Hindi ko alam. Ay, ito may replay na. Ito, may replay na. Ay, wala pa. Magda-download pa siya. Replay pending. Mamaya, sige, mamaya. Ano natin? Balikan natin. Replay pending naman na tayo dyan. Dito, game 2. Start na. Dito, wala pa. So, nauna to natapos. Ito, sumunod. EG. Wala pa. Ito wala pa rin. Tingnan nga natin sa Twitch. Tingnan ko lang sa Twitch eh. Ayan, wait lang natin. Ay, may patalastas pa kasi. Wait lang. Tingnan natin. Kailan game to ng OG at Boom Boss? Ito na. Sunod na dito boss. Sunod na. Kakatapos lang eh. Kakatapos lang ng Boom Esports eh. Mga 10 minutes yan o kaya 15, parang ganun. Basta mga 10 minutes lang yan. Mauna to. Ayan na. Sige, ano natin. Pekto sa natin dito.
Thoughts that Boom may be, I don't know, maybe
Pekto sa natin dito.
Travels. Not reflected so much based on their faces, on their postures, on their gait. There seem, I mean, they only have one more game. It's BO2s, 2 BO2s.
How about during the game? How's the hype? How's the hype from Boom?
Yeah. Are they loud? Who's the loudest team?
Talkative.
Okay.
They are communicative, but I wouldn't say.
Boom tayo pre, Boom.
Actually,
Boom
that fits with what
we
you
know
said
that
about
with the videos. Yeah,
about the
they've
communication
released comms videos.
Who's the loudest
Boom
team
versus
that we
OG
got
yung ikakas natin mga sir.
The 4 teams.
Nasimulan natin yung Boom eh.
Maganda
laban ng Boom eh.
The players, but EG is not having a particularly good first day quite yet, and that may be bleeding into some of their post-series discussions.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, sige, antayin lang. Nililinis pa eh.
Everyone's pretty chill so far.
Can you give us a number between 1 and 10? 10, like what? 10 being like super happy with, and then 1 being like very, very sad. Just gauge the number.
Wait, sad or angry? That's a difference, right? There's a difference there.
Angry is 1. 10 is
elated.
elated.
1 in Bulba for who it is screaming at the team. Hey, don't laugh.
This is the juicy stuff we need, alright?
I'm gonna plead the 5th on this.
That's fair enough.
So it's Jerax, the 5th.
Antayin lang natin.
You know,
Sindirin yata ito.
Here, you can tell Jerax's seething. He was like, I want to be the only 2-time TI winner playing at this tournament. What is this Seb dude doing, stealing all my thunder? Shameful, honestly.
Alright. Well, thank you very much, Tsunami. We'll check in with you
Tsunami
again with the winner of the next game, I would imagine. So see you then.
See you later.
And we are going to talk about what should happen in game number 2 for OG to try and make a comeback happen, because it was maybe also all the heroes are heroes that the players on the side of OG have played before, but it wasn't your typical OG draft, I still think, T. Is that fair to say?
No, I think it was more they were shut out from just the exit of laning phase. OG are very used to things going their way and how they take the fights, and this was just one of those games where they couldn't ever take the fights, where they're running into TA traps on every single steps. They're running into a tree who's like dewarding the entry to their jungle every single time. And if they do make it into the high ground area, they're then getting arena'd into Coddle Blast and death, right? So it's just a very difficult game for them to get the ball rolling and to get the fight. And by the time that they can, Ricky's already pretty happy with a defusal joining the fight. So.
The thing with Boom 2 in general is that they, and I don't know if this is Mushi's doing or what, but they don't really like to just hold one spot. They'll do it for maybe like a couple of minutes or something like that, but they more will place wards that are in these really weird locations and then smoke to the other side of the map and then run back and forth between where these wards don't get dewarded. They put wards down where they're not the obvious ones.
Not on the high ground.
They're not on the high
ground. Not on the hill.
Yeah. But they're in weird places so they can move around. So I feel like having 3 cores and farming 3 different lanes against this team maybe works worse because they like running between lanes and killing you.
Yeah.
International Dota.
I will say, running in between lanes and killing. The first blood of Game 1 happened at 9.5 minutes.
I mean, like the mid-game. Just for the record, I don't mean at the laning stage.
Okay.
What they,
ang tagal na ano yung
from,
first blood.
20 minutes onward, if they just sweep across.
Well, I personally, I did enjoy the first 10 minutes. I thought it was very strategical, but I do like a mix of strategy and killing. We're going to find out if that's going to happen in game number 2 because draft game 2 after the break.
Yan, magsisimula na yata to. Ayun na, next na natin dito yung ano. Game 2 na to, game 2. Game 2 na to mga sir, game 2 na. Ito na, magsisimula na yung game 2 na ito. Ready game 2 tayo mga sir, game 2. Nilinis pa. Ito yata, banning pa lang yata to. Yung T1 at saka EG. Yan, yung i-cast natin yung Boom Esports at saka ano. Boom Esports at saka OG game number 2. Yan, papiyok pa tayo dun. Game number 2. Wala pa. Waiting game pa tayo. Pero ready na daw yung ano natin. Wait lang ah. Ready na daw yung watch now. Ready na daw yung replay. Ayan. Ito na. EG. Ayan. Ito yung EG versus T1. Ayan. Habang inaantay natin tapos agad. 31 minutes. GG na agad. 9:30. Evil Geniuses. Ito yata yung game 1 eh. Medyo GG ah. Ang ganda naman nung Grimstroke ni Whiteman. Ganda eh, no? DK persona ni Gabi. Nauso na talaga to. Post 1, ano? Post 1 DK. Pure yun. Mukhang si anong kumana, si Boss Carl ah. Ayan. Ayan na. Dalawa, wala pa. Games in progress, bet boom, tsaka na ito pa lang. Wala pa yung boom OG, wala pa. Maya siguro yan. OG, ano, naka-disable pa eh. Ayan, parehas na sila ng standing, 2-1. Ayan, available na. Okay, antayin lang natin. Available na ulit. Game number 2 na to mga sir. Yan. Antayin lang natin mag-loading. Ito yata yung game number 2 natin. Di pa natin maano eh. Ano, wala pa. Ito drafting na siguro to, yung T1. Draft na siguro to. Ah, wala pa rin. Wala pa rin, draft pa rin to eh. Wala pa rin, ayaw pa rin pumasok. Wait lang ah. Ito, 28 seconds daw, in-game na sila. Next, ito yung abangan din natin, Team Spirit. Sana hindi agad magsimula to. Fanatic Team Spirit. Okay din to eh. Maganda rin to mga sir. Fanatic Team Spirit. Sunod-sunod yung laro ngayon eh. Papasukin na tayo. Wala pa yata eh. Ayan na, ito na. Ito na.
Radiant team's turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Не намного, откровенно говоря, то, что там не верю, что они далеко дойдут. Мне казалось, что Thunderweiken это может быть команда, которая там как раз с Mind Games как-то будет бороться, и вот как раз вот поражение...
Айос.
Кажется, Mind Games прям вообще выиграет. Ну не то, что крест, откуда мы знаем, может они
10
едут
seconds remaining.
реально, но пока что, да.
Мало того, что...
Hindi natin maintindihan. Ulit. Ayos. Di na tuloy maklik. Boom.
Dire team's turn to ban.
Two-game series, if you will. First game taken by Boom, and we're going to find out how Game 2 is going to look. And we've seen that in the draft. First of all, should be on your and Jenkins, and we're going to talk smart things about Dota 2.
10 seconds
what
remaining.
do you want to see from Game 2, and what kind of
5 seconds remaining.
I was not expecting a storm.
Dire team's turn to pick. Radiant team's turn to
Game
pick.
2 mga sir.
I mean, they are playing as well at the moment, by the way. They are playing against T1. You can check that out on ESL One Stockholm Major. But yeah, this is OG picking Storm first.
To be fair, this is BZM has already shown us the 5-0 plus
10
BKB
seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
This is one of the games where he held the boost for a long time.
Dire team's turn to ban.
EG did it, so maybe BZM's actually the originator.
Yeah, sure, maybe.
But no, jokes aside, the response from Boom already answers.
This is a typical Boom opening, this one.
You just want an instant lockdown from the Shaman, strong lane. Yeah, very nice stuff. You might even argue the Mars can change up his item build, but realistically not.
Can I ask about the ban of the anti-mage? Is it just because of the Storm? Yeah, because we don't see anti-mage that
also
often.
like anti-mage is a razor counter. He just blink out when he links you. You're a lane counter.
I honestly don't mind the ban just for the fact that you pick up the Storm, you know the type of play you want to make.
May ibang audio ko nakukuha. Parang kung saan yun? Hindi naman dito.
Something again.
Hindi ko alam kung saan nakukuha yung audio na yun. Hindi ko alam. Parang hindi naman dun. So,
Were you relying on anyone else?
Radiant team's turn to ban.
Enigma respect. Just taking out Tygus Enigma.
The tree respect as well from OG.
Yeah, that also makes sense. I mean, it brought the whole last draft together.
Yeah,
I think so did the Coddle. That was just a really smart draft by Boom, and the way that they played team fights was like
10 seconds
it seemed
remaining.
like all 5 of those heroes. That's something that they've run before a few times in scrims. They're very
5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban.
So yeah, get it out, make them play something different. CK actually made it through to the second phase, which I'm surprised about. Most teams seem to be like thinking this is just the strongest hero in the game.
We don't see that often. We Shadow Shaman first too.
No, I think it's only Boom really. Maybe there's other teams.
10 seconds
when
remaining.
you look at like, gamers, Boom were picking Shaman first phase, even through maybe
5 seconds remaining.
PC, but it's rising.
It's rising.
It's like permanent disable. Yeah. Once you hex into shackles, into Mars Spear, into hex
bring up
shackles
Roshan thing again. Of course, it's
the Roshan. Yeah. You can walk in and tank with Mars too. So you could be a tank for the Shadow Shaman Surfing Wards to take Roshan.
It's so beautiful though, because I've seen so many Shaman teams now where they pick it, they try and go Roshan, but they give away a free Aegis because like they're trying to do it.
Yeah.
The least amount of resources possible. Yeah. And then some, like for example, this Storm, he just zips
Dire
in,
team's turn
That's
to
why the
pick.
Mars is nice, because you can tank for the Shaman to do that. It's not so unreasonable.
Radiant team's turn to pick.
Did you see Lee Mare's stat, by the way, that the average amount of Roshans taken in a game for both sides has like doubled since the past few patches?
Yeah.
And I I think that's just because there's so many heroes that can basically solo it right now.
Yeah, because it's not like games have been lasting longer. Because
no, they last the
10 seconds remaining.
It honestly feels like at 16, 17 minutes in the game, some lineups are
5
not
seconds
their strongest,
remaining.
but like it's the strongest timing that they can present to be able to snowball a game or to put their opponent into their bait. Like it's,
to be honest, it's probably going to get even worse too now that Vlad's just got buffed, because that item makes it so that any lineup becomes a Roshan taking lineup because you have 5 heroes life stealing and doing extra damage.
I mean, the average game length so far has been, I think, around that 30-minute mark.
33 minutes.
Yeah, there's been one game against the OG
Radiant
game
team's
here,
turn to
it's been
Dire
44
team's
minutes,
turn.
but all the rest have been around 30 minutes.
So Clockwork, we talked about that at the very start of the day.
Yep, this is a nice double response to pretty much Bane Shaman. Both these heroes are channeling kind of lockdown supports. So the vision from the rocket flare, the hook shot, the long distance ice
10
path, covered
seconds
that with a
remaining.
zip from the storm. OG now has so many ways to deal with
5
that
seconds
kind of
remaining.
distance lockdown from Boom, or channeling lockdown at least.
And why is Clockwork making a comeback? You want to touch on that? Point. Don't think we're gonna see this game with the axe.
No, that's not no, that's not Jay. You told me about that right here.
Don't gaslight, we're on the panel here. This is the major. No, but Clockwork, position 4, with it unlocks this potential offlane Razor like we've seen. You naturally want to have melee support with Razor, be it Tusk, be it Earth Spirit, be it Clock. And again, like I mentioned just prior, because of the supports that you see, these jumping backline initiators are very powerful, so Clock naturally will rise up.
We saw the Nyx Razor, similar sort of thing. Clock just doesn't want to clear waves ever. He can literally just sit with the Razor and turn the Razor into like a powerhouse, and it's not a hero that gets punished for doing that.
Radiant team ban.
It feels really nice.
Ember Spirit.
Ember coming out.
Yeah. So the
Dire
weakness,
team ban.
even if you have the jump right now from OG, you're relying heavily on like the initiation going correctly, or the synergy of everyone getting on that perfect target. Because if you don't, the damage that OG provides right now, it's like over time. Standing inside the macro pyre, the static link from Razor connecting on that big core,
10
Storm is kind
seconds
of zipping
remaining.
in and out and getting that kind of poke damage throughout. If that doesn't happen,
It's perfectly fine if he can go take them. He won't. He'll just go kill heroes instead. And Ember, I love when he's on spirits because those are the perfect heroes for doing that.
this guy, like, I'm watching some
10
replays.
seconds
Axe
remaining.
Husker, he's jumping in, and as he's running away, he quickly just slights like a small
5
camp.
seconds
to quickly
remaining.
Dodge, come back in, like he's, I don't know. But you have to slight the camp so it hits 3-4 more units to buy the time. Like, it's the small things. I'm just a big fan of him when he's on the
He pushes his limits with this.
100%.
And it always seems to get away at like 10% HP.
Very high skill hero, and he makes the most of it.
Yes, yeah, he does for sure.
Or high skill ceiling.
Dire team's turn to ban.
Not the best against Storm in lane, but I'm not sure how this matchup has changed with the changes to the Ember Spirit Fire Shield, where now it's only a percentage of the damage that you're resisting. Like, I'm not sure if Storm can break it as easily as it used to be able to. I would imagine probably not, because I see this
10 seconds remaining.
where Ember gets picked into Storm these days.
Yeah, I'd like to. You see, but OG, Clock walking into mid lane, Ember's not 6. You're going to be able to kill them off quite nicely, right? So for Boom, on the other hand, the Shaman probably can make the same rotation, but it might be a little bit more troublesome. But I think we're going to have a lot of emphasis on how the fours enable the mid lane.
Radiant team's turn to pick.
To just pop off in the game.
This is going to be a 6 heroes mid sort of game. Yeah. This is going to be one of those.
I like it. From which time are we talking about? Or do we have to go for the first
4 minutes.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice.
Technically, it could be pre-bounty rooms because they just meet there to check the wards. And
10 seconds remaining.
Wait lang, balik tayo, balik. Nangungungo na eh. Wait lang, rest. Balik tayo, balik.
Radiant team's turn to
It's
pick.
50-50 even when
Yan.
people thought for 72% sure that
Nabubulol,
EG
sinisinok na sila.
Tundra was still looking even.
That's Europe bias right there. It's like 38-62.
Dire team's turn to pick.
Yeah.
We have
Wait, Spec!
Okay.
Alright, I've been seeing a lot more Spectres in higher immortal
Uy,
pops of
Spec
North.
Yoragi yata to.
Into straight like Radiant tags.
Anong sagot?
And
Naku,
then you
kawawa
do,
support
like,
dito
all
sa
kill
Spec.
BKB, and you're playing on just always killing. Look at the supports and boom now.
10 seconds
when you're playing
remaining.
Bane Shaman back in the day,
so bad.
you hate playing against Spectre, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're standing still using their
Mars hates it too. I mean, Mars is a blink initiator, and you don't like a ton of illusions because you can spear illusions. So
this
Naku po. Papalaban yata dito.
just playing on their own
Ang
timings.
ating Boom Esports.
It's like basically you need
Medyo mahirap-hirap to mga sir.
minutes for Spectre.
Phantom, choose your hero.
PA.
You need a break, right? You get the shot and the PA.
Question, I've been taught that PA versus Razor gonna be Razor favored.
Who told you that?
Yeah, who told you that?
I don't know. That's what I've been like. There's only a couple of people that I spend a lot of time with on the panel. 2 of them are you.
No, whoa.
Grabe.
You can blink out the link. You can blow up the ring.
What if you have
Boom
Blazing
Jack
Burn?
boys.
I know
Para sa PA.
people these
Yo,
days,
Patch
but
M,
I know where
Bane
that
Scam,
thought
Teams
comes from. That is
Shaman,
used to be how
BG
people
syempre
thought.
Mars.
I am very
BZM
in
Storm.
the world of
I think
Ama Razor ulit. Clockwork kay Taiga. Seb.
when like PA got eggs where your stuff refreshes.
Seb.
Also your
Jakiro
strike
and
cast
Yoragi
range is
Spec.
increased with the talent. Buffs to
Sakit ah.
dagger. People playing around like one-shotting with the dagger, not entering into fights immediately.
Yeah, you got heroes going in first, but no. Draft-wise, I was excited for the Spectre, but I think the PA just enables Boom to have a greater timing in these fights. The laning ability of PA, just corrosion, even joining some of the early engagement.
Medyo masakit
And
to
then
mga sir.
eventual, that shard, if Spectre haunts in and doesn't connect in and PA is able to find the right one, jump herself with a hex from the Shaman or something.
Yeah.
I do prefer Boom's lineup, but we get to see some new stuff coming out.
I think Spectre's like an F-tier hero. I think it's awesome that they picked it. It's a great game for it. I think it's F-tier.
Ayan na.
S-tier against the supports. How they deal with the PA will be the
I'm just saying in general, Spectre shit.
Ganda ng
PA counter Spectre. I think PA wins.
All right, well, let's find out how this game's gonna play itself
Let's
out.
go, game 2. 2-0 kaya o 1-1?
Thank you very much, Jeak. Yes, game 2 just about ready to get started. And yeah, Fox, what do we sort of reckon about this? Because yes, it felt like Spectre previously in the patch, a carry hero that no one was really ready to consider. It did get some minor buffs right recently in the 7.31C. I think some early stats, and maybe a bit more on the base regen or something. But was that really enough to make this hero viable? Is this a solid carry, and do you like that the OG's going for this game?
Unsure. I'm really not certain about the hero right now, but I know that PA is incredibly good versus Spectre. The shard, the timing, you break everything, right? You literally break 2 of the passives off that Spectre, and Spectre's a slow hero, and from what I've seen throughout this patch, slow heroes do not do too well. Sure. PA's a different like monster because she still can somehow fight like with daggers and stuff like that, but then she just literally wins the game like 1v5. So
I mean, and sort of as T was saying, I think indeed in sort of the higher level pubs, the Immortal games, when you've been seeing Spectre, they have been going for like that Radiance build. Do you imagine that's what we're going to get from Yoragi here? And if he does do that, is he going to get away with getting the time and space to do so?
It doesn't really look like it because they're playing into like this Shadow Shaman and Mars, and I know the way that Boom plays with this style. They play fast. They're gonna play aggressive, look to get out on the map, look to take towers early on. So I'm not sure. I mean, if it's the build, if the build is back to the Treads Radiance, then he's probably just gonna go for that usual build. Of course, we know the build that was happening at TI was like that Ags, Echo Saber, etc. kind of stuff, but things have changed since then.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how Yoragi presents himself here on Spectre.
Yeah, and also like if he is just going for like jumping these backlines. I know they were mentioning on panel playing a lot of these squishy supports are annoying, but I don't think Shaman is I'm actually okay with Shaman versus Spectre a lot of times because you can get rid of one of the illusions with the Hex.
30 seconds to battle.
You have a way to heal. You can just grab one of the other ones if he does jump on you. You have a lot of different ways to play around it. Bane, yeah, miserable for sure, but
Fire and ice.
Sort of outside the Spectre pick. I mean, any other sort of highlights from either team's draft that you'd like to see here, or maybe are concerned about how it's going to work out?
Just highlights is, like I said before, I just came out of the other tournament when I was catching RNG versus Boom a lot.
Let's get
they go for
moving.
this opener. It was pretty like we actually still had similar drafts coming out of that tournament, like Storm first pick, and they did the Mars Shaman, and that's what RNG actually beat Boom with multiple times, with Takakh playing that Shadow Shaman. So see how Tims is going to be able to do, because it does look pretty solid this game into that Storm.
It'll be a lot of fun to watch these mids. BZM on his Storm, of course. Jopaj, been watching. If you've been watching sort of Boom's games, he has been pulling out some fantastic Ember Spirit performances, and he's here ready to go today at the Major, and one of his best heroes.
Yeah, and I'm really going to be watching this matchup a lot, because like Jenkins was saying, things have changed a little bit with that Ember versus Storm matchup. Now you can use your Flame Guard to really counteract a lot of that Remnant damage, since it only blocks the 70%, I think it is. So BZ bottom. Getting harassed quite a lot.
Yeah, and of course this game's set coming out on the Jakiro. Are you a fan of this hero right now?
Yeah, I mean, mostly, honestly, more of like a core position, but that's not really a thing in pro games. So yeah, it's still a strong hero in the support. Always going to be really strong to secure the lane for whatever carry you do have. So looking at this Clockwork pick, I think this is a pretty interesting one. The Taiga Clockwork this game versus both the Shaman and Bane. He actually kind of owns both supports. He's able to get on top of them throughout the game. And I think that's probably one of the bigger things that they're going to be looking for, because they were such nuisances the last game, both Tims as well as Scam.
They offered up a whole lot for the team. It came down to just sort of controlling the team fights and keeping their allies buffed up. It's going to be quite a bit of a different style from them this game.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they have a traditional initiator on the side of OG this time around. Last game, they had the tanking, but it's from the mid lane, and it felt like a lot of times like BZM felt forced to go in, and he would just die because he was the one starting every single time. Because Taiga was a Nyx, he couldn't really get into the fights too well. Clockwork this game, he can start the fights pretty consistently for his team.
Some really good damage on Scam there.
Thanks to the entire battery assault, looks like.
See, over in the mid, Patch's bottle coming out a little bit slower, so he won't quite be able to get the refuel on it from the water rune. He'll have to grab that preemptively.
That's actually pretty big. So still, Storm winning this matchup, but seeing that people are willing to pick the Ember a little bit more versatile. Yopaj, level 2 Flame Guard, he's got his bottle.
He can run this down a bit.
First blood!
I accept this honor on behalf of Storms everywhere!
That's Yopaj going down in the mid.
He lost his, he bottled and he got hit instantly off the first bottle, so he actually didn't get like any regen off of it. BZM playing that really well.
His family will understand.
So even though that Ember, they picked it into the Storm, thinking he could do a little better, the Storm still is able to get that solo kill and even able to take a bounty rune. That's pretty massive for BZM.
Yeah, BZM is
stupendous.
Yeah, I think sort of overall, as you were saying too, I feel a bit more confident on what he's going to be able to offer this game in his Storm compared to what he was able to do on an SK last game.
Still a lot of disables he has to worry about. The chains, the grabs, the Bane. Still quite a lot of disable that will be there for BZM.
Yeah, I mean, is it going to be sort of like a fast BKB game for a mid-Storm?
I feel like all of them are now, right? Yeah, I feel like every game nulls into BKBs, into Ags. I don't think he's going to deviate from that too much. Interesting, Yuragi with the Bassi. Look at that. Making sure that him and Seb always have mana to spam. Spectral Dagger is very expensive.
I see Seb in trouble there. Gets speared underneath the tower. He'll go down.
Level 2 Shackles on Tims. I like it in this lane. You know that the Jakiro won't have Ice Path to level 4, so you can freely have Shackles on either target, and it's going to be able to heal you back, so that's really nice.
We're seeing, even with that death on Yopaj, it looked like he came back into the lane and was actually able to close up that CS difference.
Dogs!
Bottom lane is fun. They're just, I mean, the Bassi is just allowing them to spam back so much more, and with the wands also built up so early.
Over here now!
This is the Shaman in a Mars lane, so it's constant spam. Jakiro expected to get tons of mana back.
BZM, he's gonna have him.
Somebody better help Dyer's middle tower.
2 times now, BZM taking down Yopaj. So
cool as a cucumber too. You see that? The camera cuts to him just.
Dire have fortified their structures.
Huge for BZM. Did they just... I think that was a Yopaj glyph. BZM used the Remnant on mid and he could lift it. Trying to hurt him a little bit. That's one of the first times I think I've ever seen Yopaj die twice in a lane.
That's definitely a rare occurrence.
Yeah.
BZM really pulling out the plays here. Jackie. Jump in there, trying to finish up Tiger. Tiger's got some stick charges, but so is Jackie. It looks like it's actually going to be Scam that's in trouble first. They're going to try and chase him out, but Scam with the jukes around the trees, he'll live. Jackie, one more dagger or jump forward. And then he gets the takedown on Tiger.
He's had to rush boots in this lane on the PA just to avoid the link. Even though he has Phantom Strike, he needed boots for sure.
So they get caught by the battlefield, and now the TP rotation from BZM. It was actually even needed at the end of it all. As Amar takes down Jackie on his own.
Well, BZM is everywhere, and now they're even going to fill his bottle. Going to be full mana to be able to go pressure again. Yopaj just hitting the level 6. BZM already 7. Is he going to continue up here? They gave him a ward, so it looks like he's going to at least play some vision down here to get tabs of where the Ember Spirit is. But this time around, yeah, the Razor are able to have a much better time versus the PA than versus that Ricky.
Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse. They're beating on Dire's top tower.
Yeah, BZM, he's continued to play top.
Yeah, I mean, they want to try and pressure in under the tower. Get another
Radiant's middle tower could use some help.
Bloom is trying to take advantage of pushing mid.
There we go.
Radiant structures have
Jackie, but
been
Jackie's able to get out
fortified.
the blur and the blink. He's in the trees and Marvel comes in from Yopaj.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, the zip ball from BZM using the rest of his mana to control them and get the kill on the base. Now they'll try and turn their attention over towards more Tiger. He's so low, he's duking it out of the trees. Jackie can't find him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
With the Cox, Tiger
Killing spree. Double kill.
Tiger with the outplay. As OG getting under the tower, get 2 kills, they don't even lose anyone.
Oh my god, those
Are
Cogs.
those cracks in Dire's top
He
tower?
jumped right into the bottom one that wasn't procced, pushes him out. Yopaj even TP'd in to try to get some type of cleanup kills, but wasn't able to.
They're
Scam
beating on
the
Dire's
bottle, they're
top
looking to still
tower.
fight around this area.
Yeah, but they're moving over. But as you saw, Tiger just shot across them with the rocket. So OG know exactly this movement from Boom. They won't lose anything to this. They're already well out of this top lane.
That was pretty much dead too. Mid, we did see Yopaj hit his mid tower for a little bit, but then reacted to top. And yeah, look at that again, Taiga. Beautifully done.
Space for Uragi. Still yet to really reveal what the intention is going to be for him with his item progression this game.
Dire just denied their top
Still
tower.
just the treads and that Bassi. Cool. FBZ going for more of a... Maybe because the Ember, maybe because he thinks that Yopaj was struggling a little bit. I'm always curious. I always want to talk to FBZ
Over here
about
now.
a couple of these offlaners when they prioritize this type of
Jackie. Uragi's coming in with a horn there. In on top of the PA. Jackie jumps over the side towards Yopaj. Arena down from FBZ. He's been able to catch both Tiger and
Double kill.
the supports for OG will fall, and Jackie, he won't die. He's able to walk away. OG not quite having enough damage to bring down that PA with that aggressive move. This time Boom respond, and they're able to shut OG down.
And now FBZ has the full armlet finished up. Top net worth in the game. He might even be able to bully like Spectre out of the lane if he does go back down bottom. So yeah, really interesting. I'm always interested to see what like these players think about sometimes when they decide to rush the blink, when when they decide to go for these type of more greedy styles. It's always cool. So Yopaj catching back up. He's not too far behind. He's actually only 200 gold behind the Storm Spirit now.
Ang ganda naman ng Arcana.
Yeah, from Uragi, we're not going to get any sort of Radiance Rush here today. He's going to go
Sana
for
all.
definitely the safer and a bit more sort of in line with what we had previously in the patches where Spectre is like getting the Manta first.
Yeah, just playing around your Desolate damage.
Dominating.
Have a pretty solid chance of killing off the in particular when he gets in on them and they're isolated from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and he'll be able to also just like protect himself versus like chains and all these little disables, and maybe even
Radiant's
blocking a
middle
spear from the
tower is
Mars
under
at some
attack.
points. Could definitely see the reasoning why he goes for it. Amar?
Nag-hirap talaga yung top niya ito.
Can they go for him in there?
Fury.
Thinking about
It's
it.
going to be tough.
They have the ward behind, so they see Seb and Amar.
Hindi kumuha ng Desolate o Dispersion mo.
Yeah, look at FBC. Tiger's looking at him and he's probably like, oh man, he's got an armlet. Like, Smars will actually just kill me if I attempt to go on him.
Ayun.
6-4. 10 minutes in, less than 1k lead for OG.
So the Spectre, able to get away with that early game, which is always something really important. Sometimes the lane can be a bit difficult.
Dapat mag-ano kami, mag-RG kami.
Certainly have the damage. EZM caught out in the river. Was not ready for the Shaman coming in.
Serpent Wards, he just hit 6 off of the kill.
Dire
Tims.
Snow
They'll
fortified
drop him
their
for the tower.
structures.
Radiant's
middle tower shouldn't have to take
elevated
this
from boom, it
abuse.
feels.
Fighting around FBZ's Mars, they're going to feel very strong.
Yeah, he's really quite massive. And we do see how much damage Yopaj. Now he's got max
Where
life,
did
he's got the
Radiant's middle
Blightstone.
tower
Even a
go?
Razor who walks up takes significant damage, significant poke.
Game 2 to mga sir.
And going for the next tower. Lost
Game
it
1
with the
na
Arcane. Up top.
esports.
So he can take down Jackie on his own BZM. Got a creep wave to jump.
Kaya. Mukhang
More than enough. Continue to stay on top of the PA. Jackie taken out.
Naiwanan si Jack.
Even though he did die bottom, he was able to get that Arcane, so he can make that long zip across. Boom now looking to play on the bottom side. At least Tim's, he was pinging down here.
Nahuli si Tito Jackie.
Go for this tier 1, since they have a catapult already beating on it. Taiga is in the area.
Uy, naka-clockwork.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, oh, ito talaga nakakasakit, ito masakit. Spectre.
Are those cracks in Dire's top tower?
Nightmare. Nakapatay. Sige.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Blew it!
Great try from OG. They just brought all the numbers. Now Yopaj should be okay.
Critical.
Brilliant spawning.
Gold is a
Gold.
great conductor.
It's a great
With
conductor.
the slight timing, but not quite managing to do so. Tricky one to attempt.
Yeah, I feel like I see so many players try it every time, but both sides are very aware of the interaction, so. OG bringing the numbers. Does cost them pretty much all of their ultimates there to get that.
Dami ng stock para sa PA. Fury na boy, nakita na.
So nice heads up move.
Matagal pa to.
Getting aggressive hook shot available.
Kita eh.
They know that Jackie wants to be farming this area.
Kuhain na to. Naku, kuhain na to.
Might sell for the easy kill.
Kuhain na to.
Killing spree. Easy one for BZM. He's in. Another kill here. And Jackie's heading over. He's going to walk into a clockwork Tiger. Catch there with a hook shot. Jackie needs help, he's gonna get it. TP comes in.
Nice try.
Kaso nakita na to eh.
With the cogs. He did not quit quite just in front of
Dire's
him.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, lovely stacks are taking a set. Just drops the macropire down. They want to try and remove this for the game. Take it away from Jackie.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
To push back on OG though. So OG they're not going to quite get away with taking all of this.
I don't think they should walk back into this one on OG.
Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
Boom to secure it.
Kaso, Spectre na to.
Plays from OG though, forcing a lot of reaction. Means space for Yaragi.
Space yun, mga sir. Ganda yun, no? Sana nabuhutan ko yung Arcana na yun. Hindi ko nabuhutan tong Arcana na to, mga sir.
Battle Fury still had a pretty decent timing.
Nabuhutan ko pero wala akong pambili pala. Yun pala yun.
But for 3 deaths, I don't think that Jackie's gonna be too mad about this timing on that.
Nabuhutan pero wala tayong pambili.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. I guess Radiant
Sakto yun,
fortified
ipagbalik
their
natin.
structures.
Boom. I'll make
So
sure
wala
they
tayong
secure
pera
this objective
pambili.
and get that money for Jackie.
Radiant's bottom tower has got
Sad boy muna,
problems.
sad boy. Ayan, T1 down, bottom yata. Bibitawan na nila to.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Another rune form. He's gotten
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yaragi, careful.
Daw na pala to.
A little low here.
Ganda eh, no?
Able to finish off the Ancients fine.
It took him his whole HP pool to kill that. I think it was just a 2-stack as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Malag ba Dota ngayon, mga sir? Malag na din Dota ngayon?
Which I think ideally they still want to look to be a little more active.
Hindi ko alam kung malag na eh.
I think they probably felt it as well too that they needed to be a little bit more active around the map to slow down.
Baka naapektuhan na nung mga nag-RG.
He's got the Battle Fury done. So it does feel like OG, they still have to play pretty aggressive on the map.
Baka naapektuhan na yung
Because naturally, just the
major.
later the game is going to go, even though they have
Yung mga
Spectre in the game,
nagra-rank
there's a break. You know, the PA is going to have that shard eventually. So definitely want to see OG
Nako,
just
SOD.
continue to look for
3-man
moves every time they
SOD.
can with this storm.
Made another stack, and pretty much at the same time, OG, they're ready to get into this triangle.
This is the right move. This is good.
They know that Battle Fury is done, and that this is the area that Jackie wants to be farming, and they're just not letting him have any of it.
Boom knows though. Boom is reacting the right way, just bringing even more numbers.
Tiger.
Patay. Agad. Kaso walang backup din. Nice one. Patay dito. Ay, nakatip. Nice one. Nako si Seb. Kaya patay dito si Tims.
Mega kills under attack.
OG, they'll succeed in getting into this triangle. As Boom, they try and take the fight, they try and push back OG, but OG
Kukuhanan sila ng stock.
for this moment of the game to deal with them.
Ayun, kukuhanan sila ng stock.
1800 HP too, and they keep getting the initiation. That's the big thing too.
Dyer's middle
FBZ,
tower
he's having
isn't
to
going to last
kind
long.
of just panic and throw his
Kukuhanan sila ng stock.
That's big plays coming out from
Ay,
OG.
Malalaglag na yun, no?
Identifying exactly what they need to do, which is perfect.
Good fight here, Argy, to get involved, picking up some good gold and XP.
And it's a buyback too. That doesn't even win them the
Dyer's
fight on the
middle
side of
tower
Boom.
is under attack.
14-8.
They're just making sure that Jackie, it's going to be hard for him to get the time and space
Azar.
that he wants with that Battle Fury done on the
Miguel na
PA.
naman si Mars. Azar daw, Azar.
And you can tell like FBZ is definitely feeling a bit of that pressure too. He's had the blink queued up after that armlet, but now he's just got an Ogre Axe, an Ogre Club on this Mars just to tank up a little bit more, just going for BKB because he's just getting fully focused.
I mean, he is yeah, it's really down to
Napikot na
Tiger,
si
as you
Mars.
say. Just getting in, holding him in the cogs. Yeah. Macropire follow up from Seb. These two supports, regardless of how much
Hey.
HP FBC has, they're killing him every single team fight. Back in action, Tiger. He has been found out on his own.
Dominating.
It's 5 heroes in the area to bring him down.
Sakit naman late game nito mga to.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
Serpent wards are
Match lang
available.
pala sa late
Boom
game.
was thinking about it. Well, maybe finding a big
May
hatch
spec ha.
though.
Uy, dito
Yes,
mama. Uy,
BKB.
tinamaan.
Grip's not.
Someone better help Dyer's middle tower.
Keep him locked down, they can't.
Patay dito.
Unstoppable.
Tim's
Dyer's middle tower isn't going to last long.
having to run. BZM's able to chase on the Yopa.
Dyer's clear. Double kill.
Oh, may naipit.
Dyer's bottom tower needs help.
Outside of the pit. With the 3 kills that OG pick up, it'll be their chance to move into the Roshan pit.
I think I'd have to
Medyo
see a
di pa
replay
makaano
of something
siya.
that happened there. I think Tim's attacked the Razor
Pure.
because he hexed him and he slept himself
Ayaw, no?
from the Nightmare on the Shadow Shaman. I don't think they get the cleanup or anything. Maybe they get the kill on the Razor. I don't think
Radiant's
they win the
courier
fight.
has been killed.
Jackal, they would have had chance for the
First
Phoenix
rush.
was up in
OG
3
naman,
I
ako
gotta
mo.
see it.
Radiant took down Roshan.
Yeah, so
I
watch
thought
Tim.
there was a
He
good
drops
reason.
wards, he hexes, and then I think he attacks the Razor instead of shackling. Ready? Yeah. So he attacks, so now he slept. So he can't get the
4K
shackle
gold
off.
lead ng OG.
It might have played out a bit differently.
Manta na spec.
Tim's getting tripped up there by the Nightmare.
Nag-ulti.
Unsure if it would have
So
won
kaya
them the fight, but they
pipitik
maybe
to.
at least get the kill on the Razor like we're
Ayun
mentioning.
na
And
sa
now,
ano.
pulling back
Rasta.
up.
Now Yuragi's ready to go.
Uy, huli. Kaso walang follow-up yata ito mga sa.
Back with the arena. BZM is ready to full commit. Gets caught up by the
Ay,
HP.
yung ano, walang mana.
So even if he goes down, he's going to be ready for a
Team low.
second round. Tiger for the side with the hook shot over towards Tim.
Walang mana.
BKB off, turns over with Jackie with the link. Jackie.
Ay, nauna.
Killing spree. Monster kill.
Goes down.
Nauna.
As they're really struggling with the fights at this point, Boom. They need time and space for the PA. They're
Time
just
and
not quite
space.
ready to fight 5 on
And it
5
does
at this
must.
moment.
OG just keeps running at them. They're not giving them any time to reset. As BZM
Huli.
slept up.
He's going to be fine.
Killing spree.
Going down, Yuragi.
Ako, Diyos ko po.
Gets another BZM ready to dive in.
Team low.
Tims. Turns the hex to Shackle.
Dominating. Double kill.
Patay, patay.
Mega kill.
Yeah.
Triple kill.
With the fact that Yuragi's surviving, picking up the kills, BZM does not mind giving his life for that.
Yeah, and out of nowhere, I just saw a mech pop, and I'm like, who the hell has a mech? Seb actually has one. I don't know if it ended up saving anyone there, but a little bit more that Boom just can't deal with. It's more and more HP, and they already don't have the damage a lot of these times. They are starting to crumble a little bit. I'm definitely seeing a bit of the pressure getting to Boom. FBZ missed the spear on the respawn of the Storm, which allowed them to continue the chase and a couple other things, but great fights from OG. Really understanding how aggressive they need to be.
Yeah, it's just they need at least that next item or so on Jackie before he can really stand a chance against this aggression that OG's running them over with.
It feels like they need a lot, right? It just feels like BKBs need to be out on all 3 cores.
Yep.
Feels like OG's just doing such a good job.
Ay, ito yung binigay sa collector.
With both the Jakiro and the Clockwork, really, they're doing excellent. Sub level 12. Taiga, the Lamb level 9.
Seb, level 12 na.
How close are they to BKB?
Hookshot
Okay, Ember
available.
pretty close.
Yeah, they're very close.
Hookshot lang
FBZ on his way. Same thing for Jackie. So they will get a pretty good timing of the 3 BKBs.
BKB, okay. BKB na rin yata si Jackie.
And then that will give them a pretty solid opportunity. If they get those 3 BKBs out, then there's a high chance. If they get any sort of lockdown onto BZM from the supports,
Silbi pala yun.
the opportunity to just commit in into him and kill him off whilst he's locked down.
And then it's just like, it's going to give FBZ like just an easier time of picking and choosing, because I saw in a couple of these fights like things are hectic. Like
he has to throw out spells immediately.
He just has to throw the spear, and sometimes like a battery spell trips him up or something. If he has BKB, he'll be able to pick and choose his targets easier. Still fights will be difficult because it's been OG able to get the majority of the initiations because they have Clockwork Storm, they have the vision advantage from Spectre, while on the side of Boom, because of FBZ's build, it's greedier, they don't have that natural initiation on their team.
Skadinix.
Never refuse.
Azor.
A little bit of breathing room here.
They're beating on Dire's top
very,
tower.
Very grateful for. Might be about to come to an end once more, though. As OG, they're ready to pounce in the mid lane.
Are those cracks in Dire's top tower?
BZM not wanting to commit for FBZ. Arcane Rune will be in the bottle, ready to pop for the next move.
I love all these 3-letter names.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
3-letter format.
Yeah, Boom, you can see. Buying time, right? They're still playing together, but looking to just finish up these BKBs. Jackie now is here. Walking into a couple OG heroes.
He's got his BKB though.
Radiant's middle tower could use some help.
Grabe. Grabe, wala pang pa, BKB na. Nice one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hawakan. Nice one. Nice one. Patay dyan dito. Nice one.
They're beating on Dire's top tower.
They're kind of getting away with it as they take down a third godlike Tiger.
Mag-critical. Nag-critical.
Top tower is falling.
Now, OG, they're probably going to think about backing out of the base now. Seb having a bit of a smile on him there. As a rather deep position that OG get themselves into. But once again, other than really the BZM death, they kind of get away with it. Yuragi, he's surviving, continues to pick up more action.
Yeah, great relentless play still. As I think Seb maybe was making a call during this, like, guys, go top or something, because he's solo pushing top as the Jakiro, and his young guns are just diving
into the base.
That was pretty funny, and they're tipping him, so I mean, there's definitely something that's going on there. It's pretty funny. Greaves now finished up on Seb. And yeah, still feeling OG just in a very controlling position this game. Almost a Scotty now finished on the Spectre, so even though this PA we kept mentioning has potential to break and all this, Spectre's starting to get a bit too big.
Nakatakot na sa Spectre.
I mean, have we got him going for the shard next, Jackie, after the BKB, or what's he want?
He's trying to get his own item first, death, so.
More time needed for Boom. And then one thing, of course, with those dives from OG, it does mean that Boom, they don't lose a tier 2 tower in the mid quite yet, and that still stands.
Yep. They did lose the tier 2 top, though, because of Seb with that push.
BKB na rin to, SY.
Hey, just will these now, it's just will the BKBs all be enough, because 2 of them are done. I think FBZ's is about to be finished. Yep. But the Spectre, like this Scotty is going to make a big difference, too, because he's going to be able to stick on these BKB targets a lot easier.
Fortune's chain. Yeah, Yuragi's just been having a great game. 6-0-12.
Flawless.
Very much proving that Spectre still has their place here.
Great, they're back.
Great, they're
I
back.
like how KDA sometimes just doesn't tell the tale at all, too. Because Tyga's 1-8 this game, but for me, he's kind of feeling a little bit like MVP because just all the plays that he's been able to make, even with his funny little jetpack into hook shot there. He's the one who started the fight and got them 2 kills.
Yan pala shard dun.
Yes, limiting what FBZ's been trying to offer. He's been making FBZ's game very hard. And
okay pala jetpack
FBZ, an incredible player on the Mars. It takes quite a lot to be able to shut this man down.
Yeah, just really good identification of what to do in these team fights.
Ay, Terrence ba to? Ako tinamaan. Hook shot. Ay, baka maano.
Constant rocket vision also from Takakh.
Ano na ba to? Nice Deso.
Deso's nearly done. I mean, Jackie still
nice,
keeping in a really good farm, level with that. Of OG's 2
Pero
top calls right now,
RRD
and Amar. And PA, very much one of those heroes
That's why
that, as the game goes on, if
na.
the items are there, suddenly heroes are dying to a couple of hits.
Jeak definitely could still do it.
Absolutely, they may be down 7k, but that sort of leads, sort of managed to stay pretty stale for quite some time. And you know, ultimately, it's going to come down to sort of the late game power of the PA versus a Spectre. We'll really get to truly see who wins that war this game.
Game na. Ito na. Let's go! Nakuha, arena. Kaso isa lang siya dun. Patay agad, dalawa. Nasa nakita agad dito. Wala silang magawa. Ang likot.
Too much chaos for Boom to deal with.
Oh, yun na lang. Sakit!
Looks like Dire fortified their structure.
Grabe yung drop na to. Sakit tong drop na to.
And Jackie, also still alive, didn't yet have to use the BKB in this fight. Amar very close towards him though.
Ay, nako, kita.
Jackie.
BKB ready to pop. He can look to take some kills here, but he gets Tiger. Can he get out? He's got scammed by his side, jumps across, but Uragi.
Nako, may ano pa si Scam dito. Nadamay pa si Spam tuloy. Nice.
Chance here for Jackie to jump to safety. Now Tim's maybe looking to re-engage. And so Pops, his illusions will be forced over towards him. Holding back the Shaman and his chance to get back in with the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Desolator should be done now.
Gold is a great.
And even though this is the fight where Boom is like, okay, we have our BKBs, we're looking to fight, the Hunt stops everything, right? The Hunt like kind of puts all of them in a little bit of panic and disarray. FBZ gets isolated. Amar just
stepping in. They're stepping up on this.
They're trying, okay. This is a very tough fight.
Wala naman siyang ano eh. Bot niya. Yung pumasok eh. Tayo na rin ito. BKB. Nasa na dito. Ng BKB ito mga sir. Force stop. Sa'yo talaga na-expect? Nahuli. No. BKB na.
Jackie, the last one left alive. As once again, OG diving in deep, getting these
lalim nun, boy pa second tower nun.
At all. Everybody alive.
Yeah, they're playing so well. And the other thing is too is that Boom is picking fights. I guess because they have this one ops ward that they've placed down there, but OG has such commanding vision over there, and with the advantage they have, it's easy for them to fight when FBZ goes for this type of play. You're just like, okay, it's like 2,000, 3,000 HP Spectre, he just mantles and turns it in. Too chaotic, and BZM continued to do an excellent job of just dealing with the backline too during all this haunt. So it's messing with support so much. As a regen rune, so he's gonna have full mana, and they get the Roche with that shard. Who's he gonna give the shot to? Is he gonna use it himself?
I'll take himself, right?
Sure, why not?
Well, this time round, OG, and we'll have the creeps coming in, so they're not looking to necessarily dive the heroes. They'll be ready to hit on to the objectives. We'll see how good Boom's high ground defense is.
What else did we get picked up? Amar, he picked up his shard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lightning when he gets attacked as well too, so lots more damage is going to be coming out. And Amar is dealing probably the most damage in the game, just sticking inside of the arenas. He's always killing this Mars, and now if they hit him back, they're going to get hurt even more. So kind of cool pickup. Yuragi's about to have an Ags done too, so the frequency of kind of like these haunts is just going to keep happening. I think it's just going to get harder and harder for these poor supports on Boom.
He's going to look to get the jump in onto Tim's. Yuragi's ready to head over.
They're beating on Dire's top tower.
Take out Tiger in return. Diving into once again, they're up into the base.
I will see
Take out second support, finding Skem.
Two fights going on.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
They stay around it. Forward here from Jackie, but he's having to use the BKB.
Somebody better help Dire's middle tower.
Charging them down.
Killing spree.
A buyback will come out from Tim's, but they've lost MPC. Lotus thrown out to BZM, keeping him safe as Tim's.
Dominating.
BZM
Double kill.
Down a second time. Jackie jumps over towards Joe Patch. Another buyback comes out. They are continuing to dive very aggressively over the tier 4s. It will cost them Amar's life. Yuragi getting low.
Dominating.
Jumps over towards Ted. Jackie's able to get another kill out of this one.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
As Yuragi.
Dire's bottom tower always did get short shrift.
Missed the spear. Still goes down the once.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
FBZ moving into position. They've got the grip as well. See if they can offload the damage there.
Mega kill.
Jump forward the remnants.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
He's still alive.
No way.
He's actually going to get away.
Unstoppable. Double kill.
And now BZM is ready to clean things up. As FBZ trapped in the cogs, Tiger.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Mega kill.
Get the kill on Tiger. Okay, don't get it. Jackie, BKB's going to come in 5 seconds. Jackie's going to be fine. In fact, he might go back in.
But
Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
Oh my. Both of the spears from FBZ don't hit the Spectre. And that actually allows him to get away, reset, come back in. Could have maybe seen a couple more kills for the PA Jackie to clean up, but one of the few times I've actually seen FBZ really getting tripping up on his Mars.
Yeah, they've been getting into his head this game.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last
for
long.
FBZ here in game 2.
Relentless aggression.
20k gold lead.
I mean, you see the smiles on them. They're having great amounts of fun here with the fights that they're bringing.
They're all quite rich this
Yan,
game.
meron sila dito mga hashtag. Hashtag Misha.
But they're so rich that it feels a lot easier for them to go for these super aggressive plays. Look at his itemization. Lotus that he's been thrown out of the teammates. Seb with Greaves, Vlad's a lot tankier than I feel like they would traditionally feel. It's all golden.
Yeah, but the base still stand.
They still stand.
You know, they may be getting all these kills. And they clearly feel quite confident with the smiles on their faces. The base is being defended. You know, albeit with
Hindi pa naman namin mega. Wala pa namang mega mga sir. Wala pa namang barag talaga. Kaya pa.
Yeah. There was a chance there. If Jackie, if they get the kill, maybe even get the kill on the Storm, and then the PA is alive and with another totally different game. With OG. Some incredibly aggressive moves.
Hindi niya na rin alam kung sino
25 now too.
bibigyan niya ng malupit na spear eh.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
Taking that desolate damage.
Mahirap yan mga sir. No, masakit na to.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Charge.
attack.
Sakit. Patay lagi mga support to, kawawa oh. Kawawa mga support eh.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Kaya ano? Ito nahuli oh. Kaso wala nang follow up naman.
Dire's bottom tower needs some help. Double kill.
Apat.
Double kill.
BZM jumps the bane. Amar junks the PA, has a full link on him.
GG mga sir. Tiklop.
Looks like Dire fortified their structure.
From which targets each player.
Someone better help Dire's middle tower.
Last man taboy ng spec eh. May storm pa.
Dire's middle tower is falling. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
From the sidelines. Wait at least for his 2 supports to come back.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
The other 2 cores, so they're going to have to let at least one set, almost
Dire's
certainly
bottom
2.
tower
They're
has
gonna keep
shattered
going though.
to
These
little
Greaves,
pieces.
everyone back up to full HP. Seb gets hit by a big dagger.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away. Dire's bottom tower is
Sabog ang
falling.
rocks. Uy, may
Dire
nahuli.
let all their bottom towers fall. The barracks may be next.
Ay, nakita.
Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
They'll give a little bit of respect here to Boom respawning. I'll back off after taking a second melee racks.
Could be a little bit of a fake back.
That's true.
They have this Ags on the storm.
Mahirap, wala pa siyang dagger eh.
BZM. I'm over here. In with the zip.
Eleni.
May Samar. May arena to, may arena Samar. Kailangan. Nahuli, galing ng slot.
Eleni. Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Are beautiful. Hey, what a game from him, really. 17-3 and 20.
Dire's middle
4K
tower
gold
is under
lead
attack.
para sa OG.
That's OG with another successful fight.
Lincoln and Port, Talisman.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Dire's middle tower went down. Radiant's top tower
Oh, wala na ancient. Patay ito, patay.
Double kill. Killed. Taking from Radiant victory.
GG mga sir. 1-1. Okay lang. Okay lang, 1-1. Baka OG yun. Ayan, balikan na natin to. T1 tayo sa T1. Balikan natin T1 EG. Ano ba nangyari dito sa T1 EG?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
T1 EG, okay lang mong EG dito.
Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed.
Move on agad, move on. Agad, move on agad. Oo nga, hindi, nahirapan din. Kawawa talaga pag may spec yung dalawang support. Masakit. Medyo ano naman dito sila Carl ah. Medyo pagod dito.
Обычно играл в кухне. Короче, поменялись ролями максимально.
Russian main. Ah, sila ano pa lang ano nito pero walang English. Okay. Eh, di tayo mag-cast. Crit. Sa ito nung ni Crit oh. And Kinte God din pala abed eh.
Отменил телепорт. Крит.
Gabi.
БКБ нажимает Габи.
Ano, medyo payat.
Убить. Даже несмотря на то, что это саппорт, там 20 армора и 2000 хитпоинтов. Дренджер улетает на базу. Ну тут, конечно, без просвета.
Radiant's top tower has looked better.
Mukhang 1-1 din to mga sir,
Мы с тобой как будто две одинаковые серии смотрим. Сначала
Maintindihan
первая
yun,
карта в одну сторону, а вторая диаметральная в другую сторону. Без шансов.
Broadcaster na lang, di naman ito maintindihan eh. Yan tayo. Whitemon, medyo bugbog dito si boss sa Whitemon ha. Ano kaya rin nila? Windrun.
Thanks to you.
Nakalotos ah.
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant have fortified their structures.
Ah, offlane bench pull ni Kuko. Bumalik lang din. Naga. Patay. Natira agad.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
1-1 lang yung OG versus Puma. Pero pa mamaya mga sir, si Yatoro naman. Yatoro Fanatic, tingnan nga natin baka sisimula na yun.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Hindi pa. Yan, dito muna tayo.
A bed.
Alis talaga yung open, mga pa-open ni Boss Cooks, oh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What can you do, brother?
Burns, doesn't it?
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom.
Now that was a fail throw.
Radiant's top tower has looked better. Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
Over. Oh, wait, no.
That was hot.
I love you.
Double damage.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away. Dire Snow fortified their structures. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Someone better help Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower just went down. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower could use some help. Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
I think that's far enough.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board. clear as clean water.
Haste!
Now that was a fail bow.
Two of a kind.
Killing spree.
That wasn't too bright.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
You're not going anywhere.
Dominating. Double kill. Mega kill. Dire's middle tower is unstoppable. Double kill.
Burn, baby, burn. This fire will never go out.
Then ang next natin dito yung Fnatic.
Tower is under attack.
Kaya 2-0 na daw to, pero yun, panoorin pa rin natin. Comeback pala to.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Sakit talaga ni Carlo.
Dire's bottom barracks are under
Gulang
attack.
yan.
Dire's bottom barracks have fallen.
Ang sakit. Ano yan kanina? 19k gold lead?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
19k, 11k.
Fine looking bunch we are.
Lamang yan kanina, EG. Tingnan, ay no. Lamang to kanina, eh no. Lamang to kanina, oh. No. Huli, nice swap. Laking tulong nung ano. Parang istan na lang siya, tsaka swap ng swap.
Tower is under attack.
Nalo pala sila dito. Ano yun, bugbog na ano.
Dire's top tower is gone. Just a cold fog left behind.
Mukhang 0-4 pala dito, OG. Ay, ang ano, EG. Gandang support talaga. Uy, Octa rin na rin. Support, Octa rin.
Are those cracks in Dire's top tower?
Solid. Taba na rin ni Whiteman dito, 43 minutes. Ganews Viper. Jeak. Kanina niya pa gusto yung tiny na yan, ha? Baka ayaw nila ng major na to. 0-4 sila dito eh. Hindi, sa bagay, maaga pa naman. Mahaba pa oras. Marami pa silang laro. Marami pa silang laro. Semi-gulpe ah. 2-0 na daw ito.
Arcane power.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
Jerak, support para siya dito. Support snapper. Kala ko core yung snapper. Mini-mid eh. May shard. Ano ba shard nito? Scatter boss. Knockback. Two-0 daw to eh. Panoorin natin kung paano naging 2-0 to.
Gold for my chest.
Ano to? Ah, ito yung rate pack. Sino bumuha ng rate pack? Bench pool. Ganda rin na ito eh. Parang may santel mo. Auto heal eh. Ayun oh. Ito yung rate pack oh. Ayun oh. Okay pala to. Yun lang, butas ang mid. Buta mo na ano. Ay sayang. Uy, natali. Uy, nasat sila ng naga. RTC, Lincoln, Pops out. Pop out na. Uy, stun tayo mo. May swap ba? May swap. Yung ano, uy, sinap. Yun lang. Bench pull. Gedli, wala.
Get lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Sorry kung late stream to di ko rin naman ano pero tingnan natin kung paano naging 2-0 to. Naka-ambak pa pala to ng T1. Ganda ng Wind Ranger no? Di ko rin naabot ang Arcana to eh. Ang ganda pala ng Arcana na to. Mayroon silang gem. Para kanino yung gem? Okay. Foreman SOD. Tiny crit. Okay. Para naglalaro pa tong EJ, kilala mo yung EJ.
The gale can always get stronger.
May swap yan eh. Diba? Huli kayo sa likod. Dinkin. Taba naman nila. Dinkin o Octa rin. Taba ng mga swap. Sa bagay, si White Wont nga, Octa rin na. Pag-ganims na nga.
Some bad things happening to
Basag na
Dyer's
yung
middle
mid lane,
barracks.
natitira para sa base ng EG.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wala na, na-stuck na sila
Dire
kay
have fortified their
45.
structures.
Ano na kaya nangyayari dito sa mga to, ano? Tipi na. Go na yata nila to. Ano yun, nag-ano na yun, ay. Hindi pa nabarag yun, barag ko. Viper! Puti, kawawa. Ang sakit! Ako po, Diyos ko po. Ako po, katawarin.
Durane's top tower deserves just as much help as you
Naku,
are.
2-0 nga mga sir.
What will you think about your
GG, ayun na. Yun ang 2-0. Easy swap nung, ano eh. GG sa swap ni ano. Ayun na, GG na.
Dominating. Triple kill.
2-0. Ang T1 PG04. Wala na pala. Tapos unboxing. Okay, ito na yung susunod nating aantayin. 11:20 pa. 11:20 pa ito. Ay, start na dapat pala to. Fanatic Team Spirit. Yan na yata yung susunod natin dyan. Fanatic Team Spirit. Thanks, man. And up next natin. Malapit na yata yan eh. Yo. Ano wala lang pala. Okay. Ayusin ko ngayon. Wala lang. Wait lang natin ah. Nawawala na pala yun. Kala ko walang nag-chat. O hindi siya gumagana. Hindi lang pala talaga may lapse lang yung time ng chat. Or nawawala agad ayun. Kaya pala. Ayan, save settings natin. Okay. So, next ano na natin, yung ano na to. FNTIC versus Team Spirit. Yan. Team Spirit. Save na natin yan. Okay, yun na yung next natin. FNTIC, di pa nag-i-start eh. Ayan, tingnan nga natin yung fantasy cards natin. Ready na ba yung fantasy cards nyo bukas? Ako naka-ano na eh. Ready na. Meron pa namang ano, ilang oras pa. 15 hours pa naman bago pa malak. Medyo matagal-tagal pa to. 147 lang. Ayan o. 22, 33. 33, 24. Marami ako nakuha dito ah. Sabong parang di pa nag-update, no? Ito bukas. Daming magagandang laro nito. Yan, wait na natin ha, FNTIC ang sunod natin. Yan, sa rank game, ay, may inano ba ako? Ay, tapos na pala. Iwan victory. Yan, ano lang ako, Crusader 4 lang ako mga chong eh. Naglalag pa yung ano. Naka-support din tayo sa boom eh. Boom supporter. Siyempre, boom tayo dyan. Wait lang ah. Ano na bang nangyari dito? Hindi ko na alam kung ano nangyari dito eh. Liquid. Anong oras pa yung kaya ano? Na 4:20 pa. 4:20. Relax lang next natin Team Spirit. Yan, break time muna, break time. Wala pa naman. Wala pang naka-live. Pero mauna daw to. Mauna daw tong Team Liquid Thunder Predator. Paso mga ano pa yata, 15 minutes? 17 pa pala, 17. Matagal pa, 15 minutes. Kumain muna kayo mga sir. 15 minutes pa, balik tayo maya maya. Naglalog nga Dota ngayon? Malag nga Dota ngayon mga sir. Hindi ko pa natatapos to eh. Featured. User paid. Wala pa. FNTIC Team Spirit. Ayan, wala pa ano eh. Wala pang game eh. Wala pa mga live ngayon. May Tundra na. Naglaro lang yata ito. Pub game lang to, pub game. Wala na yata ang laro Tundra. Bukas na laro ng Tundra. Kaya pala naglaro na. May abangan din tayo dito, OG versus T1, oh. Bukas to mga OG versus T1, alas 6. Alas 6 ng gabi, OG versus T1. Ito rin, maganda rin to, OG Tundra Esports. Kung may cards kayo ng Tundra, ayan, marami silang laro bukas. T-Spirit, T-Quit, Tundra. Marami rin laro Puro 2 game series. Ayan, matagal pa yung next game natin, 17 minutes pa. Oo, 17 minutes pa. Hindi yata totoo itong ano na to. Hindi yata totoo itong ano na to. Okay. Yan, bawal tayo magpatugtog eh. Tayo lang natin yung game natin, yung match natin. Salamat sa mga nag-subscribe ng channel natin Yan, para ma-notify din sa inyo kung gusto niyo mag-subscribe sa YouTube channel natin. Yan, click the subscribe button kung gusto niyo lang po. Yan, para rin yung notification din ninyo. Bukas rin natin yung Maganda bukas OG versus T1. All goods yung natin. Panoorin nga natin. Hindi, wag na. Sabado pala to. Boom Esports at saka T1. Ito na yung mga buong schedule eh. 13, 14, 15, 16 to be decided pa. Wala pa. Playoffs na pala to. Playoffs na pala sa linggo. Okay. Linggo ang playoffs. Group stage natin. Ilang araw? 1, 2, 3, 4. Playoffs na. Playoffs na rin. Playoffs. Semis. Ayun. Finals na to. Last day. Group staging pa lang pala to. Next natin dito yung ito. Pag may pumitik dito, wait lang. Friday ito. Antayin natin itong FNTIC tsaka Team Spirit. Tingin ko ito na yung next matchup na masakit din. Wait lang po natin Salamat sa mga ng page natin Nice. Ayan, uy. Si Pula. May Poshka, Mira, Collapse si Arthur agad. Asan si Ba't wala si Wala yung mid lane. Pangalan nun? Si Toronto Tokyo. Yun ba yun? Hindi pa yata updated O dati pa nila to. Then we have FNTIC, si Jay, si DJ, Raven, John Noel at saka mid, si Chip Armel. Yan, ito yung mga abangan natin. Tatlo to sabay-sabay pero ito yung papanoorin ko mga sara. FNTIC versus Team Spirit yung papanoorin natin. Malag nga Dota ngayon. Punta tayo sa Twitch muna. Wala pa rin. Puro patalastas pa rin dito sa Yan, patalastas pa rin dito. Yan, patalastas pa rin dito sa natin. Yan, patalastas pa rin. Yan, patalastas pa rin dito sa Twitch eh. Yan. Siguro habang nanonood lang while we're waiting. May oras ba? Patingin. 2 minutes na lang pala. Antayin na natin, 2 minutes na lang pala. Kain muna kayo ng ano dyan, malapitan. Sayang din eh, no? Sayang yung sabom. Pero masakit talaga. Yan, na-restart ko lang yung Dota natin. Baka mamaya mag-error. Kanina nag-error na yung Dota eh. Parang coordinating kineme na. Nakaload naman yung Dota natin para mamaya ready na. Para sa next match, FNTIC versus Team Spirit. Yan, 1 minute na lang. Mabilis lang mga sir, mabilis lang. Magla-live na yata itong tatlong to. Ito yung susunod eh. Tas alauna, FNTIC TSM. Tas ito na yung huling match eh. Ito na lang ba hinihintay nyo rin mga sir? FNTIC at saka Team Spirit. Tingnan natin yung mga ano ngayon. Mga nangyaring kaganapan. Boom Esports at saka BetBoom. 1-1 mamalas din tong BetBoom ah. OG 2-0 ang Beast Coast. Tundra 2-0 ang ESL Geniuses. 1-1 BetBoom at saka Beast Coast. Na nakakabulol. Evil Geniuses T1 2-0. OG tsaka Boom 1-1. Medyo hindi maganda ang ano ng ano. Na EG. Tagal nyo naman sir, coming up. 11:20 lagpas na, 30 na nga oh. Nagreklamo eh no. Ayan na. Team Liquid yata muna. Team Liquid nga yata muna mga sir.
These are so cool. Alright, nice, and there's beautiful, beautiful, wet Stockholm. It's lovely here. It's much nicer weather than it is back in the UK, I can tell you that. But here we are, indoors, playing or watching Dota. Thank you for coming. Chaps, this is the
Para ano yata muna to, Liquid.
He does, which is intriguing. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Apparently he does it a lot.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to beat him in a rock, paper, scissors, because he always does the rock. Matu very predictable. Not in Dota, but in rock, paper, scissors.
Well, I just thought it was threatening his team if they take his farm. This is what they're going to get.
Yeah, something like that.
Gonna get the treatment.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's have a little look at Group B, actually, because obviously we haven't seen any games in Group B yet. It's always been Group A so far, but this is going to be Group B.
Group B na daw to, Group B.
Afternoon sort of or evening slot in Europe anyway for the rest of the tournament. So here is Group B. These are the teams. We've got FNTIC, Gaming Gladiators, Mind Games, Team Liquid, Team Spirit, Thunder Awaken, and TSM. There are some strong old teams in there. Who do you think favorite to win the entire group?
Ang sakit ng Group B.
Looking at anything other than Team Spirit?
Liquid, Spirit, TSM.
If I have to pick three teams, I would say Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, Spirit, and I'm gonna say Thunder Awaken. I want to see how they're gonna do because like this team did bomb out of the Major. They did change the roster. They have still 3 players from that team, but yeah, I don't know what it was. Maybe a little bit of nerves on the
on the LAN, or was it the format of the tournament because they were up in the upper bracket, they lost to two North American teams and then just bombed out. But I feel like this group stage is going to give them higher chances to do well.
Your thoughts on it, Mike? Looking ahead to we've got all these games to come. What do you fancy in the most?
Absolutely no bias here. Obviously, FNTIC's just going to destroy everyone in this group and just move their way to
FNTIC.
the top. I mean, you know, I've watched FNTIC for a long time. They've got what it takes, and yeah.
FNTIC din tayo dito.
It doesn't seem like they've got a shot here.
FNTIC.
Well, I do genuinely think
narinig nyo naman. FNTIC tayo.
People are underestimating FNTIC because maybe Boom has taken a lot of the limelight for the SEA region, and T1 is the heart of SEA as well for a long time. So I feel like FNTIC's been getting ignored a little bit. I think that's going to be a mistake for a lot of people. And Liquid, I think Liquid is going to do really well. They recently said in the interview in Gamers Without Borders that they figured out Gaming Gladiators, who did extremely well in DPC, and that Gaming Gladiators had some interesting strategies. But Jabs and Blitz put in a lot of work behind the scenes and figured out something to basically take them apart. And so that just gives me confidence that they're going to be able to do that to the other teams in this group, because Gaming Gladiators is a tough cookie to crack.
Well, we'll talk a bit more about Liquid in a bit, but let's talk about Thunder Awaken for now. Certainly, you guys have been saying that they're dark horses, that they're ones to watch, that they're very strong. Lacoste put them in his top 3. Tell me about this team. What is it that you like about them?
Just overall, the way they draft, the way they play around Takakh that I already mentioned, he's extremely explosive as a player. They're like, oh, everything's even in the game, you know, you're watching the game, so you see the net worth advantage. It's like 1K for one of these teams, and then suddenly 1 fight, 2 fights, game pretty much over. They understand the timings that they need to hit with their items, and they sync up really nice.
They're very aggressive team.
Oh, yeah.
I like that kind of dudes.
I find Thunder Awaken to be very hard to predict. You look at a draft, and you see a Weaver, and you think that it could go on 3 potential roles, and it's on the one that you thought that it couldn't possibly go on. It's like Sacred playing offlane Weaver or something like that.
Yeah.
They do insane role swaps. They have last pick cheese picks. Dark Miguel has been known in NASA for literally his entire existence as a player. As first he was an alchemist spammer. People thought he was a bot. People
$500 pala to. Magkano
yun? Serious. Dead serious. Because he didn't say anything. And then he was a tinker
spammer. Palitan ng piso ngayon?
Right now, Batrider is like his last
26 million pala to.
You have to look out for this guy.
In peso, in peso.
1v5 the game. But then also, he'll just take a Mars mid, and you can do the flex with him as well.
Speaking about
$500 Ecos lang majama pala to.
Team, Tiny mid, has been
pero
a
price pool yun
team for a while. They did flex it on position 4. I haven't seen it as much in the previous DPC tour, but yeah, he definitely loves to play it. And I did some research. I checked what they've been playing in the pubs. Darkma go 17 Storm games in the last 7 days.
Are we gonna see bleeding over from Group A?
I mean, this is pretty normal considering how strong Storm is. What kind of surprised me the most is Takakh. He played 9 games on the carry Nature's Prophet. Seems like this hero has been really on the rise. And 4 games of mid Alchemist from Dark
Really? He's actually playing the Alchemist.
He's playing the Alchemist.
Dude, every tournament
Bahala dyan, nagkikwentuhan lang. Tayo sa Dota. Eh, yan. Kung tayo may pagkwentuhan doon, bahala kayo dyan. May paganuhan pa eh, no? Wait lang mga sara. Oy. Yan, save na natin to. Alright. Hop. Tagal naman na ito. Kailan magsimula nito? Boom Esports ay, Boom Esports ay. Pero may gold tayo ni Yatoro. Number own. Wala kasi ako nung sa ano eh. Tawag na ito. Player cards. Wala ako nung sa tawag na ito. Ito, hindi ako kompleto ng gold dito. Yung Thunder Awaken din, okay din to eh. Malalakas din to eh. Thunder Awaken. Yan, tignan natin yung mga laruan nila ngayon. Ito 0-4 to, 0-4. 0-4 ngayon sila Master EG. Ito rin TSM, masakit to sila Dubo, Moonminder. Kaso di ko, ay wala akong Braille bot eh. Dito naglalaro si Braille eh. Ay. Lock, saan ko nilock yun? Previous? Ah, dati. Okay. May Braille ba ako? Ako wala akong Braille eh. Wala akong pinaglaruan. Oh, wala. Wala akong Braille. Kinabahan ako doon oh. Wala naman Braille. Next period in a roster set. Ayan ah. Roster day 1. 147 pa lang tayo dito. Ilan yun? 350, 143. Kailangan makaano tayo. Marami para makakuha tayo nito. Isang ikot lang eh. Kada ano eh. 34 pesos din yan. Ito, Storm. Tapos yung sumunod yung SF. Ito, malas ako sa ganito. Sa dulo-dulo. Tingnan natin. Tingnan natin ngayong Major. Nasa Undying. Yan. Undying set. Ito pala yung mga ano dito. So ano dito? Sino ano dito? Gumalaw agad. Ng live ah. Wala pa eh. Wala pa eh. Oh, wala pang nagla-live eh. Panatik. Tignan nga natin si Panda mo, Matthew, Pakas, Dark Mago, Sacred Boxy, Mike. Ito malakas na yung tinilikid eh. Sila matumba man. Ito rin, Gaming Gladiators. Ito mga bago to eh. Ito, nag-champion na to eh. Kila Dubo. Undying yata to dati. O na lumipat na siya. Si Undying. Ay, si Dubo pala, si Undying. Ayan, tayin lang natin mga sir ha. Wait lang pa. Taas score mo ah. Hindi, ano lang to pre. 147. Ilan ba sa inyo mga pre? Yan ba mga score nyo sa fantasy ngayon? Nandiyan na yan, updated na yan ngayon. Yan, check nyo na yung mga score nyo para makita nyo na bukas. Kung may i-open tayong ano. Eh, bubuksan ba tayong treasure? Abang-abang lang sa treasure. Check nyo na ngayon, nag-ano na yan. Nag-update pa lang. Nag-update na yan dyan. Ay. Wait lang natin ah. Medyo maano-ano rin pala yung ano natin dito. Medyo swabe-swabe lang din pala ano. When you're on. Nagkaano din pala sila dito. Okay. Wait lang natin. Tagal kasi ayaw pa eh. Ilang pinapanood ko nga dito sa ano eh. Sa Twitch eh. Kung magsisimula na. Hindi pa rin eh. Nag-break time na naman. Oh. Break time na naman eh. Wala pa eh. Nagbe-break time pa eh. Maya-maya yan. Yan, no. Nalamig na si Lina. We'll be right back in after the after few messages. After the few messages. Di ko tuloy nalaro yung ano, tawag nito, yung daily pack. Ayang yun. Baka magka-gold ako. Yesterday, kaka-crusader ko lang. Crusader. Yan, naka tayo. Win streak. Yan, iyayabang lang natin konti yung win streak natin. Ilan to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Pwede na yan. 13 win streak. Di pa natin nababawasan. Pag nabawasan natin yan, iyak. Tagal nyo naman. Uy. Tagal nga Motsar eh. Yup. Aray ko sakit. Major, Stockholm Major. Group staging, Group B, I think. May ano pa pahinga pa sila dito. Madidinig eh. Tama na yan. Maririnig sa ano natin eh. I will hear ayan, meron na liquid nga una yun. Sabay-sabay na mga sir. Eto na. FNTIC. Sabay-sabay na ang digmaan. FNTIC, Team Spirit, Team Liquid. FNTIC, Team Spirit tayo mga sir ha. If you want a notification coming for every live notification when my channel goes live, and click the subscribe button and ring that bell. And tingnan natin to kung game na ba. Ayan na. FNTIC versus Yatorogad. Wala pa yata eh. Palit tayo ng terrain. Gamitin natin yung ibang terrain naman. Gawa tayo ng Immortal Gardens tayo. Immortal Gardens. Palitan natin yung weather effects. Gusto ko umuulan. Weather rain. Naka-snow tayo kanina eh. Yan. Tara. FNTIC. Yan, mag-iba tayo ng mapa. Tagal eh. Immortal Gardens gamitin natin para medyo malinaw. Wala pa. Wait up guys. Wala pa po. Wala pa eh. Thunder Predator. Maganda rin tong laban na to. Pero mas gusto ko panoorin to. Yung FNTIC versus Team Spirit. Kasayaw pa eh. Tagal. Naayos pa yata eh. To Team Liquid. Wala pa rin. Ito TSM. Group B na to, bracket B. Group stage B. Basta yun. Group B sila. We're all a group B. We have 3 matches ahead. We have FNTIC Team Spirit, Team Liquid versus Thunder Predator, TSM FTX versus Gaming Gladiators. Yata to. Tagal ah. Para mabigyan na tayo dyan. Wala pa eh. Natin. Jaron na? Hindi nga. Ano ba? Parang wala pa eh. Hop. Ayun naman eh. Wala pa yata eh. May watching na tapos wala pa. Paano nangyari yun? Tignan ko lang. Makikiosyoso lang ako sa Twitch ah. Oo nga, nagsisimula na yung Thunder Awaken. Ito, nagsisimula na to. Nagbaban na to. Yung Liquid. Banning pace na yung Liquid. Team Liquid kasi yung nakaano sa broadcast ng ano eh. Kaya ano natin.
To be a tiny core still doesn't mean that it's a carry, but the percentage damage is just the like DP with your spirit type is probably the #1 thing that tears through tiny. The
Kaso
only
Thunder Awaken versus Team Liquid.
Necrophos maybe, but I know a lot of people.
Say Necrophos one more time. I'm getting the TI flashbacks.
Necrophos.
Oh yeah.
What's that about?
Oh, he had a segment.
He didn't watch it. Yeah.
He had a segment for a minute. He just said Necrophos.
I remember
there. I would have watched.
I watched it, but we had you muted whenever.
The moment I would come on, I would mute myself.
Stuff. Yeah, we just.
What a waste of time. I'm an idiot. Bane. All right.
Bane. A bit of a save. Great hero against IO, just to be able to control like whoever's IO paired up with, and very easy to set things up. BKB piercing ability, like you have a little save during the Mars Arena as well. Team Liquid, they need to show their hand. They need to say like, what do we think? Where's this Tiny going? Considering that they didn't ban like, I'd say like Viper, Necro, Veno, or anything, because they do have a Mars. I mean, it's still a flexible hero. They can play it on the mid lane to be able to counter Tiny. I already said I think this Tiny is just going to go mid, considering from the information that I got from watching Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Dark Mago, this is like his favorite hero right in the mid lane, picking that Tiny up, so I can almost guarantee it. Speaking of favorite heroes, the Grimstroke coming out from Liquid is something that always seems to come out with this team. They really enjoy it. Obviously, they play very well with it, though, and I think it works pretty darn well with the Mars later on, right? Like, you Inkswell, blink in, initiate, have a perfect spear setup. I think it just fits for this team. They just love to run it.
Low win rate hero in professional games, good hero.
He is a great hero. Why is he low win rate in pro?
In pro level pubs, you mean, right?
Or pro games, just
like actual
official matches, yeah.
Huh? Really?
Spectre though.
Yeah, I think like me and Fogged always joke about it because there's got one guy that is like spamming out the stats. I think Grimstroke has the lowest win rate of all Dota heroes.
Shoutouts to that guy.
Shoutouts to that guy. One more time, he's always there in the chat. chat. Yeah, Thunder Awaken, they respond with Spectre. I don't remember seeing them play Spectre. Spectre did get picked up a lot recently in pubs. Same goes for Sven. So I think it's mostly to find the heroes in the back lines. Find this IO, find the Grimstroke, be able to kill him, create confusion, then follow it up with the Blink Initiation from Tiny and the Snapfire.
We saw some Spectre in some of the Group A matches that we were watching before we came out here. In the green room, we saw some Spectre as well.
I was not convinced by Spectre. I still think the hero farms slow compared to some other heroes. But we have to see. They have no break mechanic. In the previous game, there was Phantom Assassin with the Shard. But this time around, it's a good Spectre pick so far.
You could get a Silver Edge
rating eventually, yeah.
But yeah, early on, it's going to be tough. This is a nice pen. Look at this. Someone got a nice pen here.
A great transition, Perion Flax.
Mine now.
Yeah, Grimstroke did get picked. Also, instead of using a pen, uses the ink.
Ah, yes, you see.
That's why we have you on panel, Jenkins.
Yeah, because you can make connections between things that shouldn't be connected.
Okay, even though like they have like Spectre and Tiny, these two heroes could potentially like ruin their whole lineup. Just one of them having a break mechanic on the Viper and Venom that I mentioned would just feel really nice. Team Liquid, like their combo with the Grimstroke is really not there. They have one stun from Wraith King, that's it.
Yeah, that always feels sad. But they have picked the Grimstroke quite late in the draft. If you pick it early and then nobody bothers comboing with you, you feel sad. But here they've had to pick him 4th. So what could they pick here that would round out their draft well?
Wala pa yung
Have a quick look at the cheat sheet.
You know what?
Stormsphere.
It's not a bad just Batrider mid game. Actually, for either side.
Oh, they gone for Necro.
There you go. Actually, that should have been kind of obvious too. Because it's the Tiny counters we talked about,
and best this game against Spectre.
Yeah, this used to be a Spectre counter because the Heartstopper goes through all of the Spectre reductions, and then they do go for the Batrider. Okay, yeah, it was already a good Batrider game, and then it hard counters Necrophos, and that's Dark Mago's last pick cheese hero. So they got debated. It's going to be Sacred off lane, Granny, and then Matthew playing the Tiny, and then Batrider mid. This is a great draft from Thunder Awaken. Like, this is the flex that they can do being used.
Okay.
Sa Dota, wala pa mga
Let's see if that is correct. Yeah, Matthew's going to be on Tiny. Like South America, they do love for Tiny. And with this, I'm not a believer, but if I have to choose one region who's going to do well with the 4 Tiny, it's definitely going to be South America. I think Thunder Predator caught them in a little bit of a trap, forcing them to go for this Necro. It's a good Necro game, considering the Necros against Tiny and Spectre. But now this Batrider, like he's going to have a free time. Once he gets to a BKB timing, they have nothing to stop it.
The Scythe, by the way, because it insta-kills the Spectre when you use it, doesn't trigger the dispersion. So that's also a big reason why that's a counter. But yeah, like Lacoste said, the Bat coming out afterwards, like the bait of the Necro into the Bat, which is good against...
It's not a Bat, it's a bait.
Bait Rider.
Yeah.
MLP.
All right, quick final thoughts about the draft. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's become impossible with that Batrider last pick. I think the offlane looks really strong with the Snap Tiny combo. So yeah, I think Thunder Awakening probably have this one.
Jenkins,
I like Thunder Awaken. I like their draft a lot. I think it's really good.
I mean, you've been nodding the whole time they've been drafting.
I'm not going to say anything, just going to do this.
Wala pa sa Dota
So, all right, well, this is going to be game 1 of a 2-game series, of course. This is the first game in Group B. It's going to set the tone for it. I think we're ready to go over to our casters, Lyrical and Fly, and we'll come back and analyze the game after that. Chaps, are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you so much. Always ready, Ted and Fly. We get a great game. We're going to be graced by the Dark Mago Batrider. You were saying you love this pick.
Yes, it's one of his specialties. I play against this guy in pubs all the time, and when this guy last picks Bat, you know you're done for. So I'm really excited to see this match and how this Batrider does.
I mean, and that's what's so interesting about it, right? Is that like coming into this game, I think the majority of people anticipating Liquid, they've been looking good. It's their first match. It's going to be looking pretty solid. But with a solid draft from Thunder Awaken, this could be their opportunity to go up 1-0 at the start of the groups.
Definitely. I do think this is kind of like one of the strengths that second pick has. When you get the surprise last pick, and Batrider is definitely it. So Let's see what's happening here. They're already trying to kind of take over an area.
Yeah, moving on in, seeing if they can find anybody over there. Matthew playing on the Tiny, and as we can already see, Mickey coming towards mid with that Mars of his, and will already have the fully completed wand, as you might expect. But Boots first, Matthew. We've seen a couple of other position 4 Tinies working out earlier today. If I remember right, it didn't go so well for EG. A lot of things didn't, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, about that. You know, there's some things to say, but I'm very interested to see this because Spectre is a hero that's coming back right now, and we need to just see like OG win with this hero. And there's a lot of different builds you can do, so I'm kind of curious which way Picasa is going to go, whether he's going to go for Manta. It's kind of a decent diffusal game, so I am curious to see what route he wants to go.
Okay. Which build it is that comes out, and if that hero can come online. The panel talked a little bit about its issues with farming, but obviously there's been some ways that they've made it work, but has to first get through this lane, which could be a little bit of a problem. Necrophos together down on the bottom side.
Yeah, I do think there's a bit of a lane issue for the safe lane for Thunder. This Necrophos versus Spectre is a free lane for Necro, and this hero can take over a game to a point that even Batrider won't be able to kill him if he gets one like Dispel item like Yules or Lotus. So that is a concern I have for their bottom lane.
Okay, something to watch for there. At least at the early goings here mid though. This is where hopefully things should be going a little bit better for that Batrider on the side of Thunder Awaken. And already Mickey getting a lot of stacks up. I mean, is there an all-in potential that you have at some point on this Batrider?
There is, definitely there is. I do think the Bat has to kind of set the pace for this game because when you look at their heroes, they don't have that much damage on Thunder. They kind of need the Bat to run around.
Let's go, Fnatic. Fnatic versus Team Spirit. Ito na.
Dire team's turn to bat.
Gina daw.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Wala
5 seconds remaining.
Puyatan to, Lods.
Dire team ban.
Wala tayong pasok bukas. Tara na. Puyatan to, wala tayong pasok bukas.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick. Dire team's turn to pick.
Keeper of the light.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick.
Bang.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban.
Monkey King.
Dire team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick.
Admiral Konka.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick.
Winter Wyvern.
Dire team's turn to pick.
Winter Wyvern.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Send.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban.
Ayan, last pick para sa 2 teams. Oo nga, sa game na nga sa late nga dito sa Dota. Sa bagay, official sila kasi dito eh.
10 seconds
Sila
remaining.
yung official caster ng Dota to dito eh. Okay lang.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban.
Ka first blood na yan yata dun eh. Let's go, let's go.
10 seconds remaining. Turn to ban.
Yan, baka okay na yung internet nyo, pwede naman na kayong lumipat. Kung goods lang. Medyo delay na to dito. Sa Dota to. Delay na tong stream natin. Ulang tingin ko, in-game na sila eh.
10 seconds remaining.
Pero yan, sa mga nag-stay,
5
thank
seconds
you.
remaining.
Hirap kanina kumunak eh. Hindi ako makakunak kanina.
Radiant team's turn to pick.
Ano kaya last pick nito?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
CK, ano kaya na-pick nila? Parang may nakita akong ano kanina eh. In-spoil eh, no? Let's go, let's go. Hindi naman siguro na yata ito. Team Spirit. KOTL ng FNTIC. Support MK kaya to. Tsaka support KOTL. Malamang kung commit to eh. Bane IO kung ka Sun King, offlane Sun King, support
Dire team's turn to pick.
Timbersaw! Okay, so mid KO Kotol nga to, mid KOTL. Keeper of the light, mid lane. Carry ba o mid yung nawawala? Carry kung ka ba? Post 1 kung ka ba? Tingnan natin, tingnan
10
natin.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Kung post 1 ki ano ba daw? Kung post 1 ungka.
Anti-mage.
Choose your hero.
Lahat.
I
Now and I
must have a frank discussion.
You're a Trotsky
Missing
mate.
middle. Prepare for battle.
Yan,
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
medyo wala palang caster to.
I almost trust you.
Ingay ng aso namin. Wag ko lang ikas. Ang ingay.
30 seconds to battle.
There you go, game 1 ng FNTIC at Team Spirit. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's get moving.
Yan, FNTIC cheer natin, FNTIC cheer. Let's go. Ceilings lang sila dito ng bottom. Oy, boss. Yan nga. Medyo ano nga sa atin, medyo ano nga sa atin. Ang delay.
The battle resumes.
Ayun na nga ba? Ang...
Missing middle! Missing middle!
Missing middle.
Wyverns.
Tatake mid lane versus Chip Armel, KOTL. Main line namin Yatoron versus DJ. Support MK. Off lane Timboso.
I will cut where I want to cut, and you
Napipit na kayo ng Winter Wyvern eh. Sakit eh. Hindi kaya mo yan. CK ang carry.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
There you go.
Never.
Ayan na nga.
Hey!
MK. Okay, pampul ba yun? O talagang binabawasan niya lang talaga. Hindi kasi ako mid lane eh. Kinukuha niya rin. Okay. Ganun pala teknikan doon. Ba't kuhain mo rin pala daw? Bukod sa lane, meron ka pa nito. Ba okay, ba talaga si Chief Armel ah. Payaman. Sige, pinalagan si SK. Collapse to, si Collapse. Uy, uy. Iba. Na-dodge yun, na-dodge. Okay, post lang daw, post. Now we have on top lane. Naman, okay lang. Hindi mo, dikit lang talaga itong dalawa. Hindi niya pwedeng iwanan to si, AM. Mainit na yung dugo nito ni Toro lagi, no? Talagang tag-init lagi, eh. Naalala ko lagi yung Divine, eh. Yung Divine series na naalala ko, eh. Yung, pinadala sa courier yung, Divine. Tapos nasipat. Nakita kung saan dumaan yung courier. Saan Divine. Laglag, eh. Ay, meanwhile, post time tayo. Gina daw, Gina, G.
Missing middle!
Nakita dito si DJ. And kasi napun niya, medyo masakit yun. Mana, bawas sa mana natin. Winter Wyvern and CK. Ganda ng CK niya, no? Nice hit. Mas okay yata itong mapa na to. Mas malinaw kaysa dun sa gamit nating King's Journey. Yata, ito na yata ang first blood na inaantay natin, mga sir.
First blood!
First blood, Yatoro.
First blood!
First blood. Hindi naman papatayin. Pwede lang mapatay ito, pero yun, hindi lang papatayin. Kaya, okay. Meanwhile, mid lane. Ang mana Timber.
Are you even trying?
Trash talk, men. Bottom lane, mamamatay ba to? Hindi. Hindi mamamatay.
I said no!
MK. Nice. Nice job. Kaso papatay na yata to. Istanin mo. Istanin mo, kapatid. Huwag ka mahiya.
Sorry about that. Magic is an abomination.
Kulitan, oy, patay
Radiant's
ako.
courier has been killed. That's animal cruelty in my book.
Napangat. Galing ni Toronto Tokyo dun, ha. Nakita niya pa yun.
This'll come in handy.
Meanwhile,
it's fine. This was a useless kill.
MK, uy, ayaw ipapul. Pero napul pa rin. Napul pa rin mga sir, napul pa rin. Pero ang gold, walang gold. Ay, bottom. Man, solid solid pa natin gold lang ng 1k din. Kulitan lang silang dalawa dito kasi wala pa siya mana. Ito, madaming mana. Yan. Ito, madaming mana to, eh. Well played. Pinangat. Ano ni Chief Armel doon, ah. Kahit yung farm ng kalabang, kinukuha niya na rin, no? Ito naman, meanwhile, top lane, AM. Uy, may hinahabol sa dito, Winter Wyvern.
So far from my roost.
Tanggal ang ulo ng Winter Wyvern.
Sandy Claws.
Sandig lang.
My thanks.
And diretso dagger na dito sa ESK. Pero matagal pa naman. Wala pa siyang kalahati ng pera na habulin niya. That's it.
Missing top.
I'll take your tribute.
Uy. Galing talaga ni boss ano doon ni Chip Armel Grabe yung last hit niya dito. 300 last hits yung ano yata. Network lang, network.
Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse.
Nakakuha yata ng inbi to, inbi. So wala naman siyang mana Heal niya lang Ano kasi siyang mana? Ayaw na mo para yan nila. Then MK DP ng bottom. SK to mga sir, SK kita to SK. 4-man rotation para mamatay ang Bane. Kaso di na nila makutan yan. Disengage na sila. AM, Ring of Health at saka boots. 6 minutes and 50. Game 1 pa lang ito mga sir ng FNTIC at saka Team Spirit. May soul ring na siya. Pagka halimbawa may dumalo, pwede na. Ito na naman yung mga malulupit na words Ayun dalawa na yan mga sir. Dalawang obs yan. Nilagay ng Team Spirit. Toronto Tokyo yung isa, may Poshka yung isa.
Ooh, Dire's
courier
got
warding
killed.
nila,
Those things aren't cheap, you know.
Easy tayo. Ito, kita na rin to. Kita na rin yung farm net. Yan yung bottom lane. Gusto nga mamatay ba yun? Wala. Ayun, RK na siya. Nakaahon din. SK collapse 1-2. 1k to go. 1k 50. 50.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Butterfly. Ay, Battle Fury. SK. CK natin balita. Farmlet na. Farmlet of Mortigan. Pinagtatangka ng SK dito mga kaibigan. Nakita lumipad. Nakita umatras. Nakita ulit. Nasa instant to mga sir. Hop. Nakita yata. Napo lang CK.
Back to 4.
Napangat. May iwan na lang. Ay, dami. May nagtitipi pa. Ang ganda ng tipi na Ayo. Ayo ba yan? Hop, kinansel ng Ayo. Cancellation. Oops.
Me?
Yan.
Phantom Lancer should start up an unusually exclusive club.
Yan, ganyan.
There's cracks in Dire's top tower?
Uy, sakit. Kaso walang mana yung Timber Makakawit lang kayo dyan. Pero hindi, may ulti na ngayon to. Sabog to mga kaibigan, sabog. Boom! Let's go!
Here's thy reckoning.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
Oh, bounty!
Bounty. Ayaw. Yatoro. Grabe talaga si Kuya Yatoro. Diretso Fury na to. Fury siya. First and second niya. Nakakita si kaibigan. Hugot. Hop. Naku po. Inabot. Mid lane. Papa-ulti lang yata ito. Umiikot naman si Chakarmel Grabe no. Grabe mag-farm pala to. Kaya pala ang sarap ng sakit na ito yung mid lane. Lahat ng tatamaan solid Ayun, nag-i-stock pa.
Illusion!
Kita, uy! Naku po, Diyos ko po. Patay na naman mga kaibigan. Uy, may natira pa kaso late Late na ang respo. Makaka-blink out na.
Disappointment.
Medyo parang ano doon iba talaga yung gigil ni boss ni boss Yatorogan. Naku, pa-dagger na to. 400 na lang. Under na ang vapor. Vapor na saan yan? Malapit na to. Ayun na nga. Hindi pala malapit. Nandiyan na pala talaga. Nakagat na. Epis ano. Yung ganda naman ng galaw na yon. Nagulat doon ang CK natin. Nagulat si Tito Raven doon sa galaw na yon. Relocate. Lang. Binawian. Binawian agad.
They're beating on Dire's top
1K gold lead para sa Team Spirit.
Dire have fortified their structures.
Yatorogan. Battle Fury na ba? 10 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
Wala pa. Malayo
Yes,
pa.
Radiant fortified their structures.
MK Kotol.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
apat
attack.
naman sila dito. Okay lang yun.
They're beating on Dire's top tower.
Nag-scan. Na-scan pala sila dito. Na-scan. Nakikita to 5. 5-man rotation lang naman to mga sir.
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower.
Iba talaga nagagawa ng
better help Dire's middle tower. Dire's top tower is gone. Just a cold fog left
Panggap na lang
behind.
siyang puno. Panggap siyang puno. Hanggang lang talaga
Go for my chest.
Are those cracks in Dire's top tower? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kaso bigay na yata. Bilis oh.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
Grabe naman yan, sir.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The wages of fear.
Nakakulog-kulog pa. Wyvern, nag-sentry. Uy, nakabayo. May narinig ako ng kabayo. Tuloy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Grabe naman yan, fanatic. Pag may nabuhay pa doon.
Someone better help Dire's middle tower.
First game po pala to ng Group B para sa Stockholm Major. Ito nga pala yung
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
kauna-una ang Major ulit during the
Dire's middle
pandemic na
tower
may fans.
has fallen.
May fans daw to. May meet and greet na nga sa mga shop dust.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Collapse, nakadaga na yan. Kanina pa yan. Yung diretso mo, Bessel. Para sa CK. Constant healing na ba? Okay lang. Bessel. Okay.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Trinklet na to. Nilakit pala trinklet. Ano yun? Neutral item yun, di ba? Trinklet. Toronto Tokyo, double bracer, BKB. Mid lane, we have Timberso. Taba rin ang Timber natin kahit bugbog sa top. CK on Armlet. BKB na ata ito. Meanwhile, AM Fury na. Ayun na, nakalista na yung mga bubuhayin. Yan yung mga target lock emotions. Target lock agad Easy target lock.
Thank you.
Kasunod, Yasha, Skadi, Butterfly. Okay, nakalista na. Yasha, Skadi, Butterfly. Lista mo na, sabi ni Yatoro.
Radiant's middle tower could use some help.
Vessel. BKB din sila.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ayun na. Signal ko na ng babor. Uy. No.
Illusion! Someone better help Dire's middle tower.
Ba't naman ganon, sir? Paano tatanggal yun?
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower.
Wyvern, gapang na, laylay na yung ano. Inanalipad. Yules. Okay. Vessel dito, Vessel. Furia, bilis talaga. Pag naiiwanan mo to sa isang lugar, sure ball eh, paglabas, item agad eh. Lista agad eh, no? Ready na agad eh, so yun. Bottom lane niya siya. Naka-ano na yata, naka-ultimate orb na yata. Ultimate orb na. 17 minutes, grabe.
Must be dreaming.
Ganda naman yan. KOT yun.
A wyvern's breath.
Generation. Nakuha, Toronto, Tokyo. Hirap hanapin na ASUS kayo, hinahanap nila. Wala na, nag-TP out na. Yung mabali itong dalawa, di mo ito mapapag-iwalay kasi iikot ito mamaya eh.
A wyvern's breath.
Double kill.
Your admiral is on board. Deluge!
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long. Killing spree.
On the speed of glory, strike you.
Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse. Radiant structures have been snow fortified. Radiant's middle tower could use some help. Where did Radiant's middle tower go? Killing spree.
Was hardly a challenge worthy of the name.
Grabe naman yun, ninja. Ano, binigyan na lang sa likod. O, ikaw na bahala dyan.
You don't get to win. I get to win.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom.
Pang silence.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Good choice, silence.
Bounty!
Dominating!
Now that was a failed vote. Back so soon?
Are those cracks in Dire's top tower? Mega kill! Bottom tower triple kill! Attack. Someone better help Dire's middle tower. It looks like Dire fortified their structures. Radiant's bottom tower's got problems. Radiant's bottom tower is no more.
Grabe naman yung ano nun ng ano. Diretso lakit eh. Sama pa rin ba siya? Ano sila?
Dire's courier has been killed.
Grabe no?
They always go after the courier.
Yung meta na naman para sa mga pubs oh.
Double damage.
IO. Holy lakit lang, goods na. Oh, tas essence ring. Grabe.
The wages of fear.
Mamanta na rin ba? Nahilo lang pala yun. Medyo pagod dito si kuya. Ay, naka-BKB na. Si Silver Edge yata siya dito mga sir. Hindi ko Silver Edge to. Dito lang ito nag-i-raid dalawa. Mantaya, ano na ulit? Skadi Butterfly, nadagdagan ng listahan, Skullbasher. Grabe naman to si Yatoro. SK nag-tip. Mag-SOD yata itong mga to. Ay na nga, mag-SOD na nga. Palman SOD. Magkakakitaan pa nga ata. Ayan, nagkatunugan. At ito na nga, naipasok na mga kaibigan. Nako po, nahuli yan. Nahuli lakit. Grabe, sustain na kayo. Grabe, kawawa si EK dito, nasa loob. Sobrang low na ng si EK. Uy! Nice Winter's Curse.
Monster kill!
Baka natin. Pero ang KOT yan, may BKB lang naman. Opo, ang AM. Let's go. Ano lang. Patay. Oh, wala silang ano dito, sayang.
The king is risen.
You weren't expecting.
May Lincoln. Grabe naman to si Toronto Tokyo. Ang taba.
Not much good's happening to Radiant's bottom tower.
Patay ito.
Nice game.
Diba? Abi na patay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Grabe naman to si Yatoro. Crossover pa. Uy! Grabe naman yung kapasans yun.
Killing spree.
Oh, nagsipag-buyback na. Let's go. Utek, mukhang maano pa to. Grabe yung sustain.
Double kill.
Tapos ang boxing. Meanwhile, andito na ang Bane. Nag-buyback dun. Dalawa ang buyback. Dalawa. Timber at saka ano, Winter. Ayun, di na nila tinigilan. Buhay pa rin ang SK. Dagger in, dagger out. Naku, nag-witness cash ulit. Naku, mamanat pag-live. Hindi sa Sunstorm. Buhay pa, boy. Mailap. Naku, medyo bumukang panatik mga sir. 12k gold din para sa Team Spirit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ay, Roshan. First Roshan ng game natin. 26 minutes. Grabe naman itong Yatoro na to. Wala talaga Yatoro. Yuri ay kaya pala yan. Kaya pala yung ganyan. 25 minutes ganyan. Pwede yan. Report nyo na lang pag umabot ng ganyan. Ba, may nag-post one sa inyo, may nag-safe play. 26 minutes na, ganyan na. Report nyo na.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yan, report nyo na lang pag hindi ganyan yung farming, ha. May Roshan pa to eh, tatapusin niya na to.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom.
Nakita ba MK dito? Hindi ata eh. Nakita, istanin mo. Well played. Well played.
Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
Grabe, sustain na kayo eh, no? Wali lakit na naman. Oh! Nice! Hop! Malevolence. Di pa tamama. May libagbugan sa top lane, pero may ano to eh. May relocate to eh. Ano ko, may silence pa. May relocate kasi to eh. Paano mabibitawang may ano to? Relocation eh. Ako kita. Tapos ang boxing mga sir.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Medyo sayang yung Winter's Curse dun. Ayun na nga. Oh, na-hold ang CK. Tapos ang boxing.
Mega kill!
Patay ang ayaw. Patay din sila. Isa lang namatay pero inuubo sila.
Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take
Nag-i-EP
this
pa mga sir.
Dominating! Double kill!
Network 19k.
Radiant's middle tower could use
Medyo
some
iwan na
help.
iwan dito ang panatik mga
Dire
sir.
Snow fortified their structures.
Yun lang.
Radiant's middle tower is
Medyo
under
sabing
attack.
palad tayo dito.
Unstoppable!
Iba talaga, iba.
Radiant have fortified their structures.
Na-overwhelming na to.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems. Radiant's bottom tower is no more. They're attacking Radiant's bottom barracks.
Wala nang bottom tower dito. Medyo tambak dito ang Fnatic, 19k gold lead para sa Team Spirit. Sakit naman kasi nung sustain na ito. Butterfly na dito.
Radiant's top tower has looked better.
Basher yata sunod nun. Basher na yata yung sunod na yata.
Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse.
29 minutes, ito lang naman.
Radiant's middle tower could use some help. Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen.
The last of the old ones.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse. Where did Radiant's middle tower go? Ownage! Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen.
Missing middle.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
In cold, there is comfort.
Killing spree. Ownage. Mega kill. Radiant's top barracks are going to blow over.
GG gold.
Double kill.
Basic game 1.
They did it.
Basic game 1. Pinos pa eh, no? Wala, basic game 1 tayo, basic game 1. Wala. Tingin nga, tapos na ba Team Liquid? Ito nga panoorin natin. Ay, wala na, tapos na rin. Tingin. Oh, panalo Thunder Predator, oh. Game 2 na to. Grabe naman yung Thunder Predator na to. Yan, ano nyo rin itong Thunder Predator. Magaling din to mga to. Ayun na, 1-0. Talo nila game 1 ang Team Liquid. Mambabaguhin ko na to, ah. Bilangin nga natin yung schedule bukas. Yan, 1. Ilan yung Thunder Predator bukas? 1. Yun lang. Kunti pala na schedule bukas. 14. Ay, nabago schedule. Baka nag-move? Kasi sabi ko dapat diba 6. Ay, di pa pala totoo yun. Joke pa lang pala na ano yun. Magandang ano, palitan. Di pa pala to yung ano, yung schedule na yun. Kala ko 6 eh. Joke pa lang pala yun. 2 OG, 2 boom, 2 T1. Mukhang tagdadalawa lang, parang fair lang. Gaimin, mind game. Tagdadalawa lang. Kahit anong ilagay nyo sa player cards nyo, okay lang. Tagdadalawa lang sila. Tagto 2 games sila bukas. 2 games na rin. 2 matches pala sila bukas. Yan. Okay na ako dito siguro. T1, may T1, may... Okay, pwede na siguro. May boom, may Toronto. Ito, may Thunder Predator ako eh. Tapos na ba to? 143. Sagad na ba to, tol? Wala na ba? Wala na bang iangat to? Balang, no? Balang naman, iangat mo, diba? Baka mayroon pang iangat yun, baka naman, diba? Kung pwede lang. Yan, 2 minutes pa bago mag-start yung isa. Oo nga, medyo delay nga dito sa bagay. Di naman tayo ano talaga. Di naman talaga tayo official ano, nakikishare lang tayo ng ano natin. Goods lang din, at least may napapanood tayo. Tayo lang natin yung second game natin. Game 2. In 2 minutes mag-i-start na to eh. Ito kaka-start pa lang eh. Wala, team spirit na to. 2-0 ang Fnatic dito mga sir. Medyo malungkot tayo dun eh. Hindi man lang nakapalag ang ating Fnatic. Eh, team spirit na kasi yun eh. Ito, pwede natin. Tingnan nga natin to. Wala pa. Ito sunod natin. O, yung Fnatic pa rin tayo. Parang okay din tignan tong Thunder Predator eh. Thunder Predator. Ayan. 1-0 eh. Thunder Awaken eh. Magaling daw yung Takakh, ba yun? Takakh? Yan. Medyo ayegos din, di ba? Wala pa yata. Wala pa rin to. Wala pang lobby to. Ay talaga, meron na. Bilis ah. Pero ay pa tayo papasukan eh. Wala pa dito. Thunder Predator yung ano eh. Ila-live. Kasi ba mag-Thunder Predator? Yun yung naka-ano ngayon eh. Thunder Predator yung naka-live ngayon kasi. Base ko stream eh, kaya mabilis eh. Ano sila? Ano ba to? Ah, okay, iba-iba yung pangalan. Iba-iba yung ano, sige sabay natin sa ano, sa Twitch na tayo, sabay natin sa Twitch. Wag na tayo sa Dota, layo ng delay. Layo ng delay sa ano, sa Twitch, ay sa Dota to, parang 12 minutes nga daw. Sa Twitch na tayo. Nag-ano na, peaking na eh. Mas mabilis nga sa Twitch. Parang 12 minutes. Tagal natin nag-antay kanina eh. Sige, sa Twitch na tayo. Team Spirit, Fnatic. Ayan.
Actions, I kind of like it.
Kuhain na natin.
This DK
DK Hoodwink can be really terrifying on the map if the lane goes well for you.
Ayan, tingnan nyo, nagsisimula na dito. Peeking na dito.
In the safe lane, DK, that's being run so far at this tournament, do you think FNTIC also, like, one, do you believe in it, and two, if so, do you believe in it, do you think FNTIC?
Live to. Ito na yung mas mabilis.
I think FNTIC
Twitch tayo, Twitch.
maybe run it.
Mabilis nga sa Twitch.
Crazy good offlane pick. I think it's more likely they do that in a game where they're second pick and they can get some.
Yun yung apat na agad yung na-pick ko sa Dota 2. Tagal.
And then boom, the game's broken, right? Sure. I think that's the type of scenario they would play. I don't think from first pick it's a bit harder to do because you don't get that super value here. Like this Tiny can still go mid, right? Yeah. And Spirit
Storm
for sure because they have Coddle Grim.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna see this Grim Tiny combo and this Coddle Tiny combo a lot this tournament. It's huge in the European meta. It's just so strong because it enables this mid Tiny to be super viable. This Grim Tiny combo goes back to OG runs at TI. They really showed the strength, and even if you're playing carry Tiny, he's fine with these heroes backing him up too.
Yeah.
So this is a lot of the little synergies that Spirit's really good about. They like these little combos. They like the little lane combos. Again, double range support, bailing out the melee cores in the lanes. They have good initiation, good team fights, good pickoff. Very robust draft from Spirit. FNTIC's not really going to get any easy openings in this draft, so this is a game they really have to step up the execution and play good Dota. There's no way around it. You want to take down a TI champion, you're gonna have to
play some.
You're gonna have to step it up.
Goddamn clean Dota. I think on the topic of Grim, I think he works really well with some of the other heroes that are being picked right now, right? Like Sand King. I think Grim Storm is a pretty scary combination as well. DK is a pretty decent run because we saw so much DK Sky that now I think Grim and Shadow Shaman are kind of replacing that 4 damage dealer.
Speaking of this Tiny,
yeah.
What does FNTIC want to help take down these beefy frontliners? I know Raven likes to play some of these ranged damage dealers, but it's a question of does he feel confident enough to pick them here when there's still potentially that carry swap option with the Tiny? And his heroes like, you know, the Terrorblade's out, the Medusa's out from earlier, the TA's out from earlier. There's things like Drow, there's things like Arc Warden, but do they look that great here?
Yeah, how do you pick them if it could be a mid-Tiny and a Mars? That sounds like a lot of
Spirit saying,
a lot of jump.
You know, good luck, we're going to take out some of these cheesy melee abusers.
They'll go for the tankier Wraith King, which obviously, like Spirit, full-on burst, right? Mars, Coddle, Grim, maybe a mid-Tiny. Like, you're talking burst on burst on burst. So having more durability probably doesn't feel too bad.
It's good for their team fight. Gives them another hero to go in and set up for this Pugna Hoodwink. These are 2 heroes that need cores to be able to stun and set up their spells. So I can understand the need here. It rounds out their lineup a lot. It's a hero that can accelerate the objectives for Storm as well, in terms of playing with this DK, taking early towers, taking early Roach, getting Storm that Aegis so he can go in the fights. Troll Warlord. I was going to say, I feel like Spirit wants another carry here potentially, and Yatora will have his say. Pick me, last pick Troll. I go hit people with axes. That's my troll voice. You were not impressed.
That was very good. I think the mannerism was right. Maybe the voice could have used a little bit.
I give it a 2 out of 10.
All right, so what, like Troll versus Hoodwink DK? Like, can you actually run DK out of lane? I don't think so, right?
Not that easily. Maybe you kill him once early, but I mean, at the same time, it's pretty hard for DK to abuse a troll, so you can play that ranged game. This pick to me is mainly, I think he really likes the Wraith King matchup here, which I think should be good in general for troll, as long as you don't have ways of prolonging the fight. Pugna's pretty annoying in that regard, but outside of that, there's not a huge amount.
Yeah.
And like, you're just gonna annihilate this Wraith King late game if you get to your items. Another big thing is Storm. I think Troll's really good at shutting down Storm.
Why?
You're one of these heroes when he goes in, if you ever blind him, it's super annoying.
Okay.
And then at some point, you just ult and you net this guy and you 100 to 0.
And especially now that Storms no longer go the Orchid build, like there isn't that threat as much of like early on being hunted by the Storm and getting Orchid 100 to 0. Yeah.
So I think for your Toro hero, he's pretty confident in the carry matchup. He's giving some extra utility in terms of helping his team deal with the Storm in the fights, and like that was a good enough reason to pick it up. I also think when that Storm Tiny matchup is in drafts like this, we're going to see it the whole tournament. A lot of these European CIS teams love this mid Tiny versus Storm. I tend to agree it's one of the better answers to Zero on the mid lane. Your timings are amazing. You have huge magic damage, burst, and stun to kill him in the fights. You're super tanky. You lane well. Yeah. So it's kind of like a free matchup there as well.
Okay, game 2.
Taking another carry here.
Let's go.
I like it. I think it's...
Smoke parehas, oh.
Draft for FNTIC to fight up. It's extremely well-rounded from Spirit, and it's pretty much everything they want in a game.
Early smoke up from both sides this time around, as FNTIC, they did their 5-man smoke last time and immediately ran mid and got that nice aggressive ward that did net them an advantage here. Toro actually tosses the ward up to the high ground after, like, the smoke broke. They knew their heroes up here, but he threw it out there and got some information, but that ward's going to immediately get dewarded.
Well, someone's getting some gold.
Who would you give this to? Mid, right? You give it to Armel? You give him the solo experience for the ward too?
If he wants to buy the sentry, yeah, he could just take it out, but you could always just take it on one of the supports, you know. Yeah. I would just take it.
I feel like when you know the ward so early, like I was a core, like if I was a mid laner, I feel like I would be calling for that, you know? Like I've got the gold for it, I could do it in time, you know? But
he might run one out and kill it later or something. It's not some crazy laning ward that's going to affect the early level, so you can kill it later too, but...
Yeah, that's true. Spirit, once again, are getting the positioning here that they might be able to get 3 bounty runes, just like they did last time. Jabs does manage to get it here, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage on its way out. In fact, slowed down. The Breathe Fire is going to slow down some of that damage, but it still doesn't feel great. It's actually FNTIC who walks away with 3, so they actually won some of the 1v1 right-click wars on this right side. So
lost the regen trade zone.
Yeah.
That's worrying for this top lane. Like, Jabs goes in this lane already at half HP. And there's potential here that Spirit could abuse him off of this. This Troll's a really good early harasser. We're going to see he's just going to lay into him.
Yeah. So Jabs, we'll see what he can do, what DJ does in response to this. They're at least going to secure the range creep. But things are going to be a little bit rough going for them. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, we have the Mars, Keeper of the Light, versus Pugna and Wraith King, which I feel like that's a pretty decent lane for Mars.
Yeah, he should be chilling for the most part. Yeah. I think Wraith King can do really well versus Hero if he has the option to play aggressive on him with the skeleton timings and just gain the regen advantage, abuse the level 3 skeletons in particular. But I don't think Pugna is going to be the one to do it in this type of lane. Yeah. Especially when you're just taking all this Coddle harass. It's like, it's just way too hard to get that regen advantage where you can play aggressive. The one upside is they did get this hard camp block, which I think is super important for that lane bottom. Because this is a shove and pull lane, basically by default. It's every Coddle lane. Yeah, I fully expect Mira to try and deward that at some point.
Yeah, I don't know how you play a Coddle lane that isn't immediately shoving it into the enemy as quick as possible. Our mid lane matchup, Armel versus Toronto Tokyo. And Armel was quite the beast early on at being able to put a lot of harassment onto Toronto Tokyo. And once again, he's kind of in a favorable harassment matchup, right? Storm Spirit versus a melee hero.
Yeah, it's tiny a melee hero though.
That's true. That's true. He did just get that CS from like 300 range. So
this guy he is a hero. That's all I'll say about that one. But this hero, it's hard to destroy this hero mid. You can probably get a slight edge. I mean, Storm is just a ridiculous mid laner. Like, Static Remnant is it's an abomination of a spell, let's be honest. This thing is so hard to beat. He will out-farm almost anybody on mid lane unless you're killing him, which is almost nothing in this meta.
Oh, nice setup here. Bushwhack, and they might just be able to get first blood off of this. Maposhka goes down as he underestimates the
first
power
blood agad,
of DJ's hoodwink.
Mapapawi dito FNTIC.
Lead off here. Bottom lane, they're going to get a little bit aggressive, like you said.
Ayaw magpa-2-0 yata.
Aggressively, they can actually beat out Mars, but...
And they didn't get this big camp.
Ganda nung tali na yun.
Yeah, FNTIC's doing a decent job of controlling these side lanes, winning them both. This kill top, along with how that lane was going, super big for them. I can't overemphasize how much, like, this DK, he's gonna be able to do some work in this lane with the levels. That's all he needs. So anything that accelerates him there is amazing for their game progression, because it's not only gonna kick Yatoro out sooner than he'd like, but start opening up these towers, which anytime you can open up the map for Wraith King Storm, they're going to love it, because they'll use the space a lot. On top of this, DK wants to be this early game initiator. He wants to get a fast blink in this game and set up for his support to make stuff happen. Play with his Storm aggressively. This is the lane you want to be going amazing if you can pick one.
Yeah.
And it's definitely going pretty good for them.
Yeah, especially considering the start and our concerns about like maybe Jabs being in trouble and getting run out of lane early.
Exactly.
He even like went for the skill point of Dragon Tail to ensure that first blood, and obviously it paid back in huge dividends being able to get a first blood bounty like that. So
Basta monitor nila para na 4K talaga.
Conceptually, it's just Dragon Knight's he's a high regen offlaner with armor, right? And
yeah,
all Troll wants to do is he wants to harass you early so he gains advantage and then continue to harass you so you can abuse CS. TK just doesn't give you that window. Maybe you kill him once early, but eventually it's like a Timbersaw type thing. He just has too much regen.
Got it again.
More aggressive.
Maposhka, he's gonna give away the inks. Well, they do manage to get it though. The miss came in and almost saved Maposhka's life.
Take a lot here though.
Yeah, on his way back out, they're gonna get a couple swipes in, and while the support is gone, they're gonna keep up the aggression on Yutoro. Unfortunately, missing out on that bushwhack.
I was gonna say, get some more damage in there. That's a 2-on-1. You know, get that harassing.
Yeah.
Dragon Knight's invincible at this point.
The Jab's actually going for a second level of Breathe Fire, which I don't know if that was purely because of the. I figured you would just be going Dragon's Blood because, you know, regen and armor against Troll.
Oh, he's playing to win this lane.
Damn.
I like it. I think this is a lane they can win with how it's going. I think it's a good read. You know, why do you take a passive, man? Passives. They're skillless. Can't do anything with a passive. And bottom skeleton push.
Yeah, they've been keeping this up. I'm a little bit surprised how much they've been able to push in this bottom lane against a Coddle, but
I think it's just this Pugna Coddle matchup. I know a lot of people talk about this, that you drop this Nether Ward down. It's a huge time Coddle doesn't want to use Blast, and then you're reducing the damage on the lane. You might get a zap or two off. It's kind of an annoying lane matchup for Coddle. And Pugna's also a pretty fast hero with high base damage, so he can right-click you pretty evenly, whereas normally Coddle can outrange some of these trades. Maybe just an annoying lane for Spirit here, but as usual, Miro's getting up the stacks. At the same time, though, it's blocked, so...
Yeah, very awkward.
FNTIC one step ahead here.
Yeah, they really are. So he's just going to have these two to be able to farm, and even that, he's having a hard time cutting through them, because, dude, these guys, by the way, not the Satyr Tormentors, these Acorns, Warpine Raiders, those guys have crazy stats.
Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta make some jungle creeps broken every now and then, so you know, like Shen and Ench have a good time.
You know, like Harpies and Frost Armor has been a constant.
Ano tingin niyo mga pre? Bato 2-0 ba tayo? 2-0?
A lot better for FNTIC than last game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there's anything on Spirit's side that's like snowballing and starting how to control. The lineup is functioning a lot different.
Update nyo pala yung fantasy cards nyo. Iba pala yung schedule para bukas.
They're gonna have a decent window here in this mid game where they can
nag-iba schedule.
Make stuff happen and blow it open, especially with this.
Parang tagdadalawang laban na lang yata bukas.
Did get that region on Storm, so maybe he wrote up here and try and make something happen. Like the catapult's still alive up here too.
Yeah, it seems like Spirit have kind of made that read. They did like a really aggressive lane ward and top.
It's a good read by them. They're thinking about it because Yutoro knows this DK. He has 6. Like, all right, this guy wants to kill me. We're seeing how passive he's playing.
Yeah.
FNTIC, they're smoking up here.
Yeah, they bring in the 2 supports. Ooh, okay. They managed to TP Armel to bottom lane to be able to get that kill and collapse. We'll watch this setup here.
It might make Yutoro think he's not getting ganked here.
Yeah, he's like, no storms here, but it's actually the 2 supports. Now the argument TP and the Tiny, and things may turn here as FNTIC gotta be careful. The ward's already down, but Toronto Tokyo doesn't give a damn about the ward. They're just gonna all in on this Dragon Knight, and he's gonna throw him back. He could not get off the stick charges. Ultimately, Team Spirit had just enough burst damage.
Sayang.
That was almost an insane series.
Nabakapan agad mga tol.
They get that TK out there. It's super big for them.
Yeah.
But just a nice big kill.
Ito pa.
Yeah, Armel, he's going ham.
Kaya si Boss Armel doon. Galit na galit. Hindi pwede mag 2-0 to.
His first rotation catches 2 heroes back over to top lane. Emmanuel is in some trouble here, and Jabs really be able to stop it either. Toronto, Tokyo, much like Armel, the mids did that rotation and then did that thing where they just
talagang factor
hide
pagka
out
umiiyak
and keep
yung
farming neutral creeps and stay off
rotate
map,
agad yung mid
gank again.
Parang nababoost din yung confidence nung kabilang lane. Oy,
not that it maybe matters. Mira's still dead.
Pero may
Toronto, Tokyo might be able
nagtitipi.
to catch Armel though. He's low on mana. He's got a couple of bottle charges here. The silence on him plus the stun. It's going to be problematic. And DJ can do nothing to be able to stop this combo. Armel cannot get out. Big kill for Team Spirit.
Lumagpas kasi yung ano ni DJ.
It's a super huge kill. Armel was snowballing so much, but now you're shifting a lot of momentum back the other way.
Oh, the healing self save. DJ, he's going to chase him into the trees. He's got another one of those scurries, but he went right. Stay to the left-hand side.
Nice play.
From the little squirrel.
That's a high-level Grimstroke.
Grabe
That's
yun,
a decent kill to get. This Grim's almost level 6
Well
on
played,
some of those
well
kills.
played.
Which again is gonna pay dividends because this time
Grabe, no?
Link already. He's rushing it.
Yeah.
Ayaw talaga magpahuli ng buhay.
For this immediate execution on
Nakapod,
Toro now.
Toro
made the
naman.
read. He saw the TP coming in on that lane ward
Oy,
earlier. So he dodged the big jump from Storm, but
Galing.
too much for him to be able to get away. He's dead. 6-3 now for FNTIC as they pick up another one.
So this is the rotation I think I wanted to happen instead of that bottom one because I think it's the more impactful. I think that collapse kill bottom and then he got the other support up. Maybe that support kill shouldn't happen. I think that was really good for Armel's game. But at the same time, we saw Spirit earlier was preparing for that type of storm rotation top.
Yeah.
And when they turned it around, that's what they were thinking about. And they played that sequence really well. But I wonder if Storm was there, if that just breaks the game even more. That's kind of the small differences. Like, you can make a good decision in Dota. Maybe it's not the best.
I know.
That's just...
Combo pala to no? Grimstroke.
It's not
Subukan nga namin
it's not like this move he made bottom is bad,
Grimstroke tiny.
but it's a question of how you want to accelerate
Kahit
the game.
troll pwede.
That's why Dota is so complicated. Because sometimes there's multiple good decisions.
Ako na, makikita ata si Boss
Such a big kill
Armel.
if they can get it, but Armel is actually going to back out at the right time here. The scan from Team Spirit had the Storm Spirit when he was low. Emmanuel's dead though, as he does instead tank that smoke gank with the Siege Wagon pushing in, so Team Spirit's going to be able to get a little bit of mid-tower damage off of that before Storm Spirit comes back into play here.
They're still controlling this triangle.
Yeah.
Dagger Team
Play from Spirit. They got this bottom tower for free.
Oh, Mira trying to tank for the Siege Wagon. Did manage to get the blinding light, and that just might save. Oh, he's going to go back in, but Armel dodges away from the Inkswell. The toss over the side. Mira, he is still alive with a silence. Oh, he gets shot by the hoodwink, but it may not matter. This trade-off is more important. Armel saved by the Takrepify for a second, but eventually he will go down with nowhere to run to and nowhere to hide. No hiding for the squirrel either. DJ, he gets caught by Toronto Tokyo. The Inkswell stun isn't quite there though, so DJ might be able to stay alive here. Hidden in the trees, collapse, cutting down. Raven's gonna be able to cut across. He gets the stun onto Toronto Tokyo. They throw the arena, but Toronto Tokyo, he's trying to get out of this arena in a way to safety, but cannot do it. Jabs ends up finishing him off with the help of Raven, who gets the last hit. Now Maposhka is going to be chased down potentially as well. Raven, get the hell out of my way. I've got a stun. Gets it off now. Spear to the side. Oh, they managed to dodge the nuke coming in from the hoodwink, but if he can't go on the high ground, it means he is susceptible to Jabs' right clicks instead.
Di ka na yung ano dun ah. Ingat din sa ano no. Sa armlet.
The rest of that sequence might go better.
Yeah.
That's just unfortunate on the toss target, but little overextension, big kill for Wraith King. He's gonna have, this is a really good game for Raven. He's gonna have a really nice timing here if he chooses to go this Deso route in terms of the objective taking. And get his objective taking along with this Dragon Knight, who's also had a really good early game, is what's gonna push that Storm into the mid game. Even if Armel died twice here, it's not gonna matter as much.
Sana hindi sila mato-zero. Ano man lang okay na at least malag sila.
Feels like they're a little
Ang hirap din sabi.
Again, going for this corner.
Ay, huli. Ayun ako, combo.
This one, it's going to be on a fight position. May not be able to get that much. The final bit of nukes while the Takrepify goes out is going to be enough. But if they trade out, the pushback actually got cut away by that small zip. The Storm Spirit now gets speared up. Oh no! He trades his life for the Tiny instead of just outright killing the Tiny and getting out. But if they can get some more heroes here. Raven is going to be able to chase down the Mars to give respect to the Inkswell, play it out, get rid of the silence, and get a stun ready to go. Couldn't get the blink in time. Collapse gets caught first by Jabs, who blinks first and gets the Dragon Tail stun. Collapse hoping to be able to hide in the trees, but the flames and fire will run him down, burn him to a crisp. Meanwhile, though, Yatoro did get a free mid tower.
Yatoro's never sleeping on the job. This guy's always getting something done.
Yeah.
But a nice rundown from FNTIC there. That was kind of similar to that gank we saw on game 1. Again, to this corner of the map, trying to find the solo core farming there, but this is why this is a hard gank. The response can come super fast on that tier 1 Radiant. And again, this Tiny's looking, but this is just a hard part of the map for them to find these kills. It's very deep. You're not going to have the vision. The tier 1 response can be fast. It's a tough one.
Sorry, I was laughing at Toronto Tokyo using the neutral creep to toss over to the lane, the lane creeps, to try and get some CS and push in the wave. It was pretty cute.
Efficiency.
Max efficiency.
Every little bit.
He's got a Arcane Rune and a Coddle, so I feel like, yeah,
it's
go time. It's time to make some more moves happen.
Naitolo talaga ng Kotol, eh, no?
Yeah. We're seeing it reflected in the net worth. Not that this is bad, but they really are trying to get a lot done in this one.
Ganda ng ginagawa nilang apat, eh, no? Is talaga sa troll, eh. Pero nakuha dito. Oh! Yun lang. Uli support sa likod. Dalawang support yun, mga sir.
Out Yatoro right now.
Nag-ulti.
Got his ultimate and managed to get off the ensnare onto the sun with the toss up in the air. Toronto Tokyo ensures the Storm's kill, and they finish up the first life for Raven, who tries to go for the kill and does manage to get it. Yatoro dies, and maybe Mira's in trouble next. Jabs and Raven couldn't quite catch him. Another combo laid down. He's gonna go for a TP out. No more stuns, and he's right. He's safe. Jabs went in though. Jabs went in by himself with his carry leaving, and are they going to run out of damage? Damn, Jabs with the double bracer, 1 stacks, now a Pugna TPing in. They don't have enough damage to be able to take him down the first time. But a second with the Avalanche, with the Inkswell, with the Urn, he turns around, does manage to get the stun off. Whoa, a little bit of life drain, couldn't get the toss off. A Bushwhack goes in, and now Armel,
nice Armel.
back into play, zips in,
Well played. Uy, nice
toss over, awkward positioning, almost getting Maposhka killed. As Toronto trying to save his own life, almost kills his support. Great idea there from Jabs. I mean, he had a better read than I did. I was like, 1 versus 3, what are you doing? But he actually managed to bait them in and get the tiny kill.
I mean, he had no choice. You're stuck in the arena, you gotta fight, so he's TPing in there. I almost think Raven could have maybe taken that fight with them after the tiny combo because there's nothing left in the tank. I understand him getting out there, though. He feels like he's having such a good game. Dying there is such a high risk for minimal return.
Oh.
And FNTIC showing some scrappy.
Hindi naman yung ginawa na Raven.
Again,
Laing ano pag namatay
Spirit's feeling a bit. It seems like they're pressured to make some stuff happen, and that fight execution was again insane. Multiple heroes living on 30 or less HP there. Both Collapse and Yatoro.
This got to be their last.
Naman is Odi agad.
Grabe.
Grabe smoke, eh, no? Pag may nakikita talaga.
Well, you know, Collapse, the one position is farming.
Baka may mga ka-party kayo or ano, gamitin nyo to.
Tokyo taking up that 3 roll.
Grabe rotation na to.
They're looking on mid. Their ward's dying though.
Yeah, that kind of gives away the smoke gank, right? There's a ward that appeared out of thin air.
It might have been there. I'm not sure if it was there from the previous fight or not, but yeah, FNTIC definitely smelled this one. And honestly, I'm not even sure that if they go in there, I think they die. Return. No one on FNTIC's alone, so they'll die sometime on the map.
See, they got this line of vision, a little bit of vision in their enemy jungle, river ward, and top. Just this little like line across, protecting their triangle area. Team Spirit now out of smoke.
Ganda talaga ng pug na support, eh.
That kind of vision.
May lugi, sabi ka ay ng word, ay ng mana. May kotol, eh.
But honestly,
Yasha, Mel.
I don't think they did enough for how much was invested in it. I don't think Team Spirit's super happy with that. Maybe if that mid fight goes better, I think they would have been super content, but This is going to give FNTIC a decent window because they are going triple BKB here. Normally, I think you can go more aggressive with Deso on Wraith King, but this is just... They're going to have all three in the next minute. And if we look at what Team Spirit has to deal with it, not a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think Yataro's big enough yet where they have enough damage to pierce these BKBs and take that fight in the 9 seconds where DK's stunning somebody, Wraith King's stunning somebody, Storm is stunning somebody, Hoodwink's stunning somebody, Pugna's got an Abyssal, he's stunning somebody, so you're going to have to take the fight once you get locked down, and triple BKB is going to be insanely strong for FNTIC here.
Do you feel like by doing this like all-in triple BKB, especially on the Wraith King, is there a certain amount of a lead? Like, how much does FNTIC have to get accomplished with this, right? Because you can't just have like an even, like 10-15 minutes from now, the game can't still be even.
No, you want to get stuff done,
right? Yeah.
This is not triple BKB keep farming. This is, I mean, I hope not. I say that, and historically, there's a lot of teams that keep farming. I think it's triple BKB, force the Roche.
Yeah.
Or, like, you have the vision, they have some good vision on the map, just smoke, take an aggressive fight.
Push the Roche.
I think if you jump any of the cores, you can take the fight afterwards, because there just is no defensive capability on Team Spirit right now. They don't have their own BKB. Control just got a Manta, but he'll get chain stunned. And this is not like last game, where last game Spirit had double saving supports.
Close fight, close fight.
I'll heal, reload.
Manta na,
This
Manta.
game, Grim Coddle,
Attack
double
speed ang
aggressive, so
ano natin dito. Control
if you
attack
jump
speed.
the Team Spirit lineup, the fight should go a lot better for you this game. And that's what the BKBs are allowing them to do. So I would really like to see a mid lane double, or even just force this tier 2.
Wraith King BKB din.
He's super good at just doing these casual tower pushes. He can just hold his BKB super long because he has that first light.
They do a vision here, but Armel with that BKB follow-up. That's a beauty, Tiny. Just needs a little bit more damage, and Jabs is on the other side. He can lend a helping hand, but he can
Grabe naman yun, Boss Armel.
Nobody else was able to chase after that. He'll do a bit of mid-tower damage. Raven's
Ganda naman
actually
nun.
making the call. Let's just go high ground, guys.
Why not? 20 minutes, you got the skeletons. You got Tiny dead for 30, you know he doesn't have buy. It's a poke here from
BKB.
Alright, BKB forced early on though.
Yeah, he throws out the arena here. Jabs is stuck inside of it, but Raven still has an extra life here. Jabs, he's going to be the victim of this arena perhaps. Oh no, the decrep! Yatoro! Okay, fortunately he's able to close that distance just in time. Whirling axes help finish him off, and it looks like the rest of the team need to get out now, so that means a +1. They're going to be able to find the Pugna kill. Collapses killer instincts once again, netting a
Grabe
really
talaga
favorable
collapse, no?
response to what was
Wala naman silang wards dun.
disastrous setup. I mean, the fact that they
Sentry
were
lang yun
able
eh.
to go high ground at 20
Sentry lang andun eh.
FNTIC.
Grabe, no?
Looking a little dicey for Spirit.
I think you're probably supposed to go Roche there.
Galang ano to, collapse to.
For your Storm.
Anak ni Gabe yata to eh. Binubulungan kung asan eh.
But at the same time, they don't want to give up more pickoffs, and that's what's going to happen. Toronto, Tokyo tosses back whoever gets too close, and it looks like now Roshan is going to be given up.
Man, on this Storm.
Sorry, naubo.
Disastrous,
COVID.
like 2 minutes there. Off of what looked like, I was going to say, a beautiful use of your Observer Wards with the early BKB on Storm and that Arcane Rune to get that double pick off. I think if you instantly go Roche Pit there, you convert on that, and maybe you go high ground after. A bit of mis-sequencing maybe, and underestimating how confident Spirit would be to take this fight. Also, Jabs, he just gets stuck in this arena and doesn't have his BKB. It's flying out here.
Yeah. They had their BKBs flying out, and Armel used a big jump at the very start for a fresh BKB on Collapse.
That Drain also self-interrupted, I think, so...
Oh, really?
Maybe just some minor misclicking. Maybe it saves him, not sure, but either way, he's throwing a lot back. And
a lot could be forgiven here if they manage to pick off Yatoro with his Aegis. They're actually circling around here. Jabs, if he finds
him, though.
Spots him for a second, can't get off the Dragon Tail quick enough, and pushed away by Mira. A missed opportunity for FNTIC as Yatoro, he knows he almost just bit the dust there at least once.
Insta TP's bottom.
Grabe naman yun.
Just gonna get the lane pressure back out. Use this Aegis. Not be afraid of anything on the map. Knows they're all top. That was another Arcane Rune for Armel too, so that was a fight they would have been super happy to take.
Skadi yata to. Hindi Basher.
Powerhouse for a couple reasons, but
Basher ba yun?
the nulls, the effect that the nulls and the Kaya have with this hero when he has an arcane rune is just something else. It's the way it compounds is ridiculous.
Ooh, FNTIC. Could this be the same mistake twice? They're gonna go for the high ground push again, but this time they're facing up against the team that has Aegis.
High ground nila. Ay, walang TP troll.
Interesting push.
Walang TP troll.
They know this troll TP'd bottom, right?
Yeah,
It can't be here.
That's true.
Walang TP troll eh.
It's a hard push. I mean,
Mahirap
a
yun.
lot can go wrong.
Hindi na mapapush yun.
That from last time.
So maybe their confidence whittled away from a bad fight.
I mean, it's also just you go there, you hit this tower, you force some heroes back, you get some vision. It can be a pretty low committal move. You don't even need to necessarily bring 5 if you know they're not going to fight you. It's like an information play, you know?
Yeah. It's also, I was going to say it's a game of chicken. Because, like, Team Spirit also said, you're not really going to go high ground. They didn't really rotate heroes up there. They weren't like
was smoked, so
Oh, really?
I think they might have smoked Troll to try and get him back there faster.
Oh,
I think they actually thought they were gonna commit to that high ground, and then once they saw they backed off, they all right, I'll keep farming.
Yeah.
But
so they, I mean, that means they did get something out of him.
Yeah, they don't know it, but it's another smoke down for Spirit, and we saw them use a lot of those early on.
What do you think about this Lincoln's over BKB from Utoro?
I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
It's something interesting about this team. They really like these Lincoln spheres. I remember watching a game of theirs where they had 3 or 4 at least in a game where I didn't even think it was that amazing, but
Utoro, he just showed himself in the top lane, so FNTIC are immediately going to make the jump into bottom. They're getting the chain stun onto the Mars. Collapse gets off the BKB, but he's already taken too much damage. They try and go for the kill onto Armel, but he got off his BKB first, but they're recalled in Utoro, so he is actually here. He's going to be able to help them win the fight unless, oh no, this chain stun Toronto Tokyo gets away.
Grabe.
Life number 1 down, but Jan's still chasing after Toronto.
Pero may ulti pa to, may ulti. Nice one, nice.
If they can help him out, they should be able to keep Jams alive here, keep the chain stuns, but no, Mira actually with the magic damage is able to finish off that Dragon Knight, and FNTIC are gonna have to maybe keep on the retreat here. They're trying to finish up the Aegis, but at the same time, it's only up for another 70 seconds, so.
May Aegis pa, 1 minute.
That's a decent fight for them.
Ganda nung match na yun.
You want your Storm Spirit to live through these, but
ganda naman nung laban na yun.
Definitely take it on the back end of this Aegis. The tiny kill is huge there.
Yan, sa mga bago nanonood, yan, welcome po kayo sa channel natin. Game 2 na po ito ng FNTIC, Team Spirit, Group B. Panalo kanina, Team Spirit.
It was so committed for this tiny in terms of trying to make stuff happen.
And Group B pa lang to, Group stage.
A little bit far behind.
1-0 Team Spirit.
Mars, which we've seen him do a lot of work.
And thank you pala sa ESL One. Credit sa inyo itong mga video na to na napapanood namin.
Which is something that FNTIC did not expect. So Troll being able to be there in that fight is what helps the get the kill on Storm Spirit.
Patay agad yung Storm. Sayang, no?
Getting a huge amount of work done.
Ganda.
I honestly thought they might have been able to extend this fight here, you know, at this point in time. If you can kite it out, but that Coddle Blast is taking out the DK.
Well played. Galing talaga.
That's the power.
Powerhouse talaga tong yung ano. Team Spirit. Galing talaga. Daming mga bagong team ngayon sa Dota na sobrang gagaling. Thunder Predator ba? Gaimin Gladiator. Ngayon mga bagong team. Pero nag-champion na yun yung Gaimin Gladiator. Hindi ko lang alam kung NA o ano.
Kind of reminds me of like
TSM din.
Like SACES plays.
Sila Moonminder ba yun?
Just super consistent, always has
galing
high
din
net worth, always has high team fight impact. Maybe not like the flashiest plays every game, right? But honestly, you cannot ask much more from a forward position. I feel like he's done a huge amount of
Stockholm ba? Stockholm Major. Ito yung una nating major sa loob ng 2 taon na nagkaroon na ng fans ulit. Kaso malayo. Sweden yata ito.
Have I told you my Mira Snapfire story?
Sweden ba? Di ako sure. Check natin sa Google. Pangit mag-fake news. Stockholm Major.
We can tell him to pause the game.
Check natin.
It was
just write it in the all chat. I'm sure.
It was when we were covering Eastern Europe last year of the DPC, and Team Spirit were like, you know, these no names basically at the time.
Sweden nga, Sweden.
And,
Havet or Hovet Arena.
I mean, it's true. In their very first season at
Stockholm,
DPC, there was a
Sweden.
lot of these players who just
Tama
were
naman.
not known at all. This was like their first team for many of them. And we had a game where Mira, I looked it up beforehand. I was like, this guy
5 days yata to na group stage.
And it was like, oh, it's his first professional match on Snapfire. Maybe he has a smart.
Yung top 4 upper bracket.
A lot of Snapfire or something.
Yung
We
5
came in the post-game interview where
to
he
6
dominates with Snapfire. They win
upper
that
bracket
game,
na
dominates
ganun
with
pala yun.
Snapfire. And we asked him about it.
Tas 3
I asked him, you
streams.
know, like, so how much
Grabe,
Snapfire do
no?
you actually play? Because this is your first professional
Ngayon ko lang
match
nakita
with
tong
it.
format
And he
na
was
to.
like, he said, I haven't actually played any pubs with it. Just a couple of scrims. It's not a hard hero. Pretty easy. I was like, what? What do you mean? You can't just show up to professional matches having played just a couple games on a hero and win like that.
I did that for years. I just wasn't as good.
Well,
If
that's
you're as good as
Para
he is, you can
dito.
do that, you know?
Yeah, that's true. So
1K gold
like
lead.
that instance of
2016. Damang sa kills
I just
FNTIC.
point to Mira as being like one of the most individually talented Dota players in the scene.
He's definitely very, very mechanically skilled.
Maganda bukas.
That's also a 4-player thing.
6 PM yata, 6 PM.
Every team I've been on, all
OG
these 4
versus
players,
T1.
they can play every hero in the game. You ask him, you
Bukas
know,
yan, bukas.
any of these
OG versus T1.
on teams with Crit, Psy back in the day, MSS, they're all, oh, you want to play Brewmaster?
Oh, di naman to.
Oh, you want to play
Okay din
Beast
yun eh.
Position
Smokes
4?
up.
Oh, yeah, I'll play that, you know. They
Nakayari
have
itong
no
mid.
signature in. Speaking of
Pa
signature,
sinasabi ko, ang galing naman nun.
They are going to be able to get the chain stun
Oh, huli agad. Oy, kaso, oy, patay. Push ka, may isa pang buhay ito, buyback.
DJ gets himself out with the ultimate to grab 5. Januel's keeping
Grabe yung toss. Patay dito eh. May rating dito. Bugbog. Wala na, naiiwan. Grabe yung Yatoro. Wala na. Taas kamay, taas kamay. Wala yun, taas kamay yun. Ghostig.
3 heroes, 2 cores in that fight.
Taas
that is the
kamay.
power of this troll Wraith King matchup. If you get on top of him,
Sakit eh, Basher, Lincoln. Manta, BKB.
good luck.
Pasanatic na
We're
rin.
talking about the aggressiveness from these Spirit supports.
Di
One
mo
of
na
the
tumaawat
things these
eh.
guys always think about is
May
they're really good
Lincoln.
at balancing the offensive damage with the defensive capability. We saw this Lincoln's on Yatoro. We see a Glimmer on Mira. We see the Shard on Mapashka Grim, which is a huge dispel this game. Because if he throws it on this troll who gets jumped, or this Mars who gets jumped, it stops the chain stun from FNTIC, and their lineup is built around this chain stun.
Oo, ang ganda nung ano,
We saw in a
ganda
lot of
nung
those
shard.
earlier fights is the DK blink,
Patay.
the bushwhack.
Drawn to Tokyo. Oh no, the 2 supports. They need damage. They're at the finally finish them off.
Galing na dalawang support ah.
Stopped here in their
Yun lang. Pero okay na yun.
2 of them with the spear, pretty easily done. But
Ang kulit ng dalawang support na to. Ano, malaking kill yun ha.
Stalling out the game there, getting a
Patay tayo ni.
But these fights are getting hard because, again, the defensive capability to stop some of those chain stuns is what's going to matter the most. And the second that
Patay yung
happens,
tayo
he
ni.
gets his ult off, he gets his BKB off, Mars gets his BKB off, and suddenly, like we saw there, you're in a man-to-man fight without disables versus troll.
Control oh. Uy, kita na naman. Patay.
Collapse. Saw the opportunity here to be able to catch jabs. Missed down.
Uy, naku po, nag-bash. Nag-bash.
Flips over to the melee side just in time to be able to get the bash.
Slow,
And
na slow.
now they might be able to get this Dragon Egg with no longer having the BKB. Got him again. Another range
Range bash.
Raven's coming in.
Naku, kawawa to.
He doesn't have any heroes, or does he? Armel with a fresh Aghanim Scepter. He's going to be able to get a 2-man pull, but the damage behind it, minimal double BKBs pop right as the Bushwhack was coming in. So no disables stopping them from being able to beat down Raven on a second life. Now Armel, speared over. Oh, that is just sad. That should have been a spear to the
Mukhang
clip.
2-0 tayo dito mga sir.
This guy hasn't hit enough spears. He can miss one every now and then, you know.
I mean,
He's human. He's not a
is that even a miss? You should be able to spear to this wall, right?
No, you can't. You can't spear.
Wait, what? Oh, that's right. They're not cliffs. Sorry.
It's amateur hour.
Yeah. My bad. Maybe he was aiming for the tree over here.
It's another fight. It's just so hard for Fnatic once this troll gets the man up on that.
Tara na stock eh, amateur to.
Saw that Ags.
That will be an amateur casting.
The Ags storm in this game is there isn't really any follow. Maybe you land some crazy good bushwhack, but
I was gonna talk to you about the shard and like who's gonna get it? Because surely like troll rampage. Do you really want that? Oh, apparently yes, you do want that.
I mean the status resist is pretty good this game, right?
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah.
I mean I'm sure you use it for the other one, but conceptually it's not the word. It's not that bad of a shard.
Yeah.
Also, all his other teammates have it. So.
Oh shit, they all do.
It's 5 shard game.
Ay, nag-gym. Okay, para sa Glimmer.
I don't know. It's just such a hard game for Raven to run in and man fight, and it feels like if he can't, I don't know where the damage is gonna come from.
Wala, hinahawakan na rin siya eh.
This is again into Spirit's wheelhouse. Like this point in these types of games, they're just so comfortable.
Mahirap na kay Chip Armor. DK. Wala matagal pa mga ka-Elder Dragon to.
Collapse.
Mag-Halberg. Halberg yata pwede dito. Wala ba nag-Halberg? Report pag walang Halberg.
But like Collapse immediately put pressure on him and now he's got even more pressure. He's got an overwhelming play.
So. Of course he does, you know?
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, again, he's basically been the 2 this game. So him just playing greedy and building the scale and up that damage is it's a decent way to do it.
He's gonna go for some chain sending of his own with Refresher next item.
Also, I do want to mention though those ranged first hit bashes. I mean, come on. I know your name's on the Aegis, but like, yo, chill out, dog. You know, this guy's a family.
You don't think that first one? Didn't he do the switch over to melee trick?
He skull basher.
Really?
Wait, na naman.
Well, no, I'm saying when you switch over to melee, it counts as a melee hit,
but it's
right?
still
It gives
like
you the melee percentage.
It's still first hit bash. You know?
That's true.
You gotta be salty every time.
Forstaff gets Raven just over the line, saves his reincarnation for another day, and that day is coming soon as Team Spirit have 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Surely they want to be able to use it, especially with a BKB in his backpack right now.
May backpack
to replace
BKB
the
pa.
Aegis on the second life.
So, ano?
He's too rich.
Abyssal?
You gotta donate something here.
Abyssal yung sunod niya yo.
Share the wealth. Collapse, he's looking.
He's looking. He's got the 12 jabs.
Tinamaan.
Doesn't have
Patay.
BKB, so with the
May gem pa naman
stun
yun.
and the spear up now, Yutaro not quite sure if he wants to commit. The
Uy.
Trepify's actually saving some time here. Jabs looking to be able to
Patay
get out.
dito, patay
Armel
dito.
only grabbing mirror right
Uy,
now.
uy, uy, napag-ulti.
Oh no, Armel bashed up. He
Uy,
needs to be able to
uy,
jump
uy,
in.
uy,
Barely
uy.
gets a little bit of distance. Yutaro
Uy,
cleaning
galit na
up
galit
other
yung troll.
heroes on his way to the Storm Spirit.
Hawatin niyo yung troll, hawatin niyo yung troll.
The pug that get blasted down. Yutaro is gonna lose. Oh, nice jump from Armel. What a response from Takakh.
Wala sa mana.
He's out
Wala sa mana.
catching him with the taunt. It may not have mattered.
Wala na.
More nulls.
Tapos na yata ang boxing dito mga sir.
Yeah, he's only got 2 null talismans. So
2-0 tayo. Grabe yung troll, galit.
he does. Does he have the hero?
Bawi na lang. Bawi na lang next major. First game pa lang naman. Ikaw ba naman, first game mo. T-Spirit agad eh.
One of those things where if you don't take this fight, is the next one going to be better for you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
They'll at least have 5 heroes as they do have the tier 2 up top lane, so they could just kind of keep it here.
Grabe naman itong mga to.
Somebody stop this man. He's D-warding right in front of your base with no allies.
He's got an A on disc. He does. And Yutaro, he finishes Abyssal, so...
Mga sir, GG na to.
Storm's game,
tapos ang
just that
boxing.
much harder. It wasn't hard enough.
Grabe, nagpa-farm pa rin siya talaga eh, no?
And they're just going to go down top. Try and close this game out. Refresher on Collapse, so...
Tuloy pa rin ang boxing eh.
It's got to be some crazy extended fight for Fnatic. Abuse the Storm base jumps. Like, play for their BKBs to be down so you can get multi-core hero pulls. And that's what's going to allow Wraith King to go in the fight. It's not impossible. Storm Spirit Hero is really strong at defending base. They also have this boomerang up on Hoodwink, so...
Salamat sa mga nag-subscribe sa page na, ay sa channel natin sa YouTube. Nag-stream din ako sa Twitch at sa Facebook, if you have Facebook. Uy, nahuli. Uy.
Try and quickly kill Maposhka. They do manage to get him. The first life may be forfeit here for the Wraith King to actually interrupt, though. Bushwhack does go down. They're trying to change that stun. They manage to get him with the chain stun. They finish Mob Toronto. Tokyo dies as well. Collapse.
Patay si Collapse. Uy, kaya pa to. Hindi pa to tapos. Let's go, di pa tapos. Suko agad tayo. Di tayo susuko. Uy, wala siya mana.
For the rest of these heroes, do they have an idea where Maposhka is? Doesn't look like it.
That was insane burst. What even was that? Just boomerang Hoodwink ult on this troll. Yatoro did not expect that. He had opportunity to pop BKB or ult, but you just did not expect how much burst was going to come out. Wraith can crit afterwards. That seemed like such a weird jump to work out for Fnatic there by Raven.
Yeah.
It's a great target for him to find on that Maposhka. Grim instantly gets the burst, doesn't miss. And then, but then he's kind of stuck in there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And if Team Spirit just commits with all their cores and the BKBs, could have looked like those other fights, but insanely nice gameplay to find that window there. They know their win condition in terms of how to win these fights is bursting this troll before he gets anything off. Extremely nice spellcasting here by Fnatic, especially DJ. Getting all of those spells off incredibly fast on that troll.
Raven, I guess he feels like he needs all of his items, so he's gonna go Moonshard. Like he's not gonna try and replace something with an AC or like replace his boots.
You need the burst, I guess.
Yeah.
The other option's Divine, I think.
I mean, I'd be okay with that. It's weird going Moonshard on the hero that, you know,
di pa papalag pa tayo mga kaibigan. Di pa tapos. Di pa basag ang well. Di tayo susuko. Di pa basag yung well eh.
People always forget about the night vision, but
night vision.
He's going in like that. So Fnatic showing some life here, bringing this 20k advantage back down by a decent chunk.
Di pa basag yung well.
Up to Lincoln's in level 25. If he can get to the shard, these overload procs are pretty significant as well. And now
they're
starting to pick up.
May 40 pa eh. May DD pa, swerte may DD.
I can see the later portion of the fights.
Nakita yung DD.
Yeah. There's a question if they can survive.
Oh, may DD.
We even saw the halberd on Jabs doing some work there.
They have a double damage on Troll.
They're
They're trying to do one of those plays like one person is defending, they pick them off inside of the base, but they're patient enough. They might just be able to catch. No, Fnatic is actually 5-man TPing back before they show anybody. That's pretty smart. They knew.
I wonder if they saw any auras. I don't even think Spirit has an aura, do they?
Galing yun.
That's pretty weird, but
walang nagawa ay pag walang napitas, no? Alis. Kung sa atin yun, tuloy yun. Yun. Kung sa ating pub game yun, tuloy yun. Napag SOD na tayo, tuloy na natin yun.
That's pretty interesting, but you know, just good read by Fnatic, not getting that window. Now they're smoking up.
Yun, may Halberg na. May pambili na yung DK na Elder Drag. Kaso ay na nga, binay na. Binay. Ito na. Let's go. Let's go, Fnatic. Yan, paunahan niyo yung Wraith King, kaya yan. SOD na naman. Ang hilig sa SOD.
You either run a crazy good storm jump, or you want to extend the fight.
No.
Anything that helps these is what's Fnatic's looking to do to win this game.
Soldering.
They're getting some items to extend these fights. Again, the Halberd, Glimmer Force on the Pugna,
Scan ba? Ayun
the Satanic on Raven. This is a build designed for him to
post, kinabahan, post.
To extend the fights, potentially just take it around their base and then swing the game that way.
Ginilig.
Which again, not a bad route to take when you're playing these Storm Spirit lineups, because that's where he thrives, off these just fountain jump.
Looks like he's also thinking about overwhelming Blink. Is that, is Swift Blink just not, because there used to be a period of time where the Wraith Kings would go Swift Blink. I mean, everybody was going Swift Blink back then. Is it not the preferred item for these strength
pinapambait yata nila.
The strength
Pinapambait yung courier.
The Swift Blink got
nerfed
a little, so it swings people's opinions.
Para maano yung ano nila, SOD. Ayun na.
He's a strength hero, right? So,
sure. Rush nga, rush.
Extra burst damage. Just look at here. He's gonna walk right in.
Okay.
He's actually gonna go for it. Actually goes for the
Oy, nakita troll, oy.
Meanwhile, the Dragonite trying to interrupt your Toro.
Pinag-BKB na.
He gets his BKB.
Patay DK. Oy, GG.
A tree swing finishes him off. I think it was even an Echo Saber swing. Catches Armel when he had the mana to be able to zip away. What a disaster. Ends with no buybacks from Armel or Jack's Team Spirit. They can end it now.
Ano, pwede na tapusin.
Yeah.
Tapusin. Nice game. Kala ko pag-asa pa eh.
Gets his team baited a little bit. We're just seeing how much damage your Toro does.
Nice game mga tol.
Gets the opportunity.
Bukas ulit, bukas. Ang ano natin yung ano. Yung OG versus T1 alas 6 yata.
Even just forcing you out of the fight. This is a very tough matchup to play.
OG versus T1.
You're gonna try and hold out for Megas here.
Maganda rin panoorin yun.
45 seconds.
Tas meron ang boom ulit eh.
Probably the best hero they have for a home-based defense.
Uy, Divine, Red King. Divine to, Divine. Wala na, isa't isa na. Isa't isa na. Wala na. Wala rin. Wala din. Wala na. Di ba kapay?
The end game screen is so bad for him now.
Ay, GG mga tol. Grabe si Ator. Tanggal ang taong to.
What a shame. An unfortunate performance from that man right there. You see on the screen, unable to pick up the fine rapier in time.
Simple lang oh, may camera tol, wag muna tol.
This game being a little bit more back and forth. I mean, there was definitely some periods of time
Tapos kinain, gagi simple lang yun ah. Hardcore ah.
Ultimately for me, my view of this game was like Fnatic.
Kinain ng wala tapos kinain, okay yun ah. Kaya palang galing mag-farm eh. Okay, paano? GG na tayo, GG. Yan, salamat. Kasama sa mga nanood ng stream natin, bukas ulit. Mga 6 PM siguro, available na ako nyan. I-stream na agad natin yun. Para maano na agad natin yung game natin. Yan, thank you sa mga nanood hanggang last cast natin. Sana nag-enjoy po kayo. Thank you. Yan, mag-end stream na tayo.